Hello, good morning and a very warm welcome to Trent Bridge Live, the home of live ball-by-ball coverage of every non-televised Notts home game throughout this 2023 season. And welcome to day two's coverage of this LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Nottinghamshire and Lancashire. Now, what a day we had yesterday on day one. 15 wickets fell yesterday. Notts won the toss and they chose to bowl. Now, they took 10 wickets yesterday, whereas Lancashire posted 214. Now, Notts will be at the crease with Stephen Mullaney and Hasib Hamid. They are currently trailing by 95 runs, 119 for 5. But yesterday, as I just mentioned, they took 10 wickets and Brett Hutton took another 5 for here at Trent Bridge. Let's listen to what he had to say at the end of day one.
I think winning the toss and bowling, it wasn't our best performance, and we'll hold our hands up for that. You know, we've been better than that this year, but we stuck to it well enough and got a reasonable result, I think. Obviously the game's in the balance, it'll depend how we bat, but we'll see.
When you say it wasn't your best performance, are you talking about with the bat, presumably with the flurry of wickets, or did you feel like there were elements that you could improve on with the ball despite what they got?
With the ball, we weren't as consistent as we pride ourselves on. You know, we still bowled obviously some good balls because we got some wickets, but we pride ourselves on that sort of run rate, economy rate, sort of being able to hold control of the game, and we didn't quite have as good a grip as that as we'd like. But like I say, we still managed to get the job done for what we think will be a respectable score of 200-ish.
You talk about them getting off to quite a good start. Did you always have to bowl those fuller lengths to get the rewards that you did get, though, albeit you cost a few boundaries, but also you got the wickets that went to the cordon ultimately?
Yeah, I'm not sure. You know, they bowled slightly different than we did. They've bowled a bit more consistent and got the same rewards. The pitch has just got a bit of carry in it, and nice tinge of grass. It's all about what we do, which we just went away from slightly. We didn't bowl. We didn't hammer that area at the top of the stumps like we normally do. We bowled the odd bad ball, but like I say, we still bowled enough good balls by 200 all that.
Another 5 for yourself, 17 wickets for the season now. Is that a product of any tweaks or changes, or purely hard work over the winter to get you there, or just a case of good form?
I think there's a bit of good form, obviously good luck, a bit of that, a few things going my way when the lads might have bowled better balls, or just the way that cricket goes, you bowl in partnerships and sometimes the bloke bowling the best doesn't reap the rewards. Hard work, obviously, all of us are working hard all the time. You're always tweaking your technique, trying to find that bit of something extra, whether it's a different ball in white ball cricket, looking for a new slow ball, but in this form especially, you're always looking to sort of reduce that bandwidth of where you land the ball and get a bit more out of it, where it pace, bounce, swing, seam, always trying.
A few different bowling partners over the last few weeks, but Ollie Stone came in today and played a different role, I suppose, as a bit of enforcer. Looked from where we were sat like he was bowling quite quickly as well.
Yeah, it was lively. I've fielded slip most of my time, and I've not consistently stood that far back, I don't think, for what I can remember, even some of the spells Jimmy's bowled over the years. So it was really good pace. It was interesting to watch.
You talk about fielding slips, the slip catching today, this season has been exceptional, and so was the fielding throughout, actually, in the outfield as well today. How important is that moving forward? It sounds like an obvious theme, but everything stuck today.
Yeah, massive. I mean, taking your catches, obviously, the cliche of catches win matches and all that, but it's very true. It's quite hard to take 10 wickets as it is without putting a few down and giving a few lives. And I think the 3 in the outfield that the lads took were really good catches and outstanding. They're the things that sort of make the difference. You practice your outfield and your slips practice the most, so you're expecting the slip catches to stick a bit more. But yeah, that sort of intensity and that ability to take all those catches has made a difference.
And on a batting note, how much credit does Haas deserve for absorbing a bit of pressure? Actually, I think 15 wickets have gone down today, and he proved that if you stick around, you can get your rewards.
Yeah, massive. He showed everyone how to bat. I don't think he played many bad shots at all, and if he did, he was lucky and he missed them. But he was just, like I say, so patient, waited for it in his area and absorbed the pressure when they were on top. That they felt like when they get a few wickets, they're bouncing around, and he just, as he does, stayed calm and played the ball and the situation nicely.
And when you come back tomorrow, is it a case of any leads, a good lead at this point?
Yeah, I think a lead's always good. We'd like, obviously, a lot more than what we might get, but you never know with cricket, with Trent Bridge. We might get 300, we might not, and we'll just have to push hard and go with what we get, but we'll be trying our best to get as big a lead as we can.
So they were the thoughts of Brett Hutton last night at the end of day one. And if we just take a look at the Notts bowling scorecard as a whole, obviously, as I mentioned earlier, a fifer there for Brett Hutton, but also 2 wickets for Ollie Stone. He mentioned and talked about Ollie Stone, a real kind of fast-paced bowling period for Ollie Stone, and he got his just rewards with 2 wickets. Stuart Broad picked 2 up, and Luke Fletcher, on his return after missing the last 2 games through injury, picked up the remaining wicket. So Lancashire all out for 214. Notts will come out into the middle with the captain Steve Mullaney and Hasib Hamid. But let's remind you of all the action from day one, and we'll do that with the highlights.
From the pavilion end to George Balderson, and he's worked this one away, and there's going to be more runs, plentiful amount of runs coming in this opening over here. We've had a 2 and a 1 and now a 4. Stuart Broad past the umpire and, well, he's chastening the right word. He's been clipped through mid-wicket for another handsome 4. That really was a nice shot.
Here comes Hutton. Bowls to Wells as he edged it behind. He has. And Hutton with the breakthrough for Nottinghamshire. Just a little bit of a push at that, Luke Wells, and you could tell actually, and you can see how angry he is as he makes his way off.
Broad with his dander up in bowls, and this one down the leg side and tickled away and tucked away, and Luke Fletcher nowhere near it really.
Hutton to Bannon, that's driven straight down the ground. Fletcher will chase after it. I suspect he'll be beaten as the ball rolls towards the rope. Fletcher bowls again. It's carved away for 4. Absolute missile out towards the boundary. Fletcher to Balderson rather. It's edged and gone. Second wicket of the morning falls to Bahanam, and that's his 50. A flick off the pads out towards square leg. Pretty rapid.
Yeah.
50 off 49 deliveries with 8 fours.
Into bowl to him. 2 slips in a gully. Bowls. Ooh, that's a bit of a flail, and he's got a bottom edge through to Joe Clark, and that was a little bit of a gimme wicket for Notts, who pick up a bowling bonus point for getting 3 wickets, but that one was just handed to them a little bit on a plate.
2 slips in place. And that's edged and been gone. And Hutton picks up his second wicket.
With 3 wickets to his name, comes in and bowls, and the first ball is punched away for 4 by de Grandhomme. Ball up suspiciously, bowls cut away by de Grandhomme into the air, and Hasib Hamid has taken a wonderful catch. Former Lancashire man does a huge disservice to his former county with a fine diving catch. Enjoyable start to this match as Hartley drives Broad through the offside for 4. That was a very, very fine shot indeed.
Then it all changed. Hutton over the wicket, bowls. Oh, not only does he bowls Josh Bahanam. Pretty comprehensively for 68. Maybe 15 yards in from the rope. Short once more, and that is flicked away down towards deep back square leg, and it's a brilliant catch. Slater takes the catch.
Jones just going to bowl this missile at him at 85 mile an hour, and he does, and it's cut away. Cries of catch. Oh, that's the best of the lot. That is the best catch of the lot, and it's Lyndon James.
Fletcher to Bailey, that's taken away off the hip, out towards deep back with square leg. He's maybe 6 or 7 rows up for 6.
Next ball, is it up in the air, down towards us for 6. Ollie Stone. Jimmy Anderson, edged, caught by Duckett, and the innings ends. Anderson goes for 5. Good catch by Ben Duckett. Had to feel a little bit for Tom Bailey, who finishes 48 not out. Talked about it this morning. Duckett's on strike. On 5, loses his middle stump. Bailey clean bowls the England man, and Duckett goes for 5. Over or up to 1,000.
Anderson starts a fresh over. That's guided away beyond the reach of Croft at Gully, down towards the boundary.
Next ball clipped away by Slater, out. Catch by Anderson at mid-wicket. Bailey's got a second, and it was a tame end for Ben Slater. Next ball on its way now, and Montgomery's hit on the pad and gone. He's gone for 9. Next ball, he's nicked that through to the keeper, and Clark goes for another low score. And Balderson, a little bit of magic here from the young man.
And again, and balls, but a little bit of width and carved away. That's the worry for me.
Yeah.
4 runs.
The floodlights come on as the big man bowls, edge, caught. Good catch at slip, and Lyndon James goes. Hartley it is with a safe pair of hands. Little push and run either side of the wicket would do it, and that will do it. Working it away on the leg side, and the third 50 of the season for Hasiba Mead. Anderson to Mullaney, guided this with an open face down towards the Hound Road stand. A bit of a chase on there for Croft, given up, gone for 4. And again to Mullaney, and he's pulled this one away on the leg side. He's got hold of that. Good connection from Stephen Mullaney, and it's gone all the way for 6. Everybody, welcome to Trent Bridge on what right now is a very sunny, very splendid Friday morning here in the East Midlands. Welcome one and all, wherever you're listening to us. You're very welcome to day 2 of this LV Insurance County Championship Division 1 game between Nottinghamshire and Lancashire. 15 wickets fell yesterday, my word. The bowlers held sway, but a terrific day's entertainment by those that came along. Hopefully they will have enjoyed it. Those of you that have watched and followed and listened to us through the first day, hope you enjoyed it as well. We are going to get underway on time, which is the best possible news after a fairly dodgy looking weather forecast. We just hope, dodge is the right word, we hope we can dodge the showers that are expected to swarm across the East Midlands a little later on. But we certainly look good for the morning session. We're going to get one underway in a moment with Nottinghamshire 119 for 5, still trailing by 95. The Rock, Seba Mead is out there. He's on 57 not out. Stephen Mullaney, the not skipper, with him on 21. Both former Lancashire players, of course. Lancashire made 214 yesterday. Nottinghamshire replying with 119 for 5. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham. We'll shortly be joined by Scott Reed from BBC Radio Manchester, BBC Radio Lancashire, and Scott will be alongside me in a moment. We're going to complete an over here as Seba Mead just defends against Tom Bailey, and that is the end of that unfinished over from yesterday. So 96 overs remain. Just had 1 or 2 people this morning just saying, as we lost 11 overs yesterday, would this be an extra long day, 104 over day? But as I understand it, if you go off after 6 o'clock, you don't get those overs, and it's about it was well after 6 o'clock when they eventually went off, still with 11 overs remaining. So that was that. We don't get those overs back, which is a real old shame. But we had plenty of cricket yesterday, and hopefully we'll get a lot of the allocation of 96 overs in today. So that partially completed over has come and gone without addition to the total. It's 119 for 5, so we can now tuck into the full allocation of 96 overs. It's going to be Will Williams to bowl here at Trent Bridge as we welcome listeners to 5 Sports Extra. Lovely sunny morning right now at Trent Bridge here in the East Midlands. We are expecting a day of intermittent showers, but they do say we should be dry for the morning session as Williams comes in to bowl to Stephen Mullaney, who's on 21. The Notts captain just blocking this out onto the offside. So a quick recap for those just joining us. Lancashire yesterday made 214, 5 wickets for Brett Hutton and a score of 68 for Josh Bohannon. Nottinghamshire began their reply just before tea. In fact, lost a couple of cheap wickets right before tea, and then 3 more in the evening session to finish on 119 for 5. And really, with just the 4 quick bowlers to come, they'll be looking to Mead and Mullaney to drag them closer to the Lancashire total as Williams sends down his second ball of the over. Wide swinging delivery, left alone by Stephen Mullaney. Certainly plenty of spectators believe it's going to be well worth their while coming along today, because another decent crowd in here at Trent Bridge. Not quite packed to the rafters yesterday, but a very good crowd for county championship cricket indeed. A lot seeing, and I know many really enjoyed the day, as Will Williams bowls again, clipped to mid-on, fielded by James Anderson, who's yet to take a wicket. Stuart Broad is his big chum. It's a match, of course, billed as Broad v Anderson, although there are many other star performers on show, but Broad with a couple of wickets yesterday. Jimmy Anderson yet to strike for Lancashire. Ball eventually returned around the ring to Will Williams. I think we got underway perhaps a minute or two early just to finish that unfinished over, as Mullaney with an angled bat plays this deliberately down into the ground, and this former Lancashire has an update. Well, we've just started on time. Lovely, bright, sunny morning here. Let's just hope it stays like that for what's been a pulsating match so far. Yesterday, 15 wickets fell. Lancashire 214. Nottinghamshire in reply, 119 for 5. They've got Asiba Mead and Stephen Mullaney at the crease. We've had 4 deliveries this morning. No addition to the total. There's Will Williams bowling this next delivery. Wide of the off stump, goes through to the wicketkeeper George Bell, who really did impress yesterday. Not the tallest of fellas, but my word, he had a pretty decent day with the gloves. I was very impressed with young Master Bell. A chuckle from the back of the box as Scott Reed joins me. Bring Scott in after this last delivery of this Williams over. Past umpire Rob Bailey, bowls, and Stephen Mullaney just trying to play a little bit of an uppercut. There's lots and lots of grass out there towards the Hound Road stand that he'd been able to lift it up and over Croft in the gully. He couldn't, so it's a maiden, and we're yet to have the first run of the morning. Perhaps that'll change now as I hand over to my good chum from the northwest. A very good morning to Scott Reed.
Morning, Dave. Morning, everybody. Yeah, great that we're starting on time. The forecast has improved massively, hasn't it, over the course of the last few hours, which is great. Fascinating first day, wasn't it? 15 wickets to fall. And get us swung one way and then the other, didn't it, through the course of the opening day? There
was a time not so long ago where the pitch inspectors would be brought in, and what on earth's going on here? But we don't have any of that. It's a greenish tinge to the strip, and it's still visible. It's still there, isn't it?
Here comes Tom Bailey from the pavilion end to bowl to Hasib Hamid, who plays a forward defensive, pushing up towards mid-off, and there's no run. I spoke to George Balderson last night, and he said, yeah, the green tinge is there, but he reckons it's quite dry underneath. Yeah. It'd be quite a good pitch to bat on later on.
We've fallen foul of that regulation I'm not really a fan of. We didn't go off at all yesterday until after 6 o'clock, lost 11 overs, and apparently because it's after 6 o'clock you can't claim them back. So we don't get the extra overs today, unfortunately.
I thought it'd be a longer day. That's pushed away into the offside by Hamid, and Croft is at cover to field, no run. I see, so I get that. Right, so had we gone off at 2 minutes to 6?
Apparently so.
We'd have got all the extra. Well, that seems a bit daft, doesn't it?
Yeah, as with many things in life, I can't make a deal of sense of it, but they tell me that's the way it is.
It's hard enough to win 4-day games as it is. As soon as you start chopping away and losing overs, it seems a bit harsh.
It's not our fault. We weren't finished by 6 o'clock.
Exactly. Yeah. Did get a bit gloomy, didn't it, last night?
It did, actually, to be fair. Yeah.
And I was doing my post-match, post-end-of-day interview, and it was drizzling just ever so slightly as well. Bailey balls, again Hamid defending. Up to Anderson at mid-on, no run. Didn't he bat beautifully yesterday, Hasib Hamid?
Yeah. He's got lots of strange quirks and mannerisms, which of course you will have watched and observed and enjoyed, I'm sure, in the early part of his career, but very much enjoyed watching him blossom once again, just with that extra little bit of confidence that he's had since the move. Sometimes it can happen like that, can't it? A move has just freshened him up, certainly.
I think it was definitely what he needed. As Bailey comes into Hamid, and that's chopped up towards mid-on for no run. His quirks are brilliant. I love it.
Yep.
And it's not just his constant walk to square leg after every delivery, but it's all the little mannerisms he has, the way he plays his defensive shots. He gets himself in all sorts of positions, but he showed unbelievable amount of skill yesterday.
I mean, when he's striking the ball, that is all pure and correct cricket and cricket shots. When he leaves, that's when you get the flamboyance, isn't it? It's sort of the Zorro flash with the blade.
He's put together 57 very, very hard-fought runs for his team.
Third 50 of the season. He'd like to convert this one.
Well, there's Bailey bowling to Hamid. Again, he gets himself in line and just defends, pushing it away into the offside. No run.
It was all crash bang wallop yesterday. We've not had a run yet this morning. But 12 dot balls. If you'd like to get in touch, we'd love to hear from you on the old Twittery thing, at Brace Cricket for me, and Scott at BBC Lancs Cricket. If you'd just like to get across your thoughts or say hello, or basically just want to shout out.
Like an old school kind of Radio 1 shout out type thing. Like that. The ball has been polished ferociously on the right thigh of Will Williams before handing it very carefully back to Tom Bailey, who starts his approach again. Little muddy patch on his right knee, and he's in over the wicket to Hamid. Again, right in line, defending. Just kind of crouching down almost, and springs up as he pushes it away into the offside. Settles for a little dot ball. Settles for a cautious, calm, careful start. Batting with his skipper at the other end. Nottinghamshire 119 for 5. Lancashire start with 2 maiden overs.
Like you, I'm sure we spend a lot of our Saturday evenings driving back from some far-flung part of the country, having done a football match. That essentially is our winters, and you check through radio channels here, there and everywhere. Quite like to listen to Lisa Tarbuck on BBC Radio 2 on a Saturday evening. Probably because it's a station that sort of holds wherever you are. But I mean, she just makes no bones about it. Just let me know what you're having for your tea. I mean, it suddenly becomes great radio, doesn't it? Crikey, fajitas! I never thought of that. Yeah, we'll have fajitas or whatever. There's William Williams, the Kiwi who plays for Lancashire, bowls a leg stump delivery which Mulaney tucks through mid-wicket for a couple of runs, and we're away. Jimmy Anderson has to trundle after it. He's got the long-sleeved shirt on. Jimmy Anderson, collar turned up. Took a photo of him yesterday out at the toss, and had a little look at it last night. Got 1 or 2 likes, as it would. And there's almost a smile there, but not quite. He's definitely had his game head on. I wondered what had happened there to Williams. Just dropped to the ground all of a sudden. I'll just pop in a press up between deliveries.
Is that what he was doing?
Here he goes. Bowls and carved away over Croft and down to the unprotected third man area for 4 runs. He tried that in the last over, Mulaney. The final ball of Williams' previous over didn't get anything on it, and the ball just ran away. Precious runs for Notts. 125 for 5. They're 89 behind. We did wonder, in truth, didn't we, throughout the day yesterday, where the balance of power lay, and I still don't really think we know. If this pair put 100 on, you'd say it was with Notts. If they are parted fairly early on in the piece today, you'd say Lancashire every chance themselves of getting a first innings lead, albeit maybe a slender one. There's Williams. Comes in again. Bowls, and a lovely delivery, which just nipped away from Stephen Mulaney, and he was playing certainly down the wrong line there. Had a little fiddle at that one outside the off stump, and was a little fortunate not to get anything on it. 125 for 5. So the 4 bowlers to come for Notts, I think they're going to come Brett Hutton, Ollie Stone, Stuart Broad and Luke Fletcher. But of course, me saying that means they'll come in a different order. But they're all players who've obviously got first-class 50s. Broad a long time ago, a Test match 100 of course, but they're also players who could equally come and go very quickly, as Mulaney with a really ugly looking drag onto the onside there. He think was trying to drive it down the ground on the offside, but instead just mistimes it to mid-on. It's one of those, isn't it, for Nottinghamshire? If they got in, you could see runs from the lower order, the tail could wag, but equally they could be blown away quite quickly. So it's going to be, I think, the bulk of the morning session here before we really know where the balance of power does lie in this game. As Williams is in again, Mullaney will leave this alone. This pair have added 40 men out yesterday for Notts as they began their reply. Ben Duckett for 5, lost his middle stump to Tom Bailey. It was a good delivery, not entirely sure what happened. Duckett missing a straight one. It did come back a little bit, but essentially it looked to have his stumps covered, and full pitch delivery took out his middle stump. Ben Slater went for 2. Matthew Montgomery for his 3rd consecutive score of 9. Joe Clark only made 4. He's desperately in need of some runs. And Lyndon James for 10. 125 for 5 as Mullaney clips this in the air and Anderson takes a simple catch at mid-on. Mullaney, as ever, looking to increase the tempo, and he's picked out Jimmy Anderson at mid-on. Just another fairly tame dismissal. That's the 2nd catch Anderson's got in the innings. The first one was Ben Slater, who just obliged by chipping one straight to him, and I think Stephen Mullaney will feel he's gifted his wicket away there. Williams gets his wicket. Mullaney out for 27, batted in all for 40 minutes, faced 31 balls, 4 fours and a 6, 125 for 6. I'm going to amend what I've just said. I think the balance of power does lie with Lancashire right now.
Yeah, still trailing in the game, Nottinghamshire, by decent margin, 89 behind. I think the ideal situation would have been for Hamid and for Mullaney to get Nottinghamshire somewhere level with Lancashire. It then gives licence, doesn't it, to Hutton, to Stone, to Broad and to Fletcher to give it a bit of a bosh. I mean, Bailey came out and was swinging at times under a bit of a barrage of attack from Ollie Stone, but if they can get somewhere near that Lancashire total, they want those guys, Hutton, Stone, Broad and Fletcher, to be able to have a little bit of licence perhaps to try and push forward. And yeah, we've been trying to second guess the match, haven't we, almost from the first over of the game, and it continues to kind of confound what we're expecting. But wickets have kind of been chipped away pretty regularly through the course of the match so far.
Again, it just looked a bit of a tame dismissal, not blaming Stephen Mullaney. We've seen several high quality players, including Mullaney, get out in that fashion. Don't think it's easy to bat on. One or two people saying it, not necessarily the greatest wicket for one that you'd hope to last 4 days, but with the inclement weather forecast, there's so much pressure, as you've been saying throughout the game, to manufacture a result in these county championship matches that not quite a sporting wicket. I mean, it's as Hamid proves, it's a wicket that if you get in and play properly and take your time and just have a little bit of patience, you can stick around. But there's a trap to be set, and quite a few have fallen into them.
I agree. I think that's almost exactly what Balderson was saying to me last night.
There's Bailey. Bowls a short pitch delivery. Now that's gone high over the top of Asiba Mead. One for the over, says the umpire. There was one called yesterday. Was it Ollie Stone where they did call it as a no ball for being too short? And I would say a little bit of consistency. That was up there, or sort of on a par with the one that they called yesterday. We don't know, of course, what the umpire's saying in the bowler's ear. I gave Ollie Stone a couple of warnings yesterday and then no-balled him. That's your last chance, or whatever. And if so, that's fair enough. Hamid on 57. Next delivery dropped onto the leg side, and they take a single on 26 for 6. Just thinking, I don't think we did a BBC Radio Nottingham update at 11 o'clock. Sure we didn't. Hey ho.
Unless he just came to you, Dave, and you just was so seamless and professional. You did it without even realising.
We did.
There you go.
We did. You were out the room. Yeah, we did.
See, I never for once lacked faith in your ability just to beautifully intertwine your update into your commentary.
I mean, it's all of 12 minutes ago. How do you expect me to remember that? Heavily packed slip cordon.
Yeah.
3 fairly close together, and then a little bit of a gap, and Balderson is probably more fifth slip than Gully, but there's the gap there as Brett Hutton, of course the new man out there, eases this into the offside. That's Hutton's first delivery. Star of the show for Nottinghamshire yesterday with the ball, certainly with his 5 wickets, although those of you that watched the pre-match build up with Aaron Lord, those of you watching the live stream will have heard Brett sort of saying, you know, he got the wickets, didn't necessarily feel he was the outstanding bowler. This one goes through to the keeper. They do that a lot, I'm sure you've found that. You want to praise somebody after a brilliant performance, and all they want to do is talk about somebody else. I mean, you know, Andre Adams was the prime example. He sometimes listens to us in the early hours of the UK. He's down in Australia, does a lot of coaching in Sydney. If you're listening, Dre, I hope you're well. But he was the prime example. He'd take 7 or 8 wickets in an innings, and want to praise whoever it may be, Luke Fletcher, Harry Gurney at the other end, who'd come up blank on that particular day as Hutton eases it into the offside. No run. Yeah, he only got the wickets because the pressure being applied by Fletcher at the other end, or a Brett Hutton or Luke Wood or whoever it may have been at the time. But yeah, quite a few do that. They don't want the limelight on themselves necessarily. I think sometimes, don't go over the top, but sometimes, just revel in it, that you've had a pretty stellar day. It'd be nice to have somebody say, yeah, honestly, Dave, that was one of the best days of my career. Good delivery through Brett Hutton and into the gloves of George Bell. End of the over, 126 for 6. Bailey now through 12 overs, 2 for 26. Hope this is one of the best days of Scott's career.
Every day with you, Dave, is always a win for me.
Win-win.
I see that Steve Smith's batting at New Road.
Oh, I wondered why 5 Sports Extra just suddenly
Indeed
veered off there to New Road.
Sussex have lost a couple of early wickets this morning. They're 67 for 3. In reply to that total of 264 that Worcestershire made. Bit of dodgy weather around though, not everyone started on time. It's always sunny in West Bridgeford though. Are we officially in West Bridgeford?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I said that as if I was convinced we were, and then
we were.
Needed to refer to local knowledge just to make sure.
So where isn't there any cricket? The GS Bowl and Taunton in Division 1 and Headingley in Division 2. They've not yet started.
So Will Williams from the Radcliffe Road end has picked up the first wicket of the day, and he's into Hasib Hamid. He's pushed full but wide of off stump. He's left by Hamid and taken by Bell, and there's no run.
It's the only innings of this type in the entire match, isn't it? Hasib Hamid. I know Bohannon got 68 but run a ball. Bailey got 48 better than a run a ball, but Hamid, he's pretty much going to run every 2 balls here. 58 from 119. When you want to have any success playing the long game, playing the patient game.
Yeah, playing the game he knows so well, isn't it? And back and across and defending. Ball pushed away into the offside, no run. Rehearses the shot a couple of times and walks away again to square leg. Velas and Bailey in conversation. Dave Velas is Lancashire's captain with the injury to Keaton Jennings, so he skippers the team again, having done so wonderfully well for 4 years. Takes the job back on while Jennings recovers from injury.
There's an option to see the pictures on the live stream. Those of you who've just seen the live stream, Tom Bailey there, you can see that strapping on his left arm. Have you been able to glean anything?
I haven't, no, I didn't see him last night.
You just forgot to ask.
Boldness in. Oh, it's an appeal for LBW as Hamid shapes to work the ball to the leg side. There's no bat on it. The umpire's going to signal a leg by. Hamid remains on 58. Kind of strangled appeal from Will Williams and the slips. On 27 for 6. Let's have a little look here at this replay. Make your mind up time. It's come a decent way down. The ball probably looks like it may be shaping down the leg side. A shake of the head from the umpire.
Yep, Rob Bailey and Martin Saggers, our umpires. Chris Rimmer and Roger Marshall are the scorers. Ian Smith works the big screens here at Trent Bridge, and always say hello to Paul Harrison as well, who listens in the pavilion. He looks after the two sets of players, looking after the dressing rooms.
It's Williams balls, and Hutton gets forward, jabs the ball back down the pitch. Anderson comes around to complete the fielding, no run.
You had a wander around the big city last night?
I didn't know. I had a wander back to the hotel via a couple of
hostelries,
yeah. One just on the River Trent here, and then grabbed a bit of something to eat on the island quarter. That wasn't there the last time I stayed at this hotel.
Oh, right.
Yeah, a couple of restaurants have emerged. Here's Williams to Hutton, gets a single here off the front foot, pushed into the offside. Oh, and then it's
buzzers.
It's a throw from Bailey, not picked up cleanly by Anderson, and they do come back for an extra run.
You tell him off.
I think I'll swerve that one. 129 for 6 now, so Nottinghamshire 85 behind. So yeah, it was pleasant enough. Not quite a nice evening, wasn't it, last night?
Yeah.
Plenty of activity on the river, with quite lots of rowing going on. There's lots of kind of 4 and 5 person.
All right.
What's the word I'm looking for? It's not a kayak, is it?
Rowers?
Rowers, yes. Rowers, yeah.
Canoes?
Canoes, I think that's what I'm looking for. It's turned into the onside by Hutton, but for no run. End of the over, 129 for 6. So yeah, plenty of people doing their exercise on the river, and plenty of joggers and dog walkers around. Quite a nice night. It was a bit chilly, the wind was cold.
Yeah. I went back and had the darts from Manchester on the laptop. And, my good lady had the jungly thing on. In South Africa, aren't they, for this one?
This is the get me out of here thing?
Yeah.
Oh, right, I didn't realise it had started. With Anton Deck?
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
I completely missed that. I thought they used to go to Australia.
This is I don't know what they call it, a Legends one. It's
right, okay.
People that's been on it before.
Right.
There's Tom Bailey into his 13th over bowls, and this is pushed back to him by Hamid. I'm a little wary of lapsing into light entertainment after Blondygate yesterday.
I spoke to my dad about this.
You spoke to who?
My dad.
Yeah.
My dad's a big Blondie fan.
Yeah.
And he was fully behind me for not being completely aware of it. It's before my time.
Right.
It's not my generation, not my era. And my dad said, don't you take any stick from anybody. Debbie Harry was my era, not yours. So I said, thank you, Dad. Thanks for the support.
That's the way, Mr. Reid. This one's worked onto the leg side by Hamid. He'll take a single, 130 for 6. So that said, do you want to have another go today?
Go on, why not? It was fun.
If you say you've not heard of this person,
are you going to walk out the commentary box?
Adele. It's Adele's birthday.
Happy day.
May the 5th. Adele's birthday today. How old's Adele?
Is that a rhetorical question? Or
No, it's her birthday today.
No, okay. How old's Adele? Well,
is Tom Bailey. I'll get on to cricket in a moment. This one's pulled away by Houghton. Good stop. Who's that at mid-wicket? That's a very... Oh, it's the skipper.
Yeah.
He's been at mid-on or mid-off most of the innings, but finds himself at mid-wicket and makes a very decent stop to deny Brett Hutton some runs. Get off your laptop.
I'm not looking. Well, she has...
You have heard of Adele?
Yeah, and her albums reflect her age, don't they?
Yeah.
So every album she's issued is a number reflects her age. Now, I can't remember what the last number of her album was.
130 for 6 is the score here. Tom Bailey in his 13th over. Brett Hutton again gets solidly behind it and defends.
I'm going for like in the region of 30 though. 30.
Bit older than that. She's 35 today,
Okay,
Adele.
right, okay.
a fellow who had it all sorted in just the space of 7 days. Craig David's birthday today. You've heard of Craig David?
Oh, yeah.
He got it all done in a week, didn't he?
See, this is more my era. Adele and Craig David. Craig David, I reckon he's probably mid-30s. 34.
A bit older than that. He's 42.
Is he? God,
You've been very generous. Very generous with these people. Next one is pushed all by Houghton. They're going to have to be quick. Shy at the stumps at the non-striker's end from George Balderson. Misses. It seemed like it was a little second or two there just to sort of ready. Sometimes we sort of urge the fielders just to ready themselves and get themselves in a position to throw the ball, and in that instance you'll often feel they'll A, throw it harder, and B, throw it more accurately. But it seemed there as if Balderson took a second or two longer than he need do, and then still threw a wild throw in. But Houghton was comfortably home anyway, but the throw wasn't going to hit 4 sets. Next ball worked down the line by Hamid to mid-off, 131 for 6 at the end of the over. James Whittaker, you'll have come across him in his cricketing career, long and successful career with Leicestershire, skippered them to the county championship way back when. He's become an administrator, he's often a match referee. We see him now out at the toss. James Whittaker's birthday today.
I'll try and give you 50s?
Yeah, 61, James. Not too many cricketing birthdays today, but a big day for a Lancashire hero. On this day in 1988, Wasim Akram made his debut for Lancashire against Nottinghamshire here on this ground.
Superb.
1988, and his first wicket for Lancashire was on this ground against Nottinghamshire, when he clean bowled Mick Newell. Don't know what happened to Mick Newell, but we know what happened to Wasim Akram. But that was on this day, 1988. Lancashire won by 50 runs. Start of a championship match. 131 for 6. Been update for Radio Nottingham in just a second. Will Williams to bowl. Brett Hutton's on 3.
Anyway, massive win. Congratulations, Christine.
This one's clipped to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Fielded by Balderson. Just waiting for the cue to speak to Radio Nottingham.
Forest play Monday night against Southampton at home.
131 for 6.
With a shout of the playoffs in League 2. Notts County already
3 slips in there. Not giving a deal away, Williams. Bowled very nicely indeed yesterday and again this morning. Got the wicket of Mullaney earlier on. Houghton drives into the covers, no run. Yes, don't forget the cricket. We've had 12 runs this morning, but lovely conditions. I think we were expecting a little bit of rain overnight and this morning to delay the start, but we got underway nicely on time. But unfortunately, Notts then lost Stephen Mullaney early on in the piece on this second day. Bit of a tame one, really, just chipping the bowler Williams up to Jimmy Anderson, who took his second comfortable catch of this innings. This game moving on apace despite the threat of showers later on. Lancashire 214 in reply, Nottinghamshire 131 for 6. Williams to bowl to Brett Hutton, who's on 3, and here's a little bit of a dart outside the off stump, gets nothing on it as it goes through to Bell. Mentioned it a couple of times yesterday. Brett Hutton playing his 50th first-class game for Notts. Saw him start. His debut for Nottinghamshire was actually in Abu Dhabi, the pink ball game at the start of 2011. Jake Ball made his debut in the first match, and you thought then, if he said he was still going to be playing for Notts in 2023, well, he'll have played 500 games. Not panned out like that. Pushes. Did he push at that one? It's hard to tell, isn't it? He's playing down the line of off stump, and the ball was down the line of fifth stump. I like the look of Williams. He's to conclude his 13th over with his next delivery. 1 for 18. 8 maidens up there, and he's close to another one here.
Yeah, this is kind of what we've seen quite a bit from Williams since he joined the club. Barely goes for a run. He's consistently really accurate.
He is, isn't it?
Difficult to get away. He's been really impressive. From the moment he came, you thought this guy would be very useful in county cricket.
Yep, here he comes to Hutton, and I don't think he played at that one, but either way, it's another dot ball. 131 for 6 at the end of the over. So Williams has now bowled 9 maidens in his 13 overs. Pleasant conditions, unusually for me. I had a lap of the ground about an hour before the start, and it was well, as you can see, I came back and took the jacket off. It was quite warm out there. Had a bit of a natter to the camera crew out there, bringing you the pictures. Got Barney and Spence out there as usual, doing their stuff. It's one of those days, isn't it? I think where you might need to pack the raincoat and have the brolly handy, but also you might need the old slip, slop, slap, and just make sure you've got a bit of protection on the forehead and the nose.
Yep. Be prepared for all weathers. Here's Bailey bowling to Hamid, turns him round. Ball through to the keeper. Hamid completely ignores it, puts that to the back of his mind. Walks away to square leg. Pushing at that delivery though. Encouragement from the slip fielders. Tom Hartley clapping at second slip.
Just going to say, there's somebody out there obviously wants a fish. Clapping away like a seal. Was it Hartley?
It was, yeah. Chief clapper at second slip. Bailey to Hamid. Oh, that sounded a little edgy. Inside edgy down to fine leg, where the Grand Arm fields. Hamid moves on to 60. Score to 132 for 6.
A few people have been in touch. David Fennick, who was with us yesterday, is back again. Durham not having a game in this round. Morning. Looks a nice day down in Nottingham. Game was pretty even. 50 years ago today, my team Sunderland, no hopers from the second division, took mighty Leeds United at Wembley and beat them 1-0. We could have gone out in the third round, but for a late equaliser at Meadow Lane, that's right.
Bailey from the pavilion end balls to Hutton, who swings and misses, trying to hammer the ball away through the covers into the gloves of the keeper. No run.
Saw some nice pictures yesterday morning actually on BBC Breakfast. They did say that it was today, Friday, the 50th anniversary. So Martin Emerson doing a bit yesterday as well. But there were some nice pictures on BBC Breakfast yesterday morning of John Motson going down a colliery in Sunderland in the week of the cup final, talking to people about the big game, and saying, "Yeah, I shall be going down on the train and going down on the coach and all the rest of it." It's very famous in its day. Ian Porterfield's winner.
Hutton waits as Bailey bowls. He defends off the front foot.
Great David Coleman's commentary. 1-0. Didn't generally say a deal else as the ball hit the back of the net. It was 1-0. Who else has been in touch? I made a point today. I don't know if you're not a big fan of the old Twittery thing, I know that, but whenever I tweet anything, you get the usual response from your regulars, and we love all that, but I seem to get a lot of adverts on the bottom.
Bailey to Hutton. It's deflected behind square on the leg side. He'll pick up and throw towards the bowler's end. He's gone way over the top of the stumps from Villas. Leg by signalled. It thudded into the pad and got through for the additional leg by to move the score on to 133 for 6.
One of my regulars, Trevor, good morning. Good morning, Dave. You'll be home for Sunday lunch, I reckon, at this rate. Hope there's something good in the freezer. Sunday lunch, if I'm not here, would plan to be at Meadow Lane actually if things go in that direction. I just hope we can dodge all the rain.
Well, the game's quite so far advanced. I think we can absorb a little bit, can't we now? Maybe obviously not a full day, but if there is to be the odd stoppage today and tomorrow, a kind of decent way into the match, it might not have too much of an effect. Bailey to Hamid. With a short mid-wicket in place, Hamid defends. And there's no run, that's the end of the over.
Anthony Henderson's firing shots, watching Notts versus Lancashire on the live stream with Scott and Dave. hoping for a first county championship win, and then we've got red roses at the end of that. Firing shots. I know that's sent to you as well. Good morning, Anthony. Glad to have you along. Steve Crawley, looks like a batting out your crease kind of day. Till the keeper goes and ruins it by standing up. Yeah, he did that a few times yesterday. Steve, good morning. Good morning, everybody. I didn't have any more birthdays, but if it's your birthday today, many happy returns, folks. 1:33 for 6. We didn't have a repeat of Debbie Harrigate anyway this morning. Williams just keeps on going, doesn't he? You made the point yesterday, he can bowl long spells. Keeper standing back. Brett Hutton on strike on 3, and again he's happy to block. So this morning we've had 14 runs, 1 wicket in 40 minutes. Different tempo to yesterday.
Just a bit, yeah. Just in that one kind of little burst of attacking play from Stephen Mullane, tried to move things on a little bit, perhaps. I mean, Hamid's obviously just in his little bubble there, his head down. He's going to crack on and do what he does.
Yeah, in terms of some fireworks to watch, Mullane would have been the one to provide it if he'd stayed. And again, happy to defend, and there's no run.
But I think it's a really sensible approach. I think if it's going to be a pretty low-scoring game, then every run that you acquire could well be utterly crucial. Trying to knock off these 81 just to get level and make it a one-innings match. I think that's. They talk about kind of trying to gain advantage on first innings, which I'm sure Nottinghamshire would still like to do, and I guess Lancashire would still like to do. But priority here for the team batting is to get level.
Williams to Hutton again. He defends. Just looking at Brett Hutton, career average of 17.5. Career average with the bat for Notts 14.5. He had those 3 years with Northants in the 2nd division there, and he really did boost his runs and wickets total those 3 years in Division 2. 133 for 6. Anderson was just whirling his arms around then. Maybe he's in line for a bowl, and clips this to mid-wicket, where Stephen Croft does the fielding. He's another one that tends to move around quite a lot, isn't he, Stephen Croft?
Yeah, always on the move.
Got Rob Jones out there in the gully.
Yeah, so who's he on for?
I say, I've just said Anderson loosening up. It wasn't Anderson. He might not be on.
No,
Anderson was at mid-on where he took the catch. Just going out of the corner of my eye. I was watching through the window, but out of the corner of my eye on the stream there was somebody loosening up, but I thought it was Anderson, but clearly not, as the next one is again punched into the offside. And Williams might like this, actually. In fact, he's now pushing the field out with 1 ball left in the over, as if to say, let's get Brett down the other end. I'm not bothered about another maiden. Let's give him a single.
Well, Anderson's off at the minute, but he might, as you said, might be putting on his bowling boots, perhaps. And Luke Wood's on as well. So there's 2 extra fielders there with Jones and Wood on. So there's 2 off for Lancashire. Anderson, I think the other one's Bohannon.
Williams then to conclude. Good delivery past the outside edge through to the keeper. Bell thought that maybe Brett Hutton was batting outside his crease, underarms it towards the stumps and misses. And 133 for 6. Didn't see Williams' figures overnight. It just seems he hasn't conceded an awful lot this morning at all. 14 overs, 10 maidens, 1 for 18, his figures.
Yeah, let's work out what his spell is this
and now
morning.
Stephen Croft's going off, but Anderson's coming back.
Oh, maybe Jimmy went to go and put his bowling boots on then.
I always find that a little strange. It's only a 2-hour session. They change their boots after. Don't you? What?
Hey, if it works for the great man, then that's fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just him. I'm not having a pop at Jimmy, but why can't you field in bowling boots?
Williams this morning, his spell, as Bailey starts a fresh over in and bowls to Hamid, who defends, and there's no run. Williams 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 8. this morning. Bailey is bowled 4.1 overs, 1 maiden for 4.
Yes, of course, Mullaney did get that uppercut away down to third man, didn't he, for 4. And Williams' second over of the morning.
Yeah, Jimmy's doing a few stretches at mid-on. 3 slips in place. This is Bailey moving in to bowl to Hamid. He's up off his toes and chopping the ball away into the offside. Luke Wood comes up from cover to field, and there's no run.
Alfie Newton. I'm watching Notts versus Lancashire, he says, from a sunny Crete. Loving the commentary, folks. Come on, Notts. Can only imagine you're on holiday, Alfie, and I do admire your devotion to the cause, but mind you, I'd be doing exactly the same thing. I think if I was in Crete and there was Notts playing somewhere, I'd be watching it.
3 slips wait. Bailey in the sunshine. And just jabbing forward. Through to the keeper. May just have dropped his hands perhaps at the last minute. So he appeared to try and play at that, Hamid. Maybe a little extra bounce.
I've brought back bad memories for Mark the Mod. I remember that 73 Cup final well, he says. An amazing double save by Jim Montgomery to Bob Stokoe's hat. I was 9, I was a Leeds fan. Well, Peter Lorimer anyway. I cried.
Oh dear. Bailey to Hamid. He gets a run here. Just worked off his hip. Just pushing it out towards square leg. The 2 fielders on the leg side are out by the rope. It's deep square and fine leg. So a bit of ground for Villas to get across. But they do get through for 1. Hamid moves on to 61. 134 for 6.
T says, Dave, in these modern times of diversity, on the subject of birthdays, I think it's only fair you give a mention to Sylvia Pankhurst, born on this day, 1882, English feminist and suffragette, born Old Trafford, Manchester. She died in 1960. Now, Sylvia Pankhurst, that's not a... I only know Emmeline Pankhurst, the suffragette. Is she a sister, a relative?
Bailey to Hutton. That's a good looking shot. That'll be 4. Off the back foot, slicing the ball away just behind square. Balderson goes to fetch it. 4 to Hutton. He moves on to 7, and the score now to 138 for 6, 76 behind.
Matthew says, good morning. I'm in Yorkshire and it's raining.
Oh dear.
Dad's in Peterborough. It's raining.
Oh.
I can't believe I can hear your dulcet tones on the radio, enjoying the comms. Thank you, Matthew. Thanks for being there. Yeah, the sun always shines on the righteous, and we've got Scott Reed here with us, so we'll be all right.
Final ball for Bailey into to Hutton, and that's edged and caught by Bell. And Hutton goes for 7, and Bailey picks up his 3rd wicket, and it's the 7th of the Nottinghamshire first innings. 138 for 7. Little edge through to the keeper, who takes a pretty comfortable catch.
Yeah. So Brett Hutton didn't trouble the scorers for too long. Made 7 at the crease for half an hour. I think that sort of alluded to that when we started the day. There is the possibility that the bottom 4 could just be blown away for not very many runs between them. Hamid's not flailing it to all parts. Just wonder where the runs are going to come from. 138 for 7. Brett Hutton goes. He said Court Bell. I know you're a bit of a technical genius and whiz kid. I would have thought you'd have had some sort of gimmick by now. A little bit of a ding ding whenever he takes a catch. Just to alert your regulars. Ding ding.
Could be something that Lancs TV would be quite... I know a certain guy that runs Lancs TV, and he would be very interested in something gimmicky like that. That's right up his street. So I wouldn't rule it out for the future.
To my great discredit, my ringtone is La Bamba.
Oh my goodness! Of all the things, Dave, I didn't have you down for La Bamba as your ringtone.
La Bamba is the ringtone.
Wonderful.
So when every time Ethan came on at Lords, that had a bit of a... Who have we got? We have got Ollie Stone, so my hunch of a bottom 4, Hutton, Stone, Broad, Fletcher in that order at the moment is 2/4 of the way correct. can only imagine Stuart Broad will come in ahead of Luke Fletcher. They might, I mean, Ollie Stone, his career record would suggest is very, very capable, top scorer in the 60s, but they might have sent Stuart out, just have a little bit of a flail. We might get to see Anderson bowling at Broad, because Jimmy is going to come back into the attack replacing Williams, who, again, to reiterate, I think has been excellent.
Yeah, it's a good spell that, wasn't it, from Will Williams. 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 8 this morning. Ollie Stone's first-class batting average is 15, 732 runs, as Dave mentioned, top score of 60. He dished out a bit yesterday, Ollie Stone, to Lancashire's bowlers. He bowled a wonderfully exciting, fast, hostile, aggressive spell. It was great to watch. I suspect it was horrible to face. So he's put a bit out, so he might at some point get a bit back. Albeit Lancashire don't have anybody that can generate the pace that Stone can generate.
There's not too many as quick as Ollie Stone around. Here is James Anderson. Umpire is Rob Bailey. First ball right on the money. And Hamid, of course, faced Anderson enough times yesterday. Pushes it back to him.
Yeah, he got through a fantastic spell, I thought. It was just before tea, was it? Just before tea, Anderson came back, and it was a really intense little period of cricket, Anderson to Hamid, and he batted really well to get through that.
Yes. Anderson in again to Hamid, works it on the onside now run. Rob Crocker is banging his head against a wall here. Morning, Dave. Great to have county cricket back. Can you give another shout to the GB ice hockey team who are at the arena tonight? I say banging your head against the wall for however long the Panthers have been in Nottingham. The BBC Radio Nottingham sports team have been trying to get me involved, get me interested, get me down. I just don't
like it.
No,
not for you.
No, not for me.
No.
Next ball wide of the off stump, through to the keeper. You might have a different perspective if you go along tonight. Nottingham Panthers versus no, it's at the arena, but it's right. GB, isn't it? Team GB versus Italy.
Right.
Forza Italia. Been wild scenes in Italy last night, particularly in Naples.
I saw that.
Yeah. The first Scudetto, the first Serie A title for Napoli since the days of Maradona. Anderson. And Hamid's had a stroke of luck there. He's decided it's perhaps time just to try and up the ante. He's had a bit of a swish outside the off stump, looking to drive it through the offside, and he's bottom edged it past the stumps and down to fine leg for 4. Huge slice of fortune. 142 for 7. Steve Crawley again. I knew Sunderland would win that FA Cup final, as Leeds won the cup final knockout. Whoever won that always seemed to lose the match. Cup final knockout. Again, your generation has been deprived of all that. The joy of FA Cup final day on the telly. Next ball wide of the off stump, through to the keeper. A bit of Big Daddy on the old wrestling. Cup final knockout. Travelling on the bus to the ground.
I do kind of remember that as a kid watching that. I've got memories of seeing that on the telly, of them kind of full day, of them following the team coach to Wembley and all that stuff.
It's not quite the same, is it?
Well, no, it's like 5:30 kickoff or something stupid.
Well, it was, but they brought it.
Is it back to 3 o'clock?
It's back to 3 o'clock because it's an all Manchester one, isn't it? This year.
Of course, yeah.
142 for 7. This one is cut into the offside, no run. I'm not sure that's the reason. I mean, it is good enough reason, I guess, if they've got to come all the way from Manchester, both teams. I'm not entirely sure if that is the reason that they've moved it from 5:30 to 3 o'clock.
I'd be amazed if it was, because I get the impression they're not really that bothered about whether people can get back home or not.
And it's caused an uproar in Scotland because they clearly want their own little bit of focus on the day, and their cup final was set at Hampden for 3 o'clock, and they've said, right, well, we'll move ours back to 5:30 then, so it's not a clash with the FA Cup final. People who want to watch both can watch both, and there won't be the focus on one game when there's another game going on. And they're all up in arms in Scotland about moving the Scottish FA Cup final because of something that's happened in England. But there we are anyway. Let's forget the footy for the time being. We've got enough cricket to enjoy here. 142 for 7. And Stone, well, let's see if he does get a bit of a battering from Bailey.
Yeah, he's in and bowling to Stone. He sends him a short ball first up. And Stone just leans back, bends the knees, gets out the way of it, and through to the keeper, no run.
Do you think his memory stretches back to yesterday and being hit at that very same end?
Probably. Well, Bailey wasn't the only one on the receiving end, but he did get quite a nasty blow on the left arm, didn't he?
I think he bore the brunt of
he did.
Stone's fury.
Well, the first one was short. Bailey in and balls. This is down the leg side. Not particularly well directed. He's not happy at all with himself there. He's grateful, I'm sure, to his keeper for getting a glove on it. It's gone through for a bye, but it could easily have been four byes.
What was the old military term? Shock and awe. A little bit of shock and awe from Ollie Stone yesterday.
Yeah, it was. Bruising in every single way of the word. I suspect Bailey's upper left arm is pretty black and blue at the minute.
Get a photo, Scott. Need a photo. See the bruise.
Hamid back on strike. Bailey to Hamid, pushed away into the offside. This could be quite tight. Pick up and throw in towards the keeper's end. Well, the keeper was trying to get up. It needed to be a direct hit, and Bohannon with the throw. I felt like that could have been pretty sharp.
Yeah, agree with you. Got to keep the board moving. They need runs. There are still some substantial way behind Lancashire, 70 runs in fact. But they don't want too many risks like that, do they?
No. Brings Stone back on strike. Hamid moves to 66 not out in a score of 144 for 7. Lead is, as Dave mentioned, is 70, which in a low-scoring game is, well, at the minute it's a low-scoring contest so far. It feels quite a lot. Bailey to Stone, and he leans forward and pushes into the offside, and there's no run. Sun's are starting to come through again, which is nice. There's the odd cloud cover every now and again. Still quite breezy. Flags on the pavilion, or at least the flag. Nottinghamshire
flag,
there.
yeah. Well, we'd certainly take this for as long as it lasts.
I agree. Yeah, this what we've got all day. Happy days. Bailey to Stone is off the back foot, trying to force it away. Doesn't really time it. Bounces up towards Jimmy Anderson at mid-on, and there's no run. So quite a bit of rain around across the country in different games. It's raining in the not so sunny Rosendale, Carl tells me as well.
Wow.
So not particularly weather around the different parts of the country. It's okay in the East Midlands. Now Lancashire are going to put in a leg gully. Like I said, Bailey can, I don't think he can quite generate the ferocity of Ollie Stone's pace, but looks like he wants to try and do his best to give a bit back. Bailey into Stone. He's gone for a fuller ball, which is driven down the ground. It clatters into the stumps at the non-striker's end. And it's the end of the over. 144 for 7, trail by 70 Nottinghamshire. They're off for rain at Derby. A lead of 63.
No, that's not good, is it?
No.
That's not good.
Derbyshire 189 for 3, lead by 63 over Leicestershire, but it's, according to the BBC Sport website now, the live text feed, it says the heavens have opened. It's absolutely pouring it down in Derby.
Not good at all. Keep it over there, though. Had the better of things yesterday, Derbyshire, didn't they? Here's James Anderson. Bowling to Hamid, who's on 66. And he blocks this one. I think that's now his highest score of the season. Yeah, made 65 here. First innings against Somerset, Hasiba Mead. So season's best so far, but he'll be hoping for a lot higher. There's Anderson. in again. Bowles, and he's thrown the bat at that one. Anderson. There was sufficient deviation to make me believe initially that Mead might have got something on that. And Bell took it in front of first slip, 144 for 7. H. Robinson, I, Dave and Scott. Not just Adele and Craig David's birthday today. I'm spending my birthday in front of the live stream. I'm off work poorly. That's a shame, H. I'm heading down to South Wales for the weekend to watch the mighty Crewe Alexandra finish their season. It's a strange old combination, isn't it? As this one's gone through to the keeper. You're watching Notts versus Lancashire, but you're a Crewe Alexandra fan and you're off to South Wales. But not feeling too well today. There's the second bit just come in. We're at Newport County, hoping my illness doesn't spoil the plans. As Luke Wells isn't batting, the only thing that can cheer me up today is a birthday message from the great Scott Reed. Come on, Lancashire. Well, I wouldn't have read that out if I'd known if it was Scott. There's Anderson. Bowls nice and full. This is worked up to mid-on, and there's no run. Is that one of your regulars, H. Robinson?
It's quite possible.
I'd like you to wish him
happy birthday. Happy birthday.
And hope you're feeling better a little later on. David Morris, hi Dave and Scott, enjoying the conversation on the live stream from Trent Bridge at my home from home in Sayalonga, Andalusia. Can Notts make 150? Well, they're just one blow away, David, from making that, but the jury's still out. Next one, wide of the off stump, driven away crisply into the offside, and there's no run. Always a delight when people pop in and say hello. We've got one of the big cheeses here at Trent Bridge, the marketing and commercial director, Michael Temple, at the back of the box. I'm sure he's got something to sell or to plug or wants me to promote, or season tickets going well. A social visit. You've not got Ashes tickets for me to give away to our listeners, or well, I think we've got an update to do in a moment, Scott, next door. Yep. So we won't push Scott off the radio.
It's okay. Give me the big elbow. It's fine.
We'll take the opportunity when Scott nips next door in 60 seconds to hear what's doing in the great commercial and marketing world of Trent Bridge. 145 for 7 as Anderson fields off his own bowling. Ameed 67. Ollie Stone yet to score this morning. Nottinghamshire have lost 2 wickets. Stephen Mullaney caught by Jimmy Anderson at mid-on off the bowling of Will Williams, who bowled really nicely. Mullaney out for 27. That was 125 for 6. And then Brett Hutton, who fiddled his way to 7 before having a nibble at Tom Bailey, was caught behind by George Bell. That was 138 for 7. So Scott's nipped next door. In a moment or two, I'm sure Radio Nottingham will interrupt us in our ears for news of what's happened in the first hour. George Balderson is coming on. It was a clumsy sort of welcome to the commentary box, so we'll do it properly. A very, very good morning. What an absolute delight, as always, to have you pop up and say hello. Great to see you. Michael Temple's here. Hello.
Pleasure's all mine, Dave. I love it when you read my tweets as well, even if they're from one of my pseudonyms.
Yes. There's Balderson. You seen much of the game?
Yeah, game's nicely poised. I think a tricky pitch at times, obviously, but we saw Nottinghamshire catching very well yesterday once they got their line and length sorted.
Some great catching, wasn't there? As Balderson is in, bowls to Ameed, lets it go through to the keeper. I think everything that was nicked either to keeper or slips was taken, and the 3 terrific catches in the deep, Ben Slater, Lyndon James and Asiba Mead. So Notts didn't do an awful lot wrong in the field yesterday. Brett Hutton did the post-match interviews and felt that they perhaps weren't totally on their A game collectively, the bowling unit. Talked about it earlier. He got the 5 wickets but sort of heaped praise on the other members of the seam bowling quartet. This is nice from Ameed. Opens his shoulders and drives Balderson down to the fence for 4. 149 for 7. Ameed to the 70s. He's on to 71.
Struck that very well. I was really proud of the bowling performance yesterday, and Brett Hutton in particular. I think he perhaps wasn't going to be an automatic pick at the start of the season, but he's proved that you can play your way in and keep your place with the performances that he's put in. So yeah, tough selections for the Nottinghamshire coaches, and leaving Liam Patterson-White and Dane Patterson out wouldn't have been easy decisions. But yes, so much depth in this Notts bowling attack.
Ameed with the highest score in the game now on 71. This one is blocked by Hasib Hamid, 149 for 7. I know you dip in and out of the commentary when you're in your office and whatever. I don't know, you heard me say it's Brett's 50th first-class game for Nottinghamshire, considering he made his debut in 2011. We know he's been away to Northampton for 3 years, but you know, there's been times in his career when he must have been hugely frustrated, you know, behind all the overseas quicks that have been brought in here, there and everywhere, as Hamid plays another lovely looking shot out onto the offside, and that will go for 4. Just tucking into George Balderson here a little bit, Hamid. He's obviously sensed this is a time to get the board moving. Second boundary of the over, 153 for 7. But, you know, you think of all the overseas, your Siddles, your Hilfenhauses, your Birds, your Pattinsons, etc., etc. And when Stuart Broad's been available, it was always Brett who was the one, could never get a run of games. And, you know, no surprise, he went away to Northampton. He played in all formats for 3 years, and he's come back and just shown what a really good player he is.
Yeah, we didn't want to lose him.
No.
And I think he did the right thing for himself in needing to have all format experience and be a regular selection, which he was at Northampton, but always kept a very close eye on him. I think I'm right in saying he never left Bingham either. So when the chance was right to drag him back, we did. But he would have had a frustrating start to his career here, I'm sure. Mick always says he wants locally produced players in the team, and that's borne out now. But they've got to be good enough as well. And as soon as he proved that he was, he found more and more game time.
Next one defended by Hasib Hamid, 153 for 7 at the end of the over. Not telling any secrets, everybody knows it's out there. But he's got the nickname Legend. We're going to do an update for Radio Nottingham in a second. You've got to be some sort of person to have that nickname and carry it off. I mean, he doesn't promote himself in any way whatsoever, but it's a strange old nickname for him to have, but you understand why all the rest regard him as such.
Yeah, I'll talk about that in a sec after your update. But there was a nice friendship group amongst the academy lads at that time. People like Sam Wood, Scott Elston, George Bacon, Brett Hutton. They're very social. And this lad emerged out of the academy with this grandiose nickname, which gave us all a giggle at first. But yeah, he's grown into it for sure.
153 for 7. Here's Jimmy Anderson. Just do an update for Radio Nottingham. And so far the showers have stayed away. We've had an hour of uninterrupted cricket here this morning. We've seen the game move on once more. Began the day 119 for 5 Nottinghamshire. They were 95 behind. They're now 61 behind, but they've lost a couple of wickets. Stephen Mullaney out for 27. Brett Hutton for 7. Hasib Hamid and Ollie Stoner at the crease right now. It's 153 for 7.
I'm becoming a big Hasib Hamid fan. I think what he's done since he's resurrected his career at Nottinghamshire has been fantastic. One of those players that responds so well to Peter Moore's style. I mean, he was not required, was he? Lancashire showed him the door effectively, and I think, we're really pleased that we got him there, gave him his chance, resurrected him into a test match player, and a lot of that credit has to go to Peter Moores for the way he is for players of that type who responds so well to his coaching style.
And to Hass as well. I mean, he's worked really hard, and you know, you couldn't wish to meet a more lovely fella. Delighted in his success, and I know everybody up in the northwest is as well. 153 for 7. Anderson's in, and Stone defends. Just while Michael was talking there, the two umpires actually got together and had a little bit of an inspection of the ball. It was handed to Rob Bailey by Jimmy Anderson. Went across all the way to Martin Saggers. They popped the ball through that bit of card that's got 2 holes in it, one that the ball will go through and one that it won't, and they've said get on with it, Jimmy.
Yeah, some good quality cricketers on display here. Jimmy Anderson bowling to Hasib Hamid.
Stone on the strike. Another test player, of course, and again a little push and run, and Ollie Stone's off the mark with his first run. 154 for 7. Half seriously, I did say, is there anything you want to plug? But genuinely, the Ashes, one of the showpiece games here, the women's Ashes. How's tickets going for that?
Yeah, prestigious event, the women's Ashes. The men's series, interestingly, takes a bit of a pause, so we can appreciate the 5-day test that's taking place here at Trent Bridge. Big step for us in staging it, and we'd love to get the crowd that it deserves. We're not quite half full yet for those games, for those match days. The Friday and Saturday proving most popular, but it would mean a lot to us if the Nottinghamshire public could get behind that game. Very affordable ticket in a busy summer of cricket, and you know that is the way to get involved in this Ashes spectacular at Trent Bridge. I've had a bit of an insight this year into just seeing how hard the girls train.
Just to say, the latest delivery, by the way, Anderson to Amid. It was a dot ball. Amid just playing it down into the ground. He, for a moment, wondered where it had gone, but it didn't roll back onto the stumps. Bring Michael back in a second. Sorry to cut him off in his prime. As Michael was saying, we've got a couple of real stellar performers here. Amid bowling to, Anderson bowling to Amid. This one's off the pad. It'll be a leg by, 155 for 7.
But yeah, a broad portfolio of cricket here this year. There really is something for everyone. I think the crowd here today has been really good. Lancashire fans have travelled well, and it's always nice to have that ripple of applause, appreciating good bowling and good shots at Trent Bridge. But
there were good numbers here yesterday, and you say there's a ripple of applause. It was terrific when Jimmy Anderson came out to bat. It was like, it was like a long lost hero. He's always done well here, but as you say, there are a lot of Lancashire fans in, but they were Nottinghamshire supporters getting to the feet and applauding Jimmy Anderson for coming out to bat against Nottinghamshire. Anderson bowls a bouncer, which has gone through to the keeper. End of the over, 155 for 7. Scott Reed will be back in 15 or 20 minutes. We've got Michael Temple with us, who's the commercial and marketing director here at Trent Bridge, and we're just talking about what's to come this summer. Is it 22nd to the 26th of June, the Ashes, so plenty of time for people to get on board and get a ticket or two if they want to come on down for that.
Yeah, just under 50 days to go. But yeah, look, such a broad portfolio now. I have plenty of people that tell me how much they love or hate the 100. I have plenty of people tell me how much they love Championship cricket. There's such a broad portfolio, something for everyone. And yeah, really grateful that those of us that can't make it to the ground can follow Notts home and away through the stream and commentary.
But Championship's best, Michael, isn't it?
So you keep telling me, Dave.
Mead is on 75. Balderson bowls to him. He got a couple of boundaries in the previous over from Balderson, but takes a single, tucks it away out to Dane Vilas, the skipper, the Lancashire skipper. Then he's moving in now for Ollie Stone, but he was out on the deep square leg boundary. Not usually the place where you'd find the captain in a 4-day championship match. 156 for 7, and whilst we're flogging things for the club, do like the look of the it's time we had a little bit of a change. I do like the look of the new the Blast and the Royal London shirts. A little bit different this year, both of them, as this is hit back to the bowler. I presume you were in on the designs of those.
Yeah, one of the nice parts of the job, I suppose, that partnership with Adidas and trying to make the Nottinghamshire players look good. I always have a little glance out over the warm-up and see if our warm-up stash is better than their warm-up stash. I think we're doing okay this year. You've got me pigeonholed as some kind of salesman, Dave. I'm happy to talk cricket. I know marginally more than I did 15 years ago.
156 for 7. Stone is on 1. Good delivery, beats him. Goes through to George Bell. We know that Forest is now your area of expertise. I keep seeing you very active on the old Forest podcasts as well over the road. Big few days coming up for them.
Yeah, I've enjoyed doing the Forest podcast for the Post. It's obviously had a bit more prevalence this year in the Premier League. How long will that last? I think we'll find out on Monday. Plenty of Forest fans amongst the Nottinghamshire contingent, and we're nervous ahead of this game.
Next ball is pushed up to mid-off, and there's no run. You be well aware because you were right in the thick of it, but it was a little bit strange for me after the last game here when Notts defeated Somerset around about 3:20 on that Sunday afternoon. As I'm walking across the ground to go and get some reaction from Peter Moores and Stephen Mullaney and whoever it happened to be, pouring out of the Derek Randall suite, going in the opposite direction as Stone drives this up to mid-off. I think, did the club say there was about 200 there that had come for the hospitality here in the ground before going across the footy?
Yeah, exactly right. Forest being in the Premier League is important for our club. We support them through use of staff, car parks, and more recently hospitality as well. So 220 guests at Trent Bridge ahead of the Arsenal game to come as well. And yeah, it's been really fruitful, and that partnership between the two clubs is stronger than ever. There's some friendships amongst our players and theirs. It was good to catch up with Joe Worrell at the Switch Up dinner on Tuesday, and yeah, we wish each other every success.
Next ball pushed into the offside, and there's no run. End of the 54th over, 156 for 7 here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Manchester, BBC Radio Lancashire, and through the club's live stream on this Friday morning, day 2 of this LV County Championship match. I suppose in the in the sake of being fair and balanced, should mention Notts County as well. I know you've got a good link with those. Big weekend for Notts County and indeed Mansfield Town as well. They'll all be pushing for some end of season honours over the next few days.
Yeah, I like this Team Nottingham thing. I think there is a camaraderie between all the sports clubs in Nottingham. We're a relatively small city, aren't we? But we share a training base with the rugby club. We have plenty of players and staff who watch Forest, County, Panthers, and there's the genuine kinship between everybody, and we kind of thrive off each other's success.
Anderson bowls, and a delivery that just got a little big. It was just short of a length from Anderson, and it was a quicker ball as well. And I think just for a moment Hamid was looking to try and lift it up and away. There is protection down there in front of the Hound Road stand, but was trying to certainly run it away, got nothing on it. 156 for 7.
Great to see Jimmy in action. Always turns out for Lancashire when he can. Steaming in at Trent Bridge, where he's had so much success for England, and I'm sure there's more to come. There's plenty of life in those legs yet, Dave.
And he comes past umpire Bailey and bowls, and this time Hamid unconventionally has got it down towards third for at least a couple. In fact, Ollie Stone is making Hamid's mind up for him. He's run the third one quickly, and Hamid just had to put the afterburners on and come back for 3, and then he turns and apologises to Ollie Stone, holds his left arm up as if to say, yep, sorry, I was ball watching a little bit there, but you were quite right to call me through. Important runs, 159 for 7, Notts trail by 55, and they're inching closer.
Ollie's settled in very well, actually. He's been really good in the group. I met him for the first time actually at the infamous Trent Bridge Christmas party, but he's one of those guys who'll probably say himself he didn't expect to leave Warwickshire at this stage of his career, but a great acquisition for us, and I think he'll be a key figure this season.
Anderson into Bolton, Bob's underneath this. Yeah, had a 10-15 minute sit down and chat with him on the press day. I've interviewed him once or twice in the past, but of course as a member of the opposition media, if you like. But then one of the 4 days at Lord's, I actually had breakfast with him, and we had a bit of a natter, and he was telling me all about his brother who was running in the London Marathon, because that was on whilst we were down at Lord's. Anderson to bowl to him, drives it into the offside. Should get a couple here. This, of course, is Ollie Stone's home debut for Nottinghamshire, just his second match, played at the Ageas Bowl, first round of matches. Got 2 wickets yesterday, bowled fiery spell in particular at Tom Bailey late on, and knocked over the last 2 wickets. I think going forward, Notts will be hoping he can knock over the top 2 or 3.
Yeah, team selection won't get any easier, will it? Even with Brodie destined to return to the England fold, and they've got a call on Ollie Stone as well, obviously. You've got Jake Ball and Dane Patterson waiting in the wings pretty soon, and spin options too. Lovely shot.
Nice looking shot. In fact, one of the strokes of the morning by Ollie Stone, straight down the ground for 4.
Found the middle there, Dave.
He did indeed. High quality cricket. 165 for 7. You still play a bit when asked to turn out?
I don't know what the lowest standard of cricket is in Nottinghamshire, but I'm pretty sure I'm part of it. We play midweek friendlies on West Park for the infamous County Highway Super Kings, a team born out of a council department which now has no council staff whatsoever anywhere near it. We've played 1-1 this year, but the standard is a long way from this.
Anderson in again to Stone, who drives this one crisply to Williams at mid-on. There's no run, end of the over. 165 for 7 here. We've played in pretty decent conditions since 11 o'clock. Notts have added 46 runs this morning for the loss of Mullaney for 27, Hutton for 7. And the deficit now 49, which prompts a little bit of a chat amongst the Lancashire think tank there of Dane Velas, Jimmy Anderson and Tom Bailey as to which way they're going to go.
Game's been on at pace. I think there is a bit of weather to expect this afternoon. I think we've all had an eye on the forecast, haven't we? But with the rate at which the wickets have fallen, I think you could probably lose 3 sessions from this game and still expect a result either way.
Still going to be Balderson starting his 10th over now, and Hamid just ticking along, moves on to 80. 166 for 7. Yeah, needless to say, Notts would be in a little bit of a hole without a Seba Mead's contribution here, but I want a little bit more from him, and a little bit more from Ollie Stone and Stuart Broad, and even Luke Fletcher, who again might find himself down at number 11 in the order.
That's is so comfortable with time at the crease. I think it was Worcestershire last year where he faced more balls than anybody had in the history of the Championship, but he does that in training as well. His work ethic is quite incredible.
Next ball driven away by Stone through the offside. Another high quality shot from Ollie Stone. My word, moves on to 11. That was lovely, wasn't it?
Ollie Stone's last 3 strokes have been akin to a Test match opener. He's found the screws. He's looking to drive Balderson, and yeah, that was not the shot of a number 9, Dave.
As you know, we tend to go off down various rabbit holes and cul-de-sacs. Before you came, Michael, we were actually talking about FA Cup final kick-off times, amongst other things, as this one's worked nicely away by Stone. Should come back for 2, will indeed. It's the big man, Colin de Grandhomme, doing the fielding. Not seen him have a bowl yet this morning. Bowled yesterday and picked up the wicket of Lyndon James. 172 for 7. Simon says, as a reference kick-off times, the kick-off time of this year's cup final has been brought forward, Dave, for 2 reasons. The Beyonce concert at Tottenham the same night, and the high-risk nature of the fixture. It was done on Met Police advice. Thank you very much. Next ball worked away again by Stone. See ball, hit ball for Ollie Stone through mid-wicket. I'm going to go for 3 this time. I think Seba Mead just... No, hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. I'm sure he's not. He's a fit young man, but they've done a lot of running there, and Mead is actually bending over, having a bit of a puff at the non-striker's end. 174 for 7. These are useful runs.
Yeah, more than capable about Ollie Stone. Clearly, he's obviously had the nod as well to try and score a fair lick. He's got himself in now, and he's determined to play some strokes.
Penny Huggard's with us this morning, not in the ground. It's hammering down in Nuttall, Dave. Absolutely hammering down. Soaked, fetching the washing in. Thanks, Penny. 174 for 7. And as he nicked this one through to George Bell, there was a huge appeal from the keeper and the slips. I don't think Balderson was that interested.
No.
Umpire Saggers, who seems to be doing all the Notts games this season. He certainly wasn't. Mark the Mod. Hearing sounds of thunder at Rutland Water, Dave. Hope it's not coming your way. I hope not as well.
We look at that weather window beyond the Smith Cooper stand. The grey cloud getting slightly thicker, but Trent Bridge still bathed in sunshine as Balderson steams in.
Bowls now and clipped by Stone through mid-wicket for another couple. Dane Vilas after it. Just an ECB media release. Catherine Siverbrunt has retired from all international cricket. There we are.
Yeah, what a contribution she's made.
176 for 7 at the end of what seemed to be a very expensive over. Balderson's figures now 10 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 41. Nottinghamshire 176 for 7. This partnership worth 38, just what Notts needed, having lost Mulaney and Hutton fairly cheaply this morning. Mead has 80 and Ollie Stone 17 from 24 balls.
Yeah, clearly have a bit of an understanding here that they're both going to throw their hands through the ball. It's not reckless aggression, but there's certainly intent, and Ollie Stone not looking to leave too much.
Still going to be Anderson. He'd love to get a wicket just so he can have a bowl at Stuart Broad, whilst he's still relatively fresh and in this particular spell, but he's got the thorny problem that is a Seba Mead to bowl to first. It was a false shot a couple of overs ago from Hamid. He's blocked this one up to Williams at mid-on, and there's no run. 176 for 7.
Looks very organised when he's at his best, Hasib. We know he's had those tough spells at certain points in his career, but when he's on song, he's so binded to his own game, his own method. He has a plan, and even if that means absorbing pressure early on, more than adept at anchoring an innings as he has here over the past 2 days.
Anderson to bowl to him, and it's blocked into the offside, and there's no run. Not too far away from the start of the blast, Michael, and McNeil's done it again, hasn't he? Brought in a couple of very well-known names.
Yep.
Supposing Colin Munro, somebody you sort of know what you're going to get. He a middle top order biffer, played some magnificent knocks over the years for New Zealand and for all the various counties and franchises he's represented. Looking forward to seeing him Trent Bridge for the first time as this one goes through to the keeper. But you'd have to say there's a box office name as well who's coming with him in Shaheen Shah Afridi.
Yeah, I mean, the reach of that tweet was pretty instant and pretty big. He is one of those, isn't he? He's truly on the global stage. We're actually just sorting his accommodation for him at the minute and trying to find something suitable for a man of his stature. But yeah, let's talk about Colin Munro for a sec. I think he brings some leadership as well. He was really good around the Rockets camp and performs well under pressure quite consistently. So he'll be a big addition too.
Anderson bowls wide of the pegs and it goes through to the keeper. You say the reach. I mean, what apart from what he does on the field, Shaheen Shah Afridi, I mean, we presume he's going to come and have a successful, or hopefully he'll have a successful stint with Notts in the Blast and get the wickets there. They'll be hoping he gets. But what else does he bring? Is it the fact that a household name associated with Trent Bridge?
It's that global interest, Dave. I think.
I mean, drives into the offside. Vilas makes the stop. No run.
We saw it with Rashid Khan as well. Well, to a point, there are certain figures that are held in particularly high esteem across the subcontinent. Shaheen's done so well for Pakistan and in franchise tournaments that he's much sought after. So a box office signing in a marketing sense, but more importantly, he's going to bring express pace to that bowling attack. We've seen it in the past at times, haven't we, with Dirk Nannes and the like, and I think he'll have a real impact in that side.
176 for 7. Another one that goes over the shoulder of Hamid's bat through to the wicket-keeper. Hamid survives. He's on 80. Ollie Stone is on 17. 176 for 7 here at Trent Bridge. A Trent Bridge that you have to say is clouding over a little bit. Just about make out a few square inches of blue sky, but the cloud is certainly rolling in, and whilst most of it is cotton wool white fluffy stuff, there's a few dark ones just starting to appear to our right. Not that we can see too much to our right. What do you make of all this? What do you make of all this over the road? Do you have any relationship with the Dave Bracegirdle retirement homes over the road?
We are looking out over a pretty hideous structure at the minute, Dave, aren't we? There's
Stone's on strike and he backs away. Maybe heard me mention the Dave Bracegirdle retirement homes there, but he backed away just as Balderson was running in.
So just to the west of Trent Bridge is being built a 7-storey retirement home with a nice roof terrace with a view over Trent Bridge. It does rather block our aspect there, doesn't it? It's the equivalent of someone putting a tower block up next to your semi-detached.
Can't see down the Loughborough Road anymore as Stone clips this to mid-wicket. Can't see the weather rolling in really. We can't see the power station or the airport anymore. Spoilt the view a little bit. So you just said there's something I didn't know. A nice rooftop garden.
Yeah.
Would they then be marketing it with a view of the cricket? And if so, what could you do about that?
Look, there's long-term ambition to lay more bricks at Trent Bridge, isn't there? We've considered projects with the pavilion, with increasing capacity, maybe through the William Clark. So we'll have our own development ambitions.
Stone defends this one
as well. But yeah, try to be good neighbours too. I mean, we to some people we are just a causer of traffic. Thankfully, to the majority, we're a welcoming place where they can come in and enjoy and take in some cricket. So
I've got some bad news that I must interrupt you with. Somebody just put an umbrella up in the William Clark stand.
They have indeed.
I don't think it's a parasol to protect them from the heat either.
Yeah, one or two retreating the pavilion seats as well.
Yeah. 176 for 7. Lovely looking shot again from Ollie Stone, who's, you have to say, has been the standout performer this morning. That's that's not really intended as any sort of negative comment towards Hamid, but Ollie Stone has probably played the 3 best shots this morning.
Proper cricket shots, yeah. I'm an increasingly big fan of Ollie Stone. Sought him out for a coffee earlier in the week, and now it transpires he can bat as well.
Come on, Michael, what's the score now? Do your best darts referee. What's the score?
180. Is that all right for you, Dave?
That's very good indeed. 180 for 7. Stone is on to 21. Drives this crisply into the offside because hopefully we've got a lot of listeners from the northwest, Lancashire supporters. We're now following us, and you're very, very welcome. They've had a lot of redevelopment in their ground. You sometimes wish, Wouldn't it be great if we could have a hotel here?
Well, I wish we had space, Dave. So Trent Bridge is rather landlocked, isn't it, by the road? So there's so much we can do. But we've got some exciting plans in the future, but it has to be funded. And we've always been very, very sensible with the manner in which we.
Next ball is a bouncer, goes over the top of stone.
Yeah. So of course there's ambition to develop Trent Bridge, but I think also every ground is proudly different, isn't it? There's 25,000 seats at Old Trafford during a Test match, and they have that huge car park and everything else. But we're very, very different to them. They have their characteristics, we have ours, and there's room in this game for all of us.
Thanks to John Simpson, or not thanks for John Simpson, you'll know what I mean, John. Says it's pouring down in Bulwell.
Well, we don't play Test cricket in Bulwell at the minute, do we?
No. We do have a Test cricketer. We do have a county cricketer, a first-class cricketer from Bulwell, though. Not yet seen him with the bat, the Bulwell bomber. Next ball is clipped to mid-off, and that's the end of the over. 180 for 7. One other thing they have, of course, at Old Trafford, and something you've always resisted here, is the likes of Beyonce and Ariana Grande and Billie Eilish and Madonna and whoever. That's always something that you've not really gone for, is it? Just filling the ground with pop concerts and pop goers?
Well, a particularly genius part of what Old Trafford have done is leaving a gap through which they can import a stage to host concerts of that ilk. There's a big market for music events in Manchester and London in particular here, where we've had a strategy which has been very much cricket focused. We are all about the cricket. Our venue is designed for that, and we have resisted temptation to have stages on the grass.
Anderson to bowl to Hamid. Gets a single down to third man. That could be a logo. We're all about cricket.
Yeah, very much so. But I do love the fact that the Test match grounds all have a point of difference. You know, it's a very different day out, isn't it? At Lords to the Oval to Trent Bridge. So whilst we're never trying to replicate anybody else, we do look at each other. What are their player facilities like? Are we doing enough for the members? Are there enough covered seats? But whereas in the past it was a bit of an arms race to borrow money and get ahead, I think now we've probably all settled into our niches and have just tried to accentuate what Trent Bridge is rather than try to replicate Edgbaston or Headingley.
It's fair to say Ollie Stone has presented one or two problems for Dane Viglas and his side. Another quite lengthy chat there between the skipper and bowler Anderson. Stone on strike, pushes it to Dane Viglas, and there's no run on this occasion. 181 for 7. Notts trail by 33. I think they've done pretty well, this partnership. The 8th wicket partnership worth 43. There was a danger that Notts could find themselves 70 or 80 behind when Brett Hutton went, but inching closer. First innings lead would be absolutely invaluable.
Completely agree, and I think credit to these two for this partnership. Times in this innings where we have looked in a bit of bother.
Stone's on 21, who's had a little bit of a fish outside the off stump. That one goes through to the keeper. Coronation Day tomorrow. Will there be some bunting out? Anything going off?
Yeah, we're going to mark the coronation, so there'll be a bit of an early arrival from the players, and we'll read a few words in support of this occasion. The royal family have a great history at Trent Bridge, several visits over the years. I actually met Prince Charles, King Charles, during my time at Glamorgan.
Next ball. Cut Ollie Stone in half. This goes through to the keeper. I'm so sorry for being rude there. Tell us, when did you meet King Charles?
King Charles came to Glamorgan to be presented to us while he was filming with Anton Deck, of all people, back in 2015, ahead of...
What was Anton Deck doing at Sapphire Gardens?
Anton Deck were chasing him with a film crew. They'd just been to the restaurant that's run from within Cardiff Prison, which I'd recommend to people if they're ever in the area.
Anderson bowls, and Stone again drives convincingly out. He'll only get a single this time. 182 for 7.
He was very nice to me, and he asked me if I myself play cricket, and as I did to you 10 minutes ago, I had to admit that I do at a really horrendous level, and it's more about being in the Stratford Haven for 9 PM rather than any hope of scoring runs or taking wickets. But we will be out, the players will be out early on Coronation Day to mark the occasion.
182 for 7. Next ball is forced into the offside by Hamid. He'll get another single. Moves on to 82. Anderson, I think he's had 4 overs in this spell. Now 13 overs, none for 49. Going to be Balderson from the far end, 183 for 7. We are half an hour or so away from the luncheon interval. Another update for Radio Nottingham in just a second. We'll
can hear my friend Corazon Garcia in our ears, broadcasting over the Radio Nottingham airwaves, Dave.
That's right. And the great Mark Dennison show on at the moment, just waiting for Mark to come to us for an update.
I'll miss Deno. He's announced his departure, hasn't he?
Yeah.
What a man.
Balderson bowls to Seabermead. Steers this into the offside, fielded by Williams. And it's one of the new arrivals here at Trent Bridge who's lit this morning up. Ollie Stone is making his home debut. He has played for England, been around the counties a little bit, played for Northampton, Warwickshire before joining Notts. One previous match for the county, but now showing what he can do with the bat. The pace bowler played really nicely. He's on 22, made from just 24 balls, lit up the morning with some glorious shots. At the other end, a Seabermead doing what a Seabermead always tries to do. And he moves on to 84, holding the innings together. Lancashire made 214. Nottinghamshire closing in. They're 185 for 7. It's a nice chop down to third man for a couple there by Hamid, fielded by Stephen Croft, who seems to find himself here, there and everywhere. Balderson in again to Hamid, and that's gone through wicket-keeper Bell. It was a nasty one to take, wasn't it? Low down. It just hit the deck before reaching the keeper.
There was a run there that they didn't take, wasn't there, Dave? I think once it had gone through the keeper and the slip catcher turned to chase it, Ollie Stone declined the run, and they've opted to allow Hasib Hamid to continue to face Balderson.
It's one of those where just a moment's hesitation, and by then Wells was on that loose ball. Balderson in again, and this one just got big on Hamid, and it's run off the glove down to third man. He'll take a single, 186 for 7. Well, there's a good throw from from a long way out, which has taken a stump out at the non-striker's end. Hamid was home. And just before we let you go, I suppose the other international cricket, the men's cricket we're going to get here at Trent Bridge at the end of the season. Are the tickets all gone for that?
Yeah, still tickets on sale for our two internationals late summer this year, as you say, Dave. So we face New Zealand. We be in England, of course. England face New Zealand in an IT20 before Ireland come for that ODI. 186
for 7 as Ollie Stone drives this down the ground, and there's no run, and that's not the end of the over. Yeah, crikey, Ian Smith's on it this morning. He changed that from 59.4 to 59.5, I think, before the ball was dead. Good work, Ian. Good work, Smithy. We'll bring Scott back in just a second. I always say it. It's a delight whenever you can pop up and join us for 20 minutes, half an hour, and you know, keep coming through the season. If there is anything you want to plug, we'll always be happy to give it a mention. 186 for 7, but apart from that, we do enjoy your company when you come up.
Always a pleasure, Dave. Thanks for highlighting my cricketing failings and making me sound like a clown with the 180 shout. Much appreciated as ever. Look out for my tweets.
Enjoy your lunch. Michael Temple, the Commercial and Marketing Director here at Trent Bridge. End of the over, and Hamid on 85. Stone is on 22. So 25 minutes or so to go before lunch. Anderson is out of the attack now, and it's going to be Colin de Grandhomme to replace him. 5 overs, 1 for 23 yesterday for CDG. It's the same initials as Charles de Gaulle, isn't it? I wasn't actually thinking of the was he President or Prime Minister? President of France, Charles de Gaulle. I was more thinking of the airport in Paris. You get that on your tags, don't you? I don't know if you've flown in there.
I haven't, but obviously you've got
CDG, Charles de Gaulle Airport.
You must have your mind on a little holiday trip
Colin de Grandhomme. There is CDG. Here's Scott Reed.
With Hamid on a wonderful 85, flicking the ball away through the leg side for a single to add to that and move on to 86. And it's 187 for 7 as we edge towards the lunch interval. About 25 minutes away from that. Deficit of 27 now, so before the 7th wicket came, the feeling was that Lancashire were perhaps just starting to push themselves into a position of strength. Well, this partnership is 1 run shy of 50.
Played well, Stone, hasn't he?
He has, yeah. There's 2 slips in the gully. De Grandhomme into Stone. Shows excellent judgment to leave that ball just shaping away from Stone, confident that would go past the off stump into the gloves of Bell. Yeah, he's not just stood there and blocked it, he's played some good shots. He's tipped along quite nicely.
He has. He's played 2 or 3 of the finest shots of the morning, it has to be said.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's more than just a supporting act for Hamid, who's been the star of the show with the bat in the match. De Grandhomme to Stone. That's pushed into the offside, and there's no run.
Just brought up Colin de Grandhomme's career record and 29 Test match appearances, 45 ODIs, 41 T20 internationals. I mean, he's been around the block 2 or 3 times, hasn't he?
He has, yeah. He comes with a big, vast bootload of experience. Oh, it's come off the inside edge as Stone tries to drive into the offside, just ricochets out to the leg side, no run. There's been a few inside edges, yes there have. There's been a few that you need as a batter to ride your luck a little bit, but I think you've got to give batsmen a bit of leeway on this pitch. There's enough in it for the bowlers, and we've seen that through the course of the game. So if the batter's getting a bit of luck, the odd inside edge past the stumps and this, that and the other, well, I think that's pretty well deserved. It's pushed away into the offside by Stone. Villas fields at extra cover, no run.
Had 1 or 2 people, Scott, whilst you were next door, saying there's a little bit of rain around the local area, but all is well in the Kingdom of Newark, thanks to Andrew Parker. Glorious sunshine here. But Steve Crawley says the Derby rain has now arrived in Woollerton, and I fear it's coming your way. You can keep it, Steve, thank you.
Yeah, please do. I looked at the radar just as off commentary. There's De Grandhomme balls, and that's driven away on the bounce to cover by Stone for no run. And the radar would suggest at the minute, as we reach the end of that over, 187 for 7, that it might just miss us. Might just kind of maybe catch the very edge of it, but that heavy shower that went through Derbyshire, that's not going to hit us, looking at the current radar forecast. So we might just get a little bit lucky.
Sometimes we do. There's all sorts of, if you like, old wives' tales. I don't know how much truth there is in it about the weather always follows the river. Is that going off? Is that Bailey going off the field at the far end?
It is. Yeah, it is.
But as you say, hopefully we'll be lucky. All we can do is keep our fingers crossed and tell you when it's raining and tell you when it's not. Hamid is on 86 and he defends this one. What was he on at start of play? 57. So he's had a fairly quiet morning, Asib Hamid. Just 29 added, but what a job he's done.
Yeah, just a bit.
187 for 7. Don't think for 1 minute it would mean any more or any less to him getting a century against Lancashire than if it was against Leicestershire, Northampton, Surrey, Sussex, or whoever it was. He's just trying to do his job. This one goes through to the keeper. You see some players who particularly enjoy putting one over their former sides. I certainly don't think that would be the case with Asib Hamid. He would accept success and failure in equal measure and just consider it a decent day at the office if he did go through to 3 figures, I'm sure.
I agree, but this would be super satisfying, wouldn't it?
Next one is defended. I heard a cry then, whether somebody in the stands or out on the field. I was just looking at the umpire. I thought it was a shout of no ball. Just sort of just as he let go of it, but clearly wasn't. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see how many he gets, and we'll ask him if it means any more at the end of his innings, if we can. Next ball, drops it on the leg side, calls Ollie Stone through for a sharp single. And that's the 50 partnership.
Yeah, superb.
Brought up from 82 balls. Ollie Stone, 22 of them. 26 to Asiba Mead, obviously a handful of extras as well. Just watching it without sort of absorbing what's happened, you'd perhaps have thought it was the other way round, wouldn't you? Perhaps would have thought in this stand Ollie Stone had outscored his partner, because his shots have been the eye-catching ones, the big ones, the boundary shots, whereas Hamid has just gone about his work quietly.
As he does, isn't he? Yeah.
He's on to 87. Hamid is leaning on his bat, the non-striker's end. Call it the devil's number or something in Australia, don't they? Stone's on 22. Pushes this up to mid-off, and there's no addition. Notts trail by 26. I think we can safely say whatever happens now, even if there's a hat-trick now, they're not going to be too far behind.
Nope. This pair have been really impressive for this 8th wicket, 50 partnership, crucial runs.
Balderson in again, and he's given, caught behind. Ollie Stone stands there, and of course we're a long way away from it, and even looking at the stream, didn't seem to like that, did it? It went through to Bell, and it was just a yeah, and up went the umpire's finger, but he has gone. It's me tempting fate by saying if there's a hat-trick right now, but the wicket has gone. The 50 partnership is all they're going to put on, and Ollie Stone out, caught Bell, bowled Robinson on clear definitively from the replay. The umpire was in absolutely no doubt, and I think the Lancashire side were in no doubt as well. He's out for 22, a well-made 22 at the crease for almost an hour, faced 43 balls, 3 fours, 188 for 8, as Ollie Stone marches off. Don't think he feels he's got a good decision there, but either way, he's out, and I'm sure we'll have a little bit of Stuart Broad. And at 1:45, just have to be aware now that we might also, if another wicket goes down, be in extra time territory.
Yeah, true.
There comes the lefty, Stuart Broad. And it's interesting. Let's have a listen. Just a ripple of applause. It's strange, the ovation Anderson got to the ovation that Broad got. I mean, that's not taking anything away from anybody here today that were or weren't here yesterday, but Anderson got a huge ovation when he came out yesterday. And Hamid, of course, will be, I think, anxious just to make sure he gets his fair share of the strike right now. 13 short of a century.
You mentioned hat-tricks. We have seen one hat-trick today. If you missed
Have
this
we?
a little earlier, Michael Nisa.
Good player, Glamorgan bowler.
Yeah, reducing Yorkshire to 90 for 8. Oh dear.
Well, that's a real old shame, isn't it?
Mm.
Side in 17th spot in the table of 18. Not doing very well. They've had a poor start to the season, both with weather and results.
Yep. There's de Grandon to Hamid. Watches his first ball of the, what over number is this? 63rd over of the Nottinghamshire first innings. Through to Bell. So there's 2 slips in place for Hamid. There's a third man. There's a deep point. There's a deep square leg and fine leg, and then cover, mid off and mid on. De Grandon bowling, forward goes Hamid in defence, and there's no run.
Sky's brightened up a little bit, Scott.
Yeah, it has. I just double checked the radar again then, and it does look like we might just skirt this shower that's gone through Derbyshire.
Just whilst I was talking to Michael Temple towards the back end of our chat, we saw couple of umbrellas went up in front of the pavilion, and there was one in the William Clark stand, but they weren't up for long, so obviously just a spit or a spot here and there.
De Grandon bowling down the leg side, good one-handed stop by George Bell, Very athletic piece of work by the keeper.
Ding ding.
188 for 8, 26 behind. Yeah,
well, I've just said brighter skies. The floodlights are coming on. There is, has to be said, a dark cloud right overhead, but I think that'll have blown out of the way in a moment or two.
Flicked out through the leg side by Hamid. 2 on that leg side boundary. Balderson just in front of square is moving to his right to field the ball, and Hamid gets a single. Moves on to 88, and the score moves on to 189 for 8.
Yes, we've had test bowler v test batter recently in Anderson v Hamid. We've got it now. Different version. De Grandhomme bowling to Broad.
Yeah, these sort of faced each other many a time. Broad then on strike. De Grandhomme comes around the wicket. And Broad, the back foot pushes into the offside, but no ball signalled by the umpire.
All runs gratefully received at this stage, aren't they? That reduces the deficit to 23.
Yeah, 191 for 8. Just overstepping. Yeah, New Zealander with his short sleeves on. Bustling his way back in again. Broad waits and gets forward to defend. He's pushing it away into the offside. And there is no run. A slightly awkward time potentially here for Broad to face. 12 minutes until lunch, but as Dave mentioned, one more wicket and then prospect of another half an hour of play. De Grandhomme to Broad, nicely eased away through the offside. Bohannon will chase after it, and it's gone for 4. Lovely timing from Stuart Broad. Pushed off the front foot for his first runs. And the score moves on to 195 for 8.
Steve Smith out for 30 for Sussex. Josh Tong with his wicket. It's a nice one to have, isn't it? The other scores at Chelmsford, Essex 314, Surrey 64 for 1. At the Ageas Bowl, Hampshire 229, Warwickshire 95 for 3. And at Taunton, they're still in the first innings there, Northampton visitors 189 for 6. Taking lunch at Derby, Derbyshire 189 for 3, replying to Leicestershire's 122. Sussex 147 for 5, replying to Worcestershire's 264. And Yorkshire, Scott's just said, 102 for 9, replying to Glamorgan's 245. That's Balderson into Hamid. He'll get another run here to move on to 89, but Lancashire, I don't think we'll mind that, because it means potentially they've got 5 balls here at Stuart Broad. So they'll swap over for the left-handed Broad. Got 2 wickets yesterday. That takes him to 197 for Nottinghamshire in first-class cricket. Richard Dawson, Yorkshire having an interesting morning. Michael Neese has just completed a hat-trick. Oh, thank you, Richard. Yeah, Scott's just brought us news of that. Appreciated nonetheless. 196 for 8.
I've had a message asking us if we can mention something, which I will do. You find it.
Parish notices. Balderson to Broad, backs away, drives through the offside for 4. Gave himself just that little bit of room and then crunched it away for his second boundary. It's a fine shot from Stuart Broad. And that brings up the Nottinghamshire 200. 200 for 8. So they're 14 adrift. Don't get a batting point anymore for reaching 200. You've got to get to 250. Whether Notts will do that or not remains to be seen. Have you found it?
I have, yes, from Twitter handle Salford Slim. It says, any chance of a mention on today's live commentary, chaps? A massive moment for Salford rugby. This is the Salford Red Devils are going down the fan-owned route.
Is that rugby league?
It is.
Yep.
And a mention would be great. So yeah, if you head to the Salford Red Devils website, I'm sure there'll be more details on there. But good luck with all that.
Broad on strike. Eases this one into the covers. 200 for 8. So I wonder how much that's going to be for a share for a...
I can tell you. 100 quid.
Is it, by Jove?
Yeah.
That seems like, if you're a rugby league fan or a Lancashire or indeed Salford Sporting fan, seems like a good thing to get involved in.
Yeah, definitely agree.
It's like buying a... Well, I think they come a little more expensive than that. I was going to say it's like buying a leg on a horse race, isn't it? on a horse. They're more expensive than that. Again, Broad backs. Well, he would look to back away and then found the ball was following him, so he just levers it away onto the leg side for 4 more. Good stuff, good fun from Stuart Broad. Sam Marshall loving the action this morning. Still no rain in Beeston. Dark clouds are looming. Let's go Notts. Thank you, Sam. Lovely to hear from you, and to everybody that's taken the trouble to get in touch this morning. At Brace Cricket, at BBC Lancs Cricket.
Broad's got a bit of a licence to do this type of thing, hasn't he? As is Fletcher when he comes out now, because of that partnership between Stone and Hamid in particular. It's basically got Notts level, and every run's a bonus now.
There's Balderson in again to Broad. He's had a bit of a flail at that one. I think there's a bit of pressure on Luke Fletcher if he does come to the crease with Hamid short of his 100.
That's true, yeah.
You know, you want to get your mate there, don't you?
Yeah, definitely.
You want to get your mate there.
It'd be he's 11 away from it now. Even now, it's a really outstanding innings from Hasib.
It is, but you know exactly what they'll do if Broad does go now and Fletcher comes out. They'll put everybody on the boundary, you'd imagine, for Hasib Hamid, inviting him to take a single. It might just be one of those scenarios. You can understand them wanting to bowl to Luke Fletcher rather than to Hasib Hamid. They've got to get Broad out first. Balderson bowls and the bouncer. That's got to be a no ball. It is. 204 for 8. Just becomes 206 for 8. Yeah, thank you. As for consistency, and we've had it. We had 1 or 2 yesterday from Ollie Stone like that, didn't we? That were called, and that one quite rightly high over the top of Stuart Broad. So Notts are 8 behind. Nothing in it. Well, 8 runs in it. Balderson bowls. Broad has a bit of a mow at this one. Gets nothing on it. The bearded batsman. No rain in the Vale. Almost blue skies. I think Trent Bridge will avoid it, Dave. Love watching Broad hitting those boundaries. Thank you, bearded batsman. 206 for 8 at the end of the over.
Yorkshire are all out for 106. Michael Neser with a career best 7 for 32.
I was very impressed with him last year here. Glamorgan, the only side to win here last year, as Notts won Division 2. Thought Glamorgan would actually be the side to go up with them rather than Middlesex. Middlesex just pipped them in the end.
De Grandon bowling, and he drives away. I'm not sure that's where he intended the ball to go. It's gone through cover. Come back for a second. Maybe he did adjust at the last moment. The way he kind of came towards the ball, it looked like he was trying to work it to the leg. Maybe just opened up the wrists and pushed it through extra cover. Got a couple more. It takes him into the 90s. 91.
Stuart Broad out there. I'm not sure if his dad's here. The new president now, Chris Broad.
De Grandon to Hamid. He's running behind and defends. All into the offside. No run.
Given up, or I don't know, time to retire as an international match referee for Chris Broad. So he's been happy to be nominated and elected as the president of Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club now.
Very nice. De Grandon to Hamid. Again defending, resolutely away into the offside. Rob Jones is buzzing around at extra cover. It's on the 12th man for Lancashire, and there's no run.
Thanks to all our weather watchers. Nigel says it's hammering it down in Woodthorpe. Got to get a map up, didn't we? Start putting pins in where it's raining and where it's not. I suppose that's how the weather centre does it, is it?
And Hamid runs this down towards Batwell Point. Clever shot from Hamid, just allowing the pace of the ball to run off the bat, guiding it safely down to Batwell Point for a single. So 92 now to Hasib Hamid. Nottinghamshire a 209 for 8, so 5 behind. Broad's back on strike. I think we'll see a few fireworks here from Broad. There's a wicket left. Fletcher can always come and block it out to try and get Haas to his tongue.
Well, 5 behind Nottinghamshire.
De Grandhomme around the wicket to Broad.
Oh,
well, that's gone to the right of the keeper, I think, off Broad's pad. Bell does catch up with it. The run through for, yes, a leg by. So Broad remains on 12. The score moves on to 210 for 8. So just one beautiful Hasib Hamid cover drive for 4 away from being level. 22 to him.
He's batted well, hasn't he? Great powers of concentration, application, patience.
Grandhomme to Hamid. That's run down to third man for a single. Takes him to 93. 211 for 8. And that's the end of the over. We've got 3 minutes until 1 o'clock. So I suspect unless there's a wicket in this coming over, then
we'll have lunch.
We'll have lunch, yeah.
You'll have to get down there, get to the front of the queue today.
The queues for the sticky toffee pudding and custard were quite, or cream, whatever it was that was with it, were pretty popular.
Did you have some?
I did not, no, I refrained. And I didn't have a scone at tea neither. I was a good boy yesterday, well behaved.
They'll stop giving you these treats if you don't have them. George Balderson, 14 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 60. The most successful bowler in terms of number of wickets, 3 out of the 8. Just moving his bowling mark there. Not seen too much of Tom Bailey. He's
gone off again, hasn't he?
In a little spell at the start of the day. There's Balderson in again, and Hamid will, well, get down to the non-strikers end. But I think Lancashire would be more than happy for Broad to be back on strike, especially as they're so close to lunch. They might figure out, as I'm trying to do, that Stuart Broad might not take any risks at 2 minutes to 1, and maybe if he's playing defensively they can set a field accordingly. Luke Wells with a plan at first slip. Look, he's waving his arms about. Well, he is. He's getting a message across to Dame Vilas. Should we do this and should we do that? And I'm sure Vilas is grateful for the input. What they've done is move Tom Hartley from second slip into gully. That was Luke Wells' insight into that. Broad on strike, and he's heaved this one down the ground, and this is going to take Nottinghamshire into the lead. Has it gone all the way? Not quite. A couple of bounces before it hits the rope. And Notts do have the first innings advantage with a blow down the ground for 4 by Stuart Broad, and in the final over before lunch, Notts have a slender lead.
He's not going to block it, was he? It was never going to happen, even with 2 minutes to lunch. He's going to come and play a shot or two, isn't he?
Obviously in his slot. He's on to 16. Did wonder if the tail would wag. Brett Hutton hung around for half an hour for his 7. Ollie Stone played very nicely indeed. Had a 22 in a 8th wicket stand of 50. And now Broad going after his shots. He's got this one right off the bottom of the bat and will take a single. 217 for 8. So Hasib Hamid has got 3 balls to score 6 runs.
Charming, that.
If he wants it before the before the interval.
Oh, Stuart, you should have stayed on strike there.
He won't be bothered. He won't be bothered. Might be interesting if he gets one short and wide here that he cuts for 4. Let's have a look. Oh, he's just dropping it on the leg side. He was interested. Somebody yelled no. I think it was Broad. Don't know if there's any comments coming from Jimmy, but it's probably as close as they've been on the field. Stuart Broad at the non-strikers end and Jimmy Anderson at mid-on. He's not too far away from him.
Yeah, still not sitting there, have we? Either Broad to Anderson or Anderson to Broad yet.
217 for 8. And Anderson's not got a wicket yet, has he? He's had a couple of fairly tame catches. This is driven by Hamid, and Anderson makes a diving stop at mid-on. Hamid has to scurry and hurry back. Got 1 ball left. Many thanks for your company this morning. We'll be, as we hit 1 o'clock, we'll be, assuming a wicket doesn't go down off this ball, we'll be back in 40 minutes time for the afternoon session. Hopefully it'll be nice and dry and we can start on time. This morning Stephen Mullaney was dismissed, Cord Anderson, Bol Williams for 27. Final ball incoming, and Hamid will take a single. So it is going to be lunch. 218 for 8. 66 overs have gone in the innings. Notts lead by 4, and the Mead will go to lunch 95 not out. Began the day on 57. Stuart Broad is 17 not out. Brett Hutton was caught Bell-bowled Bailey for 7. Ollie Stone caught Bell-bowled Balderson for 22. And as I've just said, Hasiba Mead has battered through the morning. He's 95 not out. Stuart Broad 17 not out. Partnership of 30. And Nottinghamshire 218 for 8, leading by 4 at lunch. From Scott and myself, thanks for your company. We'll speak to you this afternoon. And welcome back to Trent Bridge for the afternoon session. The most important thing is the umpires and the players are on their way out to the middle, and we've not seen, says he, touching every conceivable bit of wood in the commentary box. We've not seen hide nor hair of any showers of rain or even the threat during the luncheon interval. Let's hope it stays like that. Welcome back to Nottingham. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham, alongside Miss Scott Reed, the voice of cricket in Lancashire. And we just wonder what we're going to get after another enthralling morning. 99 for 3, that session. On the face of it, 99 for 3, you'd probably say it's a split session, but I think Notts will be delighted to have got that many runs and still be batting by lunch.
Yeah, I think the partnership, the key one of the morning session was the Stone and the partnership, 50 runs that they put on, and it's basically got Nottinghamshire level. When Hutton fell and Notts was 7 down, there was, I suspect, a bit of optimism amongst Lancashire supporters that they could get a reasonably kind of sizable first innings lead, but Stone batted really nicely. Hamid obviously been brilliant, and it's given Broad the chance to have a bit of a thrash. We saw a little bit of that towards the back end of the morning session, and Luke Fletcher when he comes out to bat as well. And there's a chance of just sneaking a little bit of a lead on Lancs. It's 4 at the minute, and who knows what it could be by the time they're finished.
Now then, you and I can see that Will Williams is going to bowl the first over. Come on, Captain Reed, what would you have done? What are you going to do to finish this innings?
Well, I will just keep doing what they're doing. I'm not sure they can do much more. They keep with Williams, they're bowling nice and tight and accurate. It comes into Hamid. It's rolled down towards third man for a single. 96 to him now, 219 for 8. Well,
what I was going to suggest, which is clearly not what they've done, is in the 90s. They call it the nervous 90s for a reason. They had 5 players on the boundary. Bring him into the ring. Make him try and play a shot against Will Williams. Make him try and find a gap. Maybe, just maybe.
Yeah. Looks like they want to have a little dart at Stuart Broad, don't they?
Yeah.
Early on.
Well, that's it. Broad might slap him for 3-4s in a row, or equally he might slap one straight up in the air, which is what Lancashire will be hoping, of course.
Bailey's back out there. I think whether he's just suffering a little bit with that. That arm, he was off, wasn't he, for a period of time in the morning after he bowled. And he's back out there now after lunch. Whether he'll open up from the pavilion end. So Broad's back on strike. Williams comes around the wicket, and that's dropped into the offside, just out towards deep point for 1 run. Moves on to 18. It's 220 for 8. Brings Hamid back on strike.
Yeah, umpire Saggers walking off his lunch. He's had 2 singles, right-hander and a left-hander, so striding purposefully from square leg to square leg.
Yeah, the different combinations out there batting at the minute. Third man comes back into the ring, so 2 slips, and well, Croft is now at gully. There's a deep point, and there's a deep backward square leg and a deep mid-wicket. Cover mid-off and a mid-on. It's flicked up towards mid-on where de Grandon fields. Hamid remains on 96. So I wonder whether Bailey might open up from that far end after lunch. Didn't see too much of him after his initial spell this morning. And quickly kind of scurried off the field.
Yeah. There's no clues, is there? Can't see anybody.
No, me neither.
Loosening up yet.
Hamid waits for Williams. He's over the wicket. And he gets set forward in defence. Calmly pushing the ball away into the offside, but for no run. Quite picked up cleanly by Dame Velas, but no damage done.
Just a boundary away from 3 figures here.
How many boundaries has he hit in this? 11 in his 96 so far. It's been an exemplary performance, hasn't it, of skill and judgment and discipline and patience. Williams to Hamid. He's never played really anything outside his off stump. And again, he leaves that one. Shows no interest in it.
There's nobody down at third man, though. Open the face, run one away. Job done.
True.
And Croft was lurking down there, but he's been relocated to gully. So Williams for the final time of the first over of the afternoon session on day 2. Running in from the Radcliffe Road end and bowling to Hasib Hamid. And defending, takes his bottom hand off the bat, just pushing it away into the offside. And there's no run, pretty calm approach with the bat after lunch between these two. 220 for 8. Nottinghamshire just a lead Lancashire by 6 runs.
Elsewhere, Division 1 reigning at Chelmsford, where Essex 314, Surrey 80 for 1. Playing at the GS Bowl, Hampshire made 229 yesterday, Warwickshire 105 for 3, and at Taunton it was a late start, and I think they've had a little bit of rain as well. Northants 232 for 7 in the first innings. It is going to be Tom Bailey. Yeah, Scott's hunch was correct. Division 2 off for rain at Derby. Inspection at 1:45. Derbyshire 189 for 3. Leicestershire 122 all out. Yesterday they only had a little bit of play this morning. At New Road, Worcestershire 264. Sussex 158 for 5. Steve Smith out to Josh Tong for 30. And it's raining at Headingley, where Yorkshire 106 all out. Glamorgan made 245 all out yesterday. Hat-trick for Michael Neser. So it is going to be Tom Bailey, beginning his 17th over, drops this one short, and Broad has nothing to do with it outside the off stump. 220 for 8. So another 30 for a batting bonus point. I think Notts really would see that as a huge achievement if they could get there.
Definitely.
Because you get greedy, don't you, in these circumstances? You know, can we get a lead? Oh, we've got a lead. Can we get that lead into double figures? And on you go. Next ball in, and Broad has edged it, and it's dropped. Fairly routine chance at first slip, and it's gone down by Luke Wells. And yeah, he's okay. Just wondered for a moment, it sort of burst through his left hand. I just wondered if it's one of those that can perhaps do a little bit of finger damage, but it's not. The only damage it's done is to Luke Wells' pride and own feeling of well-being there. That should have been taken. 221 for 8. They went through for a single, but Broad on 18, dropped by Wells. How significant or not that might be. There's Bailey. Down the leg side, don't think Hamid's got anything on it. He'd be celebrating if he had, because it's gone for 4 byes. Poor old Georgie Bell, ding ding. 225 for 8. Had no chance, did he? There was one yesterday that Joe Clark just couldn't get anywhere near, and that was similar. So a poor couple of moments there for Tom Bailey. Good ball to the left-hander. Found the edge and down it went, and another delivery which would have been a good ball to a left-hander. Unfortunately, Hamid's right-handed. Swung a lot, didn't it? But it did down Hamid's leg side. This partnership worth 37. The last wicket was worth 50. There's Bailey in again to me. This one keeps low, goes under the bat and through again to wicket keeper George Bell. Welcome listeners to 5 Sports Extra, to Trent Bridge, where we've got absolutely everything crossed here that the weather continues to defy and confound the forecasters who said we'd be knee deep in water by now. Seems to have missed us. There was a lot of rain at Derby, not too far away, but we're okay here at the moment. 225 for 8. Nasib Hamid within one blow of a century blocks this one up to mid-off. I think it was just before you joined us, but at the start of this over, Stuart Broad, who's at the other end, was dropped at slip. A fairly regulation chance. Broad having a little bit of a dart outside the off stump, nicked it through to Luke Wells at first slip, and it was one that he'd gobble up. I was going to say 9 times out of 10, 9.5 times out of 10, but this one burst through his hands and they took a single. 225 for 8. Notts lead by 11. There's Bailey. Bowls. This is cut away by Hamid. He'll keep strike. Only get a single there, so he moves on to 97. 226 for 8. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham, and alongside me, BBC Radio's Manchester and Lancashire, Scott Reed.
Yeah, we've been watching over the course of the last day or so now. Brilliant effort from Hamid, batting beautifully here for his team. Innings of real skill and high judgment. He's been masterful in his defence, and he's selected when to attack and when not to. On the brink of a wonderful 3 figures against his former side.
So Hamid's on 97. Will Williams, who just got the 1 wicket, but bowled very nicely indeed, bowls, and Hamid just eases this into the covers, fielded by Dane Vilas. I've had a tweet in from John Trainer, who is obviously a Lancashire supporter. That's another slip catch dropped by Lancashire, he says. Another reason why Rob Jones should be in the team, because he's an outstanding slip fielder. Of course, you can't just select somebody because he's an outstanding slip fielder, but as you mentioned yesterday, Rob Jones been in decent form recently for the seconds, and there was going to be an opening up towards the top. Williams bowls, and again Hamid defends. 226 for 8.
Yeah, I mean, Luke Wells is a pretty outstanding slip catcher. He's taken some wonderful catches for Lancashire, and I agree with regards to Rob Jones. Again, he's a wonderful slip catcher. I suspect Jones must have been close to playing. I think the decision probably was between Croft and Jones, but they went for Croft.
May well come back with a big score in the second innings. Stephen Croft only made 8 yesterday. There's Williams. Hamid looking for this century's hit on the pad here. They're asking umpire. Rob Bailey gives it, and Hamid goes for 97 against his former county, and Will Williams has the wicket. Hamid throws his head back as he trudges off. Huge disappointment there. And well, there are a few Lancashire supporters here inside the ground at Trent Bridge, but apart from that, almost absolute stony, deathly silence, because he really is a favourite here, Hamid. Hear the applause now. At the crease for almost 5 hours, faced 198 balls at 11 fours, and he's been given out. LBW to Will Williams for 97. Where would Notts be without Asib Hamid? And poor old fella just denied 3 runs shy of a century against his former county. You've had a look at the replay?
No, it's not flashed up yet.
Oh.
Just watching Hamid make his way back up towards the dressing rooms, but we see it now.
Luke Fletcher's on his way out to the middle. Umpire Rob Bailey didn't waste too long. He had a good look, of course, and up went the finger. Bowled nicely, Williams.
He has,
really has. So here is Luke Fletcher. We were talking about what would Luke Fletcher do? How would he play it if Broad had got out and Asib Hamid was in the 90s? Well, it's a different kettle of fish now. They're having a chat, Broad and Fletcher. They've had 1 or 2 calamities in the past. Most famously, they ran into each other at Worcester, nearly knocked each other out.
Wonderful.
You have now seen a replay, Scott. It looked a good shout, didn't it?
Yeah, it looked a good shout to me. Just seen it back once. I don't think there'd be too many complaints from Hamid. I've got to say, I thought that was brilliant over the course. But you say 5 hours he batted for?
Yeah.
Outstanding.
So Williams into his 16th over, 10 maidens, 2 for 20. And now, a very different proposition at the other end. Luke Fletcher, all 6'6" of him. Don't think he actually likes being relegated to number 11 in the order. He's had loftier dreams through his career, batting higher up the order. Next one is worked away by Nottinghamshire's number 11. He's off the mark first ball, having his testimonial this year. Big Fletch gets a single, 227 for 9. So Nottinghamshire lead by 13. They bowled Lancashire out yesterday for 214. Began this second day on 119 for 5. And just before lunch, the final over before lunch, thanks to a Stuart Broad boundary, they managed to take a lead. How big will that lead be? 13 at the moment. Broad is on 19. Williams round the wicket, bowls, and Stuart Broad pushes it up to mid-on. There's a good shy at the stumps here from Tom Bailey. He's knocked out the middle stump at the non-striker's end, into which Broad was running to. Had he gone the other way, of course he had much further to throw it, but Luke Fletcher was a little bit on his heels there, wasn't he? Broad called him and went, and it almost took a moment or two for Luke to get in gear.
Yeah, there was a bit of hesitation, wasn't there, as to whether to go or not. Take every run you can. It's a Lancashire 214 all out, Nottinghamshire 228 for 9, so low scoring match so far. Every run's that's an offer for these two, there's no point in wasting it.
Fletcher on one. There's Williams. Final ball of the 69th over. Bowls to Luke Fletcher, who plays a glorious looking shot. Square of the wicket on the offside. There is protection out there with Stephen Croft, so a single taken. 4 runs from the over, but cruelly for Nottinghamshire, that wicket. Asiba Mead out for 97. Had he got 3 more runs, it would have been his 13th first class 100 only. 7th for Notts, got 5 for Lancashire, already 6 for Notts. Got 1 for the first class counties 11 up at Chesterley Street against India a couple of years ago as well. It was a first class match, so he's on 12 first class 100s and so close to a 13th.
Yeah, obvious disappointment for Hamid, but I'm sure he'll take great pride with the way he battered, frustrating his old teammates who know just how good he is, and all that skill that he possesses was on show, because I mean the pitches, we've seen 19 wickets fall across not even 2 days, so there's plenty in it for the bowlers. So as a batter, you need all that skill and a bit of luck as well on the way. As Fletcher pushes his delivery from Bailey up to mid-off for no run.
The only other players really to make contributions in the game have adopted a different approach, haven't they? It's been see ball, hit ball. Josh Bohannon a runner ball 68. Tom Bailey 48 not out in only, 29 balls, and 1 or 2 in the Nottinghamshire. Well, not many in the Nottinghamshire side. In truth, Ollie Stone, he whacked his way to a very quick 22. But the players that have decided to get on with it have more often than not met an early fate, but Hamid hung it out there for nearly 5 hours.
Bailey pushes out square leg to the boundary as he bowls to Fletcher. That's clipped up towards mid-on. Good stop by Anderson, but in the end just pushes the ball away to his right as he dives to try and stop the ball. It means that Fletcher can get through for 1, so he moves on to 3, and Nottinghamshire 230 for 9.
We're loud and clear in Philadelphia. Brian Barish is with us. Morning, Dave and Scott from Philadelphia. Feel like our weather has matched yours over there with all this rain, but we're seeing the big glowing ball in the sky for most of the day today. Hope it matches it there for the sake of getting even more cricket in. Thank you, Brian. Lovely to hear from you over there in Pennsylvania.
Broad on strike as Bailey comes in and bowls a ball that's, I think, a slower ball outside off stump. Bailey, Broad was kind of hopping back to leg, and then it was pushed wide outside off stump, and he took the pace off it.
Strange, isn't it? We didn't get Broad bowling when Anderson was batting, and we've not had Anderson bowling when Broad's been batting.
No, unless this final wicket partnership goes on a bit, I don't imagine Jimmy coming back neither. No. So
T says, hi guys, I've had a good look at the replay, and sorry to say it was absolutely plumb, but very well played nonetheless. Thank you, T. What's going on here then, do you think?
I thought there was just something wrong with Bailey's boot.
Yeah, I think that's what it is actually. They're now gesturing to the Lancashire dressing room. Tom Bailey can't bowl because he needs to be re-shod. He's lost one of his hooves.
It's caused a bit of excitement from Anderson and from Williams. They all want to have a little look as to what's going on.
This isn't good for the over 8, folks. Has anybody got a nice size 10.5 in? Well, the ball has been thrown to the umpire Saggers, and Bailey's frantically saying, well, can somebody have a look in my kit bag and bring me another pair of boots? And almost well, it's not fair to say everybody else in the Lancashire side, but there's 3 of them gone over there and having a look and a bit of a laugh at Bailey's expense.
I can't quite work out what's happened because Anderson's finding it quite amusing.
It's almost as if he's, you often see the toe cut out, don't you? Bowlers, certainly in the olden days, used to cut the toe out so the big toe could breathe.
Oh. Well, it's not a new boot, it's a bit of running repairs by the looks of it. That's Sam Byrne, Lancashire's physio. Stephen Cross had enough, he's sitting down. No point in wasting your energy stood up when you can just sit down and watch this old grumpy fast bowler get his boot repaired. But I don't know what on earth's gone wrong with Bailey's boot.
No, not exactly riveting radio or television, those of you watching the live stream as we hit 2 o'clock, 2:30 for 9. This is the 70th over. No news of that inspection at Derby, where they've not had any play since quite early on. A shower of rain there. Sadly, very often if they get some of the wet stuff at Derby, they're off for most of the day. Still no restart at Headingley, but I understand 2:10 they're going to get going there. Glamorgan just beginning their second innings with that first innings lead of 139, I beg your pardon, over Yorkshire. I think Tom Bailey's boot has received all the attention it's going to get for the time being, and we'll have some cricket in a moment. Meanwhile, Luke Fletcher and Stuart Broad have been discussing their tactics. Broad on strike, remember, the left-hander when we get going. We're halfway through this over, the 70th of the innings, and Nottinghamshire 230 for 9, leading by 16. Here we go. Get some cricket as Bailey comes in off 12 or 15 paces. Bowls a Yorker, and Broad has dug it out, got it down to long leg. De Grandhomme doing the fielding. Wait there, says Stuart Broad, and they settle for 1. Good strong arm, as you'd expect from the beefy De Grandhomme, the Kiwi. 2:31 for 9. Brings Luke Fletcher back onto strike. So today Notts have lost Stephen Mullaney for 27. He was 21 not out overnight. Brett Hutton made 7. Ollie Stone, very entertaining, 22. There were 3 glorious boundaries in that, and a Seba Mead recently for 97. Next ball sees Fletcher get an inside edge past the stumps and away down to the long stop boundary past the keeper for 4. Well, luck was on Luke Fletcher's side, and certainly not on either Tom Bailey's or the wicket-keepers there. That could so easily have cleaned him up. Could have yorked him, and he could also have chopped it on. Narrowly missed the leg stump, but 4 useful runs. Nottinghamshire 235 for 9, lead by 21. Here on 5 Sports Extra. BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC's Radio Manchester and Lancashire, and via the live stream. I know so many of you enjoy matching up the BBC commentary with the pictures. Fletcher on 7. It's going to be another run here. It's Bell, the keeper, throwing off his glove as he rushes out to square leg to get the ball. Tap of the knee from the umpire, and a leg by. We'll see Fletcher keep the strike. 2:36 for 9. The lead 22. There'll be another update for local radio in a moment or two. .236 for 9. So it's still going to be Will Williams. 10 of his 16 overs so far have been maidens. Done a terrific job on his recall to the side for the Red Rose. Huge disappointment for Nottinghamshire supporters a moment or two ago. A Seba Mead against his former county has just been dismissed for 97, giving out LBW against the bowling of Will Williams. Looked a pretty decent shout indeed. A real disappointment for Hamid, who's batted beautifully against his former side. 2:36 for 9, the Nottinghamshire score, with last pair Luke Fletcher and Stuart Broad at the crease. That's an overall lead of 22 over Lancashire. Last ball was just run down into the gully by Fletcher, no run. Ball back with Williams and comes in down the runway once more, and Fletcher heaves this away onto the leg side and will get another single. So he's just ticking along nicely, moves on to 8, 2, 3, 7 for 9. Question now, of course, is can they get that batting bonus point? Two sides locked together at the moment on 3 points apiece. 3 bowling points for Nottinghamshire yesterday, 3 bowling points now for Lancashire. There's a lot of theory going into this field setting for Stuart Broad. Bailey and Williams and Dane Vilas and Stephen Croft all having an input. So Broad on strike. Williams round the wicket to the left-hander, who just flails at that one. Just runs it up to mid-on to Tom Bailey. And there's no chance of a run. 2, 3, 7 for 9. Cotton will cloud over Trent Bridge. A little bit of blue sky here and there. Did have the floodlights on for about 10 minutes during the morning session, and at one stage we saw 3 brollies go up all at once, but very quickly they went down, so we've been spared so far as Williams round the wicket again to Broad, who's carved this away on the offside. There's protection out there on that short side. Has that gone for 4? It should have been stopped. And is that Jimmy Anderson?
It is.
Oh, you tell him. Oh, did that go through Jimmy Anderson? I think it did. Stuart Broad will enjoy that. He's carved this to deep point, and he had a bit of work to do, Jimmy Anderson, but he got there, didn't he? It got underneath him for 4.
Yeah, I bet Broad will mention that a few times.
Yeah. 241 for 9. Broad on to 25. The lead is 27. Williams, the unlucky bowler, full toss, clipped out to Anderson, and Jimmy Anderson this time does make the stop. You know, if that was football, there would have been ironic cheers from the spectators. Well done, the Nottinghamshire crowd, the Trent Bridge crowd, for resisting there, because that was a similar one. Only this time Anderson stopped it. 242 for 9. Broad got down to this end, completing the single, dabbed his bat in like they do in the school playground, and then quickly galloped off down to the other end to give Luke Fletcher some coaching practice on how to play Williams. Lancashire brought a slip out, popped him in at mid-wicket, saving 1. Fletcher's on strike. 242 for 9. And it's Williams to conclude this over. Bowls, and Luke Fletcher's hit it down the ground. Not properly got hold of it, and I think it'll plug. They're going to just take a single. Tied it up by Josh Bohannon. It was like a Scott Reed chip onto the 7th green there. It just stopped perfectly at the side of the hole. It didn't run on and disappear off down the back like if I'd played it. 243 for 9.
I'll take that compliment, yeah.
Nice day now.
Yeah, the forecast has just been utterly wrong, hasn't it? Which is quite nice.
Yeah, shh. Still got 63 overs. Be nice to think we'd get all of them in. We didn't get 11 in yesterday, bizarrely. We had 15 wickets went down. We were still 11 overs shy when they finished.
7 runs away from a batting bonus point as Bailey comes in and bowls a bouncer to Fletcher. He ducks underneath it and taken by Bell.
Well, it was a weird one because it bounced again between Fletcher and Bell. Slow loopy bouncer, which it's quite a modern addition to the game, isn't it? Slow loopy bouncer.
I wonder whether we'll see these two perhaps not take as many risks as maybe they would like, because that batting bonus point is not far away. Just easing this off the front foot to mid-off and send Stuart Broad back, and there's no run.
I love it when they both yell no and they're almost trying to outshout each other. David Perry, Broad and Fletcher at the crease. It isn't pretty, but it is fun. You're absolutely right, David. Mark Shenton, sorry to say, it's siling it down in East Bridgeford, which Mark Shenton, I beg your pardon, sorry Mark.
Bailey to Fletcher. Ooh. Well, he's put in a slow ball there, and he's kind of looped a looping full toss, which is hit
Fletcher, and they've appealed for LBW, even though I think it hit probably somewhere on his arm.
Well, think Chris Cairns to Chris Reed all those years ago in the Test match, was it at Lords, where he got him LBW with a slower one.
It's a very good slow ball, Bailey. He's had success with it in the past. Disguises it pretty well. Long on, deep mid-wicket. Fine leg. Third man. Bailey to Fletcher. That's flashed away down towards backward square leg, and he's timed it nicely for 4. So a batting bonus point. The excitement is palpable. Is only 3 more runs away now. 247 for 9.
If there's anything going to get Luke Fletcher's attention with his batting, it's dropping him down to number 11 in the order, because he's not a fan of that. He's not a fan of number 11.
Nice shot, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Clipped off the toes, down to backward square leg. Croft is at fine leg and probably had maybe 10 yards or so to his left to try and make up. Couldn't cut it off, so Fletcher moves to 13, 247 for 9. Bailey bowls, and that's worked up to where mid-on would normally be, but Anderson's halfway back to the rope in front of the pavilion, so Fletcher gets a single. He moves to 14, 248 for 9.
You know, in many senses, he could lay his batting credentials down against Brett Hutton, Ollie Stone, and even Stuart Broad, because you take that century out that Stuart got way back in 2010 against Pakistan at Lords, and have a look at the rest of his career. Fletcher's had 2 92s, and he's had far more 50s than the likes of Brett Hutton and Ollie Stone as well.
Final ball of the over, Bailey to Broad, and it's full but wide of off stump, and into the gloves of Bell. It's the end of the over. 248 for 9.
Lots would love a no ball right now, wouldn't they? That's the easiest way of going from 248 to 250. These two sides locked together at the start of the match yesterday morning. 29 points apiece after 3 rounds of games. They got there in very different routes. Lancashire haven't won a game, they haven't lost a game. They've drawn all 3, whereas Notts have won 1 and lost 2. Yet both are locked together, 29 points apiece, and right now they're locked together on 3 points apiece. Notts could break that deadlock with 2 more runs, and Will Williams is going to bowl to Luke Fletcher. A slip and a gully. 4 fielders on the one, the rest on the fence, and Fletcher hits it crisply, but picks out Bohannon at mid-on, and Bohannon, for reasons best known to himself and all the coaches who like them to do it, throws it 40 yards, 50 yards, right down the other end to his wicketkeeper. Four wickets have gone down today. 2 to Will Williams, who's bowling right now, to Luke Fletcher. And Fletcher gives himself a big wind up there and drags this slower ball away onto the leg side. So 249 for 9. One cruel moment for Nottinghamshire and their supporters since lunch, with Mead getting out for 97. Would be another cruel one here if they fall for 249 all out. They lead by 35. And Lancashire will be, I'm sure, thinking it's about time we finish this innings. Broad on strike, on 26. Williams round the wicket, bowls, and Broad's chased after it. Gets nothing on it, and it goes through to the keeper. That looked a quicker one from Will Williams. Previous one a slower ball to Fletcher, which he had to wait and wait and wait for before dragging it onto the leg side, and that was a much quicker one. As Broad went to swish it away, it was already on its way through to keeper.
He's got 2 men back, hasn't he, for that shorter ball that Broad fancies hooking or pulling.
Well, who was it? Yes, it was Tom Hartley yesterday, wasn't it? The happy hooker. Just couldn't resist taking on the short ball and perished. There is Stuart Broad, and they're claiming it, and they've got it. Up goes the finger. Another catch for the keeper, and Notts won't get that batting bonus point. Stuart Broad out for 26. And you have to feel that's it's a little bit of a waste, a little bit of a throwaway point, but Stuart Broad lives by the sword, dies by the sword. Another catch, as I say, for George Bell, the wicket keeper. 4 in the innings for him, and Williams finishes with 3 for 31. 17.4 overs, 10 maidens, 3 for 31. Tom Bailey also with 3 wickets, 3 for 48. So Notts have a lead of 35, Scott. Notts will be thinking, well, that's not many in front. Lancashire will be thinking, crikey, we're 35 behind.
Yeah, I think there's no doubt where Stuart Brawl thought that ball hit him. I guess he rubbed his thigh pad on the way off. Yeah, it doesn't feel like much, does it? And it might not be much if Lancashire come out and get to it without too much damage done. But it's been that type of match, hasn't it? 214 plays 250, so there's nothing much between the two teams. It's potentially all about the third innings of the match to set things up.
Yeah, quickly people, Dan's the first, definitely off the thigh pad, nowhere near the bat, and just a brief look at the replay there. I just wonder if there might be one or two more saying that, but umpire Rob Bailey clearly thought it was bat. Might have been a bit of bat, but anyway, it's not going to be reversed now. Asiba Mead, the star of that innings, made 97. Williams and Bailey each with 3 wickets, none for Jimmy Anderson, so we're Broad leading 2-0 on that particular count, and we're going to see Stuart Broad, I'm sure, with ball in hand before too long when Notts begin their bowling effort to try and dismiss Lancashire for a second time. So Asiba Mead out since lunch for 97 LBW to Will Williams. That was 226 for 9 when he went. We've had a little bit of tail wagging from Nottinghamshire today. Brad Hutton hung around with Mead for half an hour or so. Ollie Stone, he played some very adventurous and positive cricket, making 22. Stuart Broad 26, Luke Fletcher 15 not out. Gloriously sunny conditions here at Trent Bridge right now, so let's hope it stays like that for as long as possible for the rest of the day, ideally. Just quickly bringing you up to speed with elsewhere. Still no resumption at Chelmsford, where Surrey were 80 for 1 in response to Essex's 314. At the Ageas Bowl, Warwickshire 118 for 3 in their first innings, replying to Hampshire's 229. And Northants still batting in the first innings, still in that game at Taunton against Somerset, where young Sales, it's James Sales, isn't it? Nearly called him David, is 48 not out. That concludes Division 1 as listeners to 5 Sports Extra leavers. They've started again at Derby. Derbyshire 192 for 3. Wayne Madsen and Leas Deploy are at the crease there against Leicestershire. Derby lead by 70 with 7 wickets in hand. Sussex 188 for 5, replying to Worcestershire's 264. And just starting again at Headingley. Glamorgan 0 for 0 still against Yorkshire. Well, there'll be another 5 or 6 minutes before they start. As soon as the players come out, we'll resume with the commentary. And out they come for Act 3 of this 4-part play here at Trent Bridge between Nottinghamshire and Lancashire. They've forgotten now. The umpires and the players have come, what, a third of the way onto the field, and then they've forgotten a ball. I don't know what they're doing, but yeah, I think they've forgotten the ball. They had. That's exactly what had happened. So ball nicely found, and everybody now does make their way out to the middle. If you're just rejoining us, Nottinghamshire bowled out for 249, one short of the first batting point, but with a first innings lead of 35 over Lancashire. How substantial or not that lead is, we'll find out over the next hour probably, when see how long it takes Lancashire to wipe out the deficit and at what cost, if any. There's a sign that you've had a pretty decent first innings spell, because Brett Hutton rather than Stuart Broad is going to bowl the first over.
Oh, it was terrific, wasn't he? 5 for 66 in the first innings, pick of the bunch by a distance. Lancashire kind of shared out the responsibility of wicket taking when they were bowling. 3 for Bailey, 3 for Williams, 3 for Balderson. But yeah, if you got your main man fresh from a fifer, start him off.
Same opening pair, Wells and Balderson. No reason why it shouldn't be. And we've got 59 overs to go in the day, so what's that, Scott? 27 overs before tea. Good luck with that. Tea, by the way, should be in an hour and 17 minutes. Might be 2 hours and 17 minutes.
And how well Wells approached this. He was lively, wasn't he, in the first innings on Thursday. It's Hutton to Wells, and he's pushing away defensively into the offside, where Ollie Stone fields and there's no run.
Just wonder if that's anything to do with it. The start of the match, if you remember, Broad opened from the pavilion end, and whang bang bang, there were 7 runs from the first 3 balls. And just maybe Stephen Mullaney said, just let's just start from that end this time and just see if you can begin with a nice maiden.
Well, I asked George Balderson about that last night. It's Hutton bowls to Wells. That's hammered away for 4. Really, it was a powerful strike by Luke Wells. Glorious looking shot through the covers for 4 runs. That was off the mark and emphatic by Wells. But yeah, I said to Balderson, was there a kind of a message of a general sense of a team approach to trying to be positive in that morning session on Thursday? And he said, not really. He said there were just balls there to hit.
Yeah.
So we cracked on with it. That's not fair enough. Wells goes back and defends. He defends really late. He defends so late. He's getting the slip fielders rather excited as it rolls down. Couldn't be any later on that defence, Luke Wells.
Defended so late, he played it before lunch.
Exactly. 4 without loss. He just steps to the leg side, Luke Wells. He's waiting for Hasib Hamid, I think, just to get himself positioned on the deep point boundary. Just being relocated a few yards away to his right. Hutton again. Left this time. And through to Clark. And there's no run. It's a 4 without loss. It's a tub thumping way to get off the mark. Proper cover drive that was. Such a positive player, Luke Wells. When he gets going and he's in full swing, he really is a joy to watch bat. Hutton to Wells. Oh, that's edged down to third man for 4. He's rocked onto the front foot. Looking to try and perhaps play a little defensive shot. It just comes off the thickish edge of the bat, in between second slip and gully, down towards that short third man boundary. Wells doubles his total, as indeed did Lancashire in their second innings. 8 without loss, with 1 ball remaining of the first over of the Lancashire second dig. It's Hutton from the Radcliffe Road end, and then Wells hopping back and defending, and there's no run. End of the over. 8 from the first one, bowled by Brett Hutton, the wicket taking hero of the first innings. Luke Wells has got all 8 of those runs. He faced all 6 of those deliveries.
Yeah, 7 from the opening over of the match, 8 from the first over in the second inning. But here's check now then. Is Broad on the field? Because it's going to be Luke Fletcher to bowl the second over.
No, I don't think he is he?
So let's have a little look. Hamid, Hutton, Duckett, Montgomery, Slater. It's a sub on at extra cover. There's Fletcher around the wicket, bowls, and this goes through to the keeper. Dane Schardendorf is on the field for Stuart Broad at extra cover. Young former Zimbabwe under-21 skipper. So Stuart Broad not on the field. There's Fletcher from the pavilion end, bowls to Balderson. He defends. Certainly didn't seem too much wrong with Stewart as he completed his batting duties about 15 minutes or so ago. His last out. Fletcher bowled exclusively from the Radcliffe Road end in the first innings. Here he comes from the pavilion end. Bowls worked away. It's going to be another boundary, this time to Balderson. Mead has to go and fetch it. The ball clatters into a railing in front of the William Clark stand. And a positive enough start from Lancashire here. 3 boundaries. 2 to Luke Wells and now 1 to George Balderson. 12 without loss. Update for Radio Nottingham in just a second. Fletcher going round the wicket. Bowls. Balderson eases it out as far as Shady. Dane Schardendorf spears it into Joe Clark. So Fletcher was first change in the first innings, came on to bowl the 9th or 10th over. Him and Ollie Stone coming into the attack. Yes, in the sunshine. Yeah, they told us would be underwater by now, Verity, but lovely conditions right now for the start of the Lancashire second innings. Double disappointment though for the home side since lunch. Firstly, Asiba Mead, who played beautifully for almost 5 hours against his former county, was out for 97. Really did deserve a century, but had to go. He was 9th out, and then when Stuart Broad was last out, Nottinghamshire one short of a batting point. They were all out for 249. On the plus side, they had a lead of 35 on first innings. Lancashire already 12 without loss second time around. Stuart Broad back on the field, white floppy sun hat, and Dane Schardendorf has gone off. They all seem to need an extra few minutes, don't they, to get themselves ready, these superstars.
They do. They'll be ready in their own time.
Strange that though, isn't it? Strange, and clearly didn't feel they needed him to open the bowling. Mind you, have him and Stone come on as change bowlers.
Yeah. Bit fearsome, isn't it? Hutton with a yelp as he bowls to Wells. That's nudged off the hip away to square leg, but for no run.
I mean, I wouldn't have thought it's with a view to thinking, well, the express bowlers aren't going to get anything out of this track, because as we saw in the first innings, you bend your back, you will get something out of it.
Well, he's spoke for choice, isn't he, Stephen Mullane? He's got lots of terrific bowling options as well. Gets in behind this delivery from Hutton, defends it back down the pitch, and there's no run.
Didn't notice the roller. I don't know if they had the heavy roller on it. It may well be, but let's just, give it 10 or 15 minutes, or 10 or 15. No, it wouldn't be 10 or 15 overs, but let's give it a wee while and just let the effects of the roller wear off, and then we'll bring Broad and Stone on.
Yeah.
You can't deaden it all afternoon.
Hutton to Wells, that's left. Taken by Clark, who keeps wicket in the absence of the injured Tom Moores. He's got 2 slips away to his left-hand side. In the gully. Point. Mid-off. Mid-on. Mid-wicket. And now Broad, who's back on the field, is at fine leg. And Hutton from the Radcliffe Road end into Wells, who's forward and defends. Again, there's no run. So much tighter start to the second over for Hutton. It was just offered a couple of scoring chances for Luke Wells, the second of which was more fortuitous. He came off maybe a slightly guided edge down to third man. The first one was a tub-thumping cover drive for 4. It was a pretty emphatic way to get the innings up and running. Again, happy to leave it. Wells through to the keeper, no run.
Seems to be a bit of a common theme here amongst the Nottinghamshire followers and correspondents. That delighted they got to 249, but disappointed that there just wasn't enough wherewithal there at the end just to eke out one more run. And that's, as I say, a fairly common theme. Just a 51-year-old and Mike Brown and Yellow Belly Rover all saying pretty much the same thing.
Final ball of the over. Hutton to Wells, has to play. It's a straighter delivery angled into his pad, so he plays up to Mullane at mid-on for no run. Quite middle that, didn't Wells. That defensive push to the
Nottinghamshire skipper completes the over. Lancashire 12 without loss, Wells 8 and Balderson on 4.
Lancashire's over 8 -1 at the end of the Nottinghamshire first innings. They will presume that we will get enough play in this match to sort that out. But Nottinghamshire still on -2 at the end of the first innings. You just wonder how they're going to bowl quicker in the second innings here to bring that round. Going to have to get through their overs a little quicker because no frontline spinner. Liam Patterson-White not playing. Balderson on strike on 4. Fletcher bowls to him. This one left on length. Bounces comfortably over the top of off. You wouldn't think they'd just pop on either Matthew Montgomery or Ben Slater just to sort the over rate out, but we'll have to see. They're going to have to hurry round between overs for the rest of the day here. There's Fletcher in again to Balderson. Bowls delivery which is just blocked with a slightly open face. Runs to Slater behind square. Took a fine catch in the first innings, Ben Slater. Missed out with the bat though. He's one of a number Nottinghamshire top order players that second innings will be desperate to get some runs. Montgomery's had 3 innings, they've all been 9. Joe Clark's had 5 low scores this season, hasn't reached 50 yet. Slater likewise. There's Fletcher in bowls. Balderson clips it onto the leg side straight to Matthew Montgomery, and there's no run. And Michael Temple, when he was with us before lunch, talking about the Dave Bracegirdle retirement department. It's just outside the ground there. It doesn't seem, we might be doing them a disservice, but it doesn't seem since we arrived here 9 o'clock yesterday morning that anybody's done a... Oh, having said that, there's a gentleman just appeared on the very top as Fletcher comes in, and this is cut to backward point to Slater again. I was going to say it doesn't appear as if anybody's done any work over there, but there's a gentleman just appeared right at the very top, which Michael was saying is going to be a garden on the top, where
roof garden with a bar.
Well, I think the attraction seems to be that they might just be able to see in and see the cricket for free from up there.
Oh, happy days. That's a bonus.
It's a bonus if you live there and can do that. As you know, sort of Michael was saying, it's not really a bonus if you're Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club with a product to sell. Next ball goes through to the keeper. It's you know, it's like if you live next door to somebody and they can, you know, they can see over their fence into your garden, and you don't want them to peer over their fence into your garden.
Build a massive wall behind that stand.
But yeah, there's a gentle. What's he doing, Scott, up there? What's he doing? Chap right at the very top,
I
anyway.
see him now, yeah. It just looked pretty quiet though, doesn't it?
Yeah,
there's been many people buzzing about.
Yeah, the last game there were cranes and all sorts. Balderson on strike. Here comes Fletcher bowls. This one's just clipped up to mid-on, and back-to-back maidens. 12 without loss after 4 overs. Fletcher 2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 4. Brett Upton 2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 8. So 3 scoring shots and 21 dots from the first 24 balls. Already had 20 wickets in this match, not anywhere near the halfway stage in terms of time. That would be the end of play today, which is 55 overs away.
It's a lot, isn't it? Hutton starts again, balls to Wells off the back foot, pushing into the offside, no run. Think about, you say, well, 20 wickets falling already, 55 overs left today. Unless the pattern of the game changes, then even if the forecast is true for Saturday and Sunday, even with decent amount of rain over the next couple of days, you probably still feel there's enough time for
for a team to force a result here. That's punched off the back foot by Wells. Picks out Fletcher at mid-off, no run.
Well, clearly Lancashire are going to have to bat better than they did yesterday. They were bowled out in 44.2 overs yesterday.
Yes.
If the same fate were to befall them today, if we got all these overs in, Nottinghamshire would be beginning a chase sometime this evening.
It was bizarre yesterday, wasn't it? Because it got off track. I mean, Wells was out early for 17, but then the partnership came. Hutton to Wells, that's nudged away to mid-wicket. It's a good stop, no run. And Lancashire were going along quite nicely. Balderson and Bahan, I think it was 80 for 1, and then 110 for 2, I think. But then that rattle of wickets, Croft and Villas, one quickly after the other, Bell just before lunch, de Grandhomme just after.
Yeah.
It all unravelled pretty quickly from a base of actually quite a good strength, good position to be in. Well, it's come off the inner half of the bat, it's disappeared down towards fine leg. Broad out there in pursuit of the ball, losing his cap again. And they've come back for 2. The score moves on to 14 without loss.
Breaks the sequence of boundaries only in this innings, but they still haven't changed ends. They ran 2. Doesn't matter really too much when there's 2 left-handers out there.
Yeah, that's not a change for Lancashire. Jennings being ruled out through injury. As Hutton's into Wells, it's defended, no run. Just gone from having 2 tall left-hand opening batters to 1 tall one and 1 little shorter. A great chance for Balderson. He has opened the batting previously, so it's not new to him this. So he's had experience at first-class level of opening the batting. But he's saying last night that he just wants to try and take the opportunity. Team and positions in the team are quite difficult to nail down. Wells leaves, rather theatrical looking one, a very dramatic leave to give us all a clear indication that he had no interest in playing the shot. Bat hoisted high above the shoulder, and the ball through to Clark to complete Hutton's 3rd over. Lancashire are 14 without loss.
It'll be interesting a little further down the line to see how Stephen Mullaney manoeuvres his troops around, because if you remember in the first innings, from the pavilion end it was solely Broad and Stone, and from this end it was solely Hutton and Fletcher. The pace obviously coming from the far end, but presumably somebody's going to have to replace Brett Hutton out of the 2 quicks. As Fletcher comes in, bowls to Balderson, drops it on the leg side. And you'd imagine Broad would have first pick. Interesting to see then if Ollie Stone does bowl from this end, if he gets the same sort of response from the surface.
Yeah.
I mentioned a time or two, he didn't get any of the 8 first wickets to fall, he got the last 2. It's Fletcher in to Balderson, pushes it out into the offside to Ollie Stone, and there's no run. Bit of a lull around the ground. I think by and large people very much enjoying the cut and thrust of a keenly contested county championship game. Fletcher in once more. Balderson just can't get it off the square at the moment. Drives this one to Mullaney at mid-on, and there's no run.
Pretty solid season again for Luke Fletcher last year. 29 wickets, an average of 27, best of 4 for 23.
Yeah, I mean, it was. But compare it to the year before when he got 66 wickets, and you know he cleaned up. He won the PCA County Championship Player of the Year, the Cricket Writers Player of the Year, all the Nottinghamshire awards. Had a terrific season in 2021. This one's dropped on the leg side. But I think Dane Patterson has been a real find, if you can describe a South African international as a real find. But he only played a couple of tests, and they brought him in, and he's had more than 50 wickets each of the last 2 years. He has been tremendous for Nottinghamshire. I understand just had a little bit of a niggle, so everybody else has missed a game so far in the first 3 rounds of matches. So Patterson just resting up on this one. Next ball is steered into the covers, 14 without loss, but he has been sensational.
It's what you need, your good bowling stocks, isn't it? Because of the way the fixtures are put together, you just can't really have the same guys running in for 5 or 6 weeks on the spin. Lancashire have done the same. They've rotated resting bowlers.
You never really know when you're sort of planning ahead like that, just how big a workload somebody's going to get in each particular game. As Fletcher comes in again, short of a length, left by Balderson, who's more than happy to give Luke Fletcher his 2nd consecutive maiden, 14 without loss. And it's also I think worth bearing in mind when your break comes. Notts and Lancashire played 3 gap and then play another 3. I know last year there was 7 early rounds, weren't there, and Essex had to play in every round. They didn't get a break until after 7 back-to-back weeks, which on the face of it seemed a little bit tough when everybody else had a break after 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 weeks.
Seems a better balance, doesn't it, this year? There's Brett Hodson, and Wells goes off the back foot, defends into the onside for no run.
Almost like a little bit of a phony war, this, isn't it? They're putting the ball in good areas, and both left-handers just more than happy just to defend at the moment, just to play themselves into their innings. Nothing wrong with that at all, but it's almost like we know what's going to come at some point with Stone and Broad. We know we've got a bit of a deficit to wipe out as well.
Wells, oh goodness me, that's cut him in half. And going forward to this delivery to Hutton, it's gone right in between bat and thigh pad, I think, into the gloves of the keeper. It's a really smart delivery.
It's a theatrical take as well from Joe Clark, and it had to be. Really good take. Good ball.
It was. It's a beauty sent down by Brett Hutton. And again, Wells, solid front foot defence. Ball deflects down the pitch, no run. So that will be Lyndon James at first slip with Hutton bowling then,
yep.
Okay. And then Duckett at second slip.
Yeah.
Slater at gully.
Now Matthew Montgomery.
Montgomery, okay. All settling into position. Again, Wells defends. Gathered by Hutton off his own bowling, no run. Oh yeah, Slater's at mid-wicket. Chief cheerleader at the minute.
They haven't got the ball polisher in this match, Liam Patterson-White. He's an obsessive ball polisher. I think most sides have one. Almost after every delivery it was thrown to Liam. Somebody moving about behind the arm down below us has to sit down. But their regular ball polisher not playing in this game. First one he's missed for a couple of years, Liam Patterson-White.
Hutton to Wells, the back foot, and driving away through the offside. Hamid comes into the game, having been lurking around on the point boundary, dancing away to his left to scoot the ball up at deep extra cover. And Wells gets a single, moves on to 11. And Lancashire 15 without loss, and we've got 1 ball left of the 7th over, and Balderson will face Hutton for the first time.
Yeah, it's time Hamid got into the game, isn't it? He's had a very quiet day and a half so far. Took a spectacular catch yesterday.
He did.
And began his innings. 50-odd not out overnight and dismissed for 97.
So Hutton to Balderson. That's defended by Lancashire's young opening batter. That's the end of the over. 7 gone, 15 without loss. Wells 11, Balderson on 4.
Still not at the halfway stage of the day. 52 overs remaining. still more than happy to say the weather's absolutely fine. Still going to be Fletcher. Seen a wicket's gone down at Taunton there. Northants now 255 for 9 against Somerset. That one troubled by the weather. I think they've had quite a bit of rain down there, haven't they? The first round of matches, Somerset didn't get much cricket in. Was your match affected by rain at Taunton? As Fletcher comes in, bowls to Wells for the first time.
Not massively, no.
Just a high-scoring draw.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I think we may have gone off early one day, maybe with about an hour to go, something like that. But no, we pretty much a clear 4 days. The pitch was particularly flat, and they, I guess Somerset kind of got what they wanted from the match. I think having been skittled out here pretty quickly the week before, and they were facing Anderson and Mahmood and Bailey, I don't think they quite fancied a sporting pitch.
Luke Fletcher to Luke Wells, and claiming the wicket here, and Wells walks. Fletcher's got it, punch of the air from the big man. Joe Clark with the catch, and Lancashire are 15 for 1.
Yeah, Wells on the walk before the umpire raised his finger. Out for 11. It's a significant breakthrough. The reaction from the Nottinghamshire team will reflect that, because I think you've got to get Wells early. If he gets in, then he can do you some really serious damage. And they've got him pretty cheaply on both occasions. I'm not surprised the reaction was a jubilant one. Nice piece of bowling from Fletcher. Watch the replay here. A little thin edge through to the keeper. Big man spins up in celebration. Wells has to depart. Gone for 11.
Yes, that first innings advantage of 35 looking more and more important now. They're still 20 behind. They've lost one of the gun players in Luke Wells.
I suppose from Lancashire's point of view, and is only one down at the minute, but they have been quite reliant on their top order to a large degree so far this season. And of course in the first innings of this match, Villas, Croft, de Grandhomme, take Bell out of the equation because Bell's had a really good start to the year. So these guys coming in for the second time in the match, having not contributed first innings, even more keen than ever to try and do that. But I agree with you, Dave, that 35 is a pretty slender lead on first innings, but in a game that's relatively low scoring, if you can knock a couple over with a team still behind.
There's one they'd like to knock over. They couldn't do it yesterday for a couple of hours. Josh Bohannon played beautifully, top scorer in the Lancashire first innings with 68. Right-hander, of course, so the field has changed over. Luke Fletcher with his second wicket of the match, and whether it was forced upon them to open with Fletcher or whether it was by design, the big man has got the first wicket. Got a nice little knot out as well, didn't he? 15 knot out. Left high and dry at the end there as Stuart Broad was last out. Sure he'll be saying I should be batting higher than number 11, coach. What am I doing down there?
But his captain never hears the end of it.
There's Fletcher into Balderson, and pushes this up to Broad at mid-on. There's no run.
Okay, the not skipper from up here, nice and chirpy, as you'd expect.
Fletcher, shadows from the sun all around the players. Bowls and Bohannon leaves it alone, and it bounces before reaching Joe Clark, who's bagged another catch. Keeping's been all right in this game. Again, it's the scarcity of runs that will be levelled against Joe Clark.
Fine player though, isn't he?
Yeah. Fletcher to bowl. Bohannon drives up to Mullaney.
Don't sound convinced.
Love watching him play at his best, in his pomp, at his peak. Take his record and his stats and his match-winning performances for Worcestershire with what he's done since he came to Notts, and it was a career that seemed to be going only one way. And you know, initially there was all the off-field problems. There's Fletcher in, Bohannon cuts it out into the offside, but he's had 51 innings now with 1 century since over the last 2 years, and for a player that for a long time was tipped as the next England number 4 and all the rest of it, it just seems to have tailed away his batting, his feast or famine, and more often than not it's famine. As I say, didn't get a century last year in Division 2 when all around him were averaging between 50 and 70.
Here's Hutton to Balderson. Edged. Oh, put down by Duckett.
Yep.
That second slip. Diving across first slip, Ben Duckett. Got both hands to that, I think. Balderson with a very nervous look behind. Lifeline for him. Put down on 4 with the score at 15 for 1.
Yeah, I think it was Duckett's. I don't think it would have presented an opportunity for Lyndon James. I mean, second slip, as is normal, is standing well in front of first slip. It was his to go for.
Hutton to Balderson. Smothering the ball away into the offside. No run.
And having, he clearly saw it all the way off the bat and flung himself. He'll be disappointed not to have taken that, and I'm surprised he didn't take that, because as I said, he will have had a good sight of that one. Sometimes it can come very quickly, hit your hand and drop, and it's gone down, it's a chance, but he had a good sight at that, made a deliberate movement to get to the ball, got both hands to it.
Clip off the pads down towards fine leg for Balderson. Won't improve the mood of the bowler, or indeed Ben Duckett, I suspect. 4 runs for Balderson. He moves on to 8, 19 for 1. Hutton marching back to his mark. You could see just before that Duckett had slipped, nattering away to Lyndon James, and you can see him looking up towards the sky, put his fingers across his face, be desperately hoping it's not a costly drop.
Well, I think it was an unblemished catching performance from both sides yesterday.
I agree. Hutton to Balderson, left and through to the keeper, and there's no run.
And today it wasn't costly, but Luke Wells dropped one, didn't he, off Stuart Broad towards the very back end of the Nottinghamshire innings, one that you'd expect him to take more often than not, and I'd say the same with that one.
You can still see him there, can't you?
Yeah.
Catching away to himself.
Yeah. That's not going to be forgotten all the time that Balderson's at the crease.
And again to Balderson, it's defended. The ball's pushed back along the ground. No run.
Club cricket, you'd have a right old chunter, wouldn't you, if you were the bowler, but it just doesn't. Obviously, it just doesn't happen in the professional game. It will be totally out of order to start remonstrating with somebody just for dropping one. They all know how tough it is. They're all in it together. Nobody means to put them down.
Final ball of the over. And Balderson hops back and defends out towards Hamid at cover. Well, edge was the chance was created, and I back up what Dave said. That I think that the opportunities that were on offer from both sides yesterday were taken. The fielding was outstanding, but as we watch the replay here, the edge to Duckett leaped across first slip, just couldn't keep a hold of it, even though he got both hands on it.
Yeah, you've just got to put it to the back of your mind, put it out of your mind if you can. But, play goes on. Fletcher in to Bohannon. Pushes it to Stone at mid-wicket, no run. Doesn't drop many, Ben Duckett will say that for him. 19 for 1, so the visitors still 16 behind. Fletcher into his 5th over, 1 for 4 his figures. Bowls now all down the leg side, well taken by Joe Clark. Had to move quite a considerable distance to his left. Nicely done, good glove work. Made easier by good footwork initially from Joe Clark. Here comes Fletcher. Bohannon yet to score. And, just blocks this back to Fletcher. First innings order was Stephen Croft at 4, so he's doing next. Then Dane Vilas, George Bell at 6, the wicket-keeper, Colin de Grandhomme, Tom Hartley, Tom Bailey, Will Williams and Jimmy Anderson. Fletcher again, pounding in, bowls. No rush today, Josh Bohannon. Got into a good rhythm early on with his batting yesterday. Pierced the infield several times, punished anything short or wide. Driving and cutting crisply. He really rattled along in that morning session yesterday. There's Fletcher, still trying to keep him quiet. He bowls now, and that's a loose shot. It's gone between bat and the body. Good stuff this from Fletcher. Doing again what he did in the first innings, just drying things up, starving the opposition of any runs. This will conclude the 10th over. Here comes Fletcher, bowls now, run away, and partially stopped. Will take a single, Montgomery. At backward point, a diving stop, but they went through for the run, 20 for 1 after 10 overs. So Lancashire still trail by 15. So we've had 10 overs, it'll be Houghton to continue. Still no, as I was just going to say, still no sign of Broad or Stone getting ready, but Stuart Broader is just beginning his warm-up routine. There's Houghton to Bohannon, opens the face and will get his second run. 21 for 1. This game continues to move on apace. Lancashire in their second innings are now 25 for 1. That's 10 runs still adrift of Nottinghamshire. They've lost a wicket. Luke Fletcher has dismissed the dangerous Luke Wells for 11, caught behind by Joe Clark. Earlier, Seba Mead, disappointingly for him and his supporters, out for 97 as Notts were bowled out for 249. Lancashire second time round are 25 for 1. There's Houghton in to bowl to Balderson, who's just cut a boundary away the previous delivery whilst I was doing that update. And he's moved on to 12, so 10 is the margin between the two sides. Broad continues to get himself ready, so I suspect he's going to replace Luke Fletcher. Here's Hutton. In to Balderson. Push it into the offside. Bit of a chase on here for Stuart Broad. They take a single. And it's 26 for 1, 9 between the two teams as Scott returns from his sojourns to the northwest.
Via the sweetie jar. I couldn't resist. So tempting, that. Back of the box. Yeah, like a little devil on my shoulder you are.
Can you remember the biscuit jar at Edgbaston that used to be there? That great big biscuit jar. Big glass biscuit jar, absolutely. Crammed full of every flavour you can imagine. This is a really good delivery from Hutton past the outside edge and through to the keeper. Well, it was, wasn't it?
Oh, it was beautiful.
What do they used to call us? Like biscuit selection boxes, tea time favourites or something. I don't know if that is the word. I mean, there's other biscuits available, but they used to have every flavour you could imagine. This great big jar, and I'm talking about a big jar.
It was massive, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Did you deliberately pick one out, or like a lucky dip? I always went lucky dip with that. Didn't look, just put my hand in.
Oh, don't be silly. Let's push back to the phone. So you'd risk getting a just an ordinary plain dry digestive when there's chocolate digestives in there, for example.
Well, you're going back 2 or 3 times a day, aren't you? So at some point you're going to strike lucky.
I think we are going to get some Stuart Broad to entertain us. What's your favourite? What's your go-to?
Well, I think it depends entirely on the mood, really. You know, and also depends on what you drink. If you're having a brew with it and you're having a bit of a dunk of the biscuit, you need a certain type of biscuit for that, don't you? Something that's got a bit of character to it.
Yeah. You've got to have a chocolate digestive if there's one there, but
not if you're dunking in your tea. You can't. You don't want melted chocolate on your fingers.
You lick your fingers, don't you?
Oh no.
I'm not a fan of the old ginger nut or the dry digestive. Don't mind a custard cream or a jammy dodger or a bourbon, chocolate bourbon.
I reckon everyone listening and watching now will be thinking, you know what, I think it's time for a biscuit.
Time to put the kettle on.
It could be.
Going to be Broad, going to be Scott Reed.
Will be Balderson on strike on 13. So over number 12 of the second innings, we see Stuart Broad for the first time. And Balderson defends. And there's no run. It trickles its way out towards Ollie Stone at cover.
I just think Ollie Stone might have to wait. I suspect Fletcher will replace Hutton at this end. As and when Brett Hutton's done. He's had 6, he might have another couple. And then when Broad's had 4 or 5 or 6, it may be that Ollie Stone can succeed him.
It's Broad with his headband on. And it's wide of the off stump and left and taken by the keeper.
The first couple of games I called it a headband. At Lord's last week, everybody else was calling it a bandana, and I don't know the difference, being a complete and utter idiot.
I just think they're the same thing, aren't they?
And the other thing, during lunch as well, you're down with the kids.
Am I?
Everybody calling Broad the Nighthawk. I don't know where this came around or what it means, or essentially
I blame Bazball for it.
Where to go with the Nighthawk thing.
Broad to Balderson. That's a lovely drive through the covers. Won't reach the rope. Mullaney will catch it, but Balderson gets 3. Good looking shot for 3. He moves on to 16. Score moves on to 29 for 1.
Now this is contentious from David Fennick, who's still with us, our Durham supporter who's following us. The best biscuit, Dave, has got to be the Tunnocks caramel wafer. Now that's not really a biscuit, is it? It's like the old Jaffa cake argument, isn't it?
I think
how can a cake be a biscuit and whatever? I do like those. I know others are available, David. After on the BBC, we do have to say other caramel wafers are available, but I am with you there. But would it qualify? You know, Richard Osman does one of those, the World Cup of biscuits and all sorts of stuff, doesn't he, once a year?
Broad to Bannon, who just cramps in for room, nips back in and rolls off his thigh pad back down the pitch, and there's no run.
I mean, I've brought in today a, put the word on the end, Nottinghamshire County Cricket. I bought in one of those, orange flavour. Now, is that a biscuit?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's got a biscuit centre, hasn't it? Covered by chocolate.
Yeah, it don't count as a biscuit, though, does it? Or does it? I don't know.
Broad to Bohannon. Just trying to help it down to fine leg and just deflects away off the hip, and there's no run. We were having a debate the other week at Chelmsford as to what constitutes an ice cream, because the ice cream van claimed to be selling ice cream but wouldn't sell the soft scoop stuff.
Right.
So it was just ice lollies that they sold. And I said, well, an ice lolly is not an ice cream.
No.
Apparently I deeply offended everybody in Chelmsford by this suggestion. When is a biscuit not a biscuit?
Yeah.
Final ball of Broad's first over. It's carved out through the offside by Bohannon. A little bit of width and he gets right into it. Hamid to the rescue though. He comes up from third man to field. Bohannon comes back for 2, so he moves on to 4. And Lancashire are 31 for 4 to trail by 4 runs.
There's plenty of cricket grounds I've played on where Asib Hamid wouldn't have been able to pick the ball up as easily as he did there. Like an absolute carpet out there, of course. He just reached down, the ball racing along the outfield, and he picked it up easily. Luke Fletcher's asking for somebody to come out as 12th man, I think, because he wants to pop off. In fact, Dane Schardendorf's already on the field. That's why he can't find a 12th man. So Fletcher's having a bit of a breather. He's saying, if you're not going to bowl me, I'm not going to play anymore. So Fletcher's gone off. He's gone off home. And Schardendorf is on. Hutton's going to continue. 31 for 1. But yeah, it's a routine bit of fielding that was from Hamid, but there's plenty of club grounds where that would have bobbled on him. There's Hamid to Balderson, who leaves this alone, doesn't attempt to play a shot, doesn't move a hair or anything at all, and it just narrowly misses the off stump. 31 for 1. Very much enjoyed all your correspondence through the course of this game. At Brace Cricket, at BBC Lancs Cricket. Lots of friendly folk up in the northwest that got to know over the years. This one's clipped up to Stone at mid-on. Bent down to get that ball there. He's got these fashionable cricket boots with the bright red soles on, almost like the is it the Louboutins or whatever? Fancy bright red soles. 31 for 1. Hutton wicketless, but he has had Balderson dropped. He's in again, and the same player now pushes it out as far as Hamid and his heavily taped fingers in the covers. It'll never catch on as the name of a band, will it? Hamid and his heavily taped fingers. See the sticking plaster from here. Hutton bowls, and George Balderson solidly behind it, defends, pushes it up to the not skipper Stephen Mullaney, who a little mannerism all of his own as he goes to pick the ball up with one hand. With the other hand he sort of flicks his cap back a little bit, so there's a bead or two of sweat on his forehead, and then starts to work into the ball. Hutton in again, bowls, and Balderson again blocks. Watch him do it here, watch him do it here. Goes to pick it up. Mullaney, there we go, there's the cap up, there's the wipe of the forehead, and then the wipe of the ball. And then as soon as he passes the ball onto the bowler, he'll pop his cap back into the normal position. There we go, and there we go. Mullaney and his magnificent mannerisms. Hutton bowls all down the leg side, 4 runs. Just strayed 2-leggy, tickled away, 4 runs, and that means scores are level. Not so going to have to bat again in this game. Scores are level. So Lancashire 0 for 1 effectively. Going to be Stuart Broad. What do we got here? Bahannon's had his playing in bat with him for the last 20 minutes, and now Rob Jones has brought out his biffing bat. I wonder if that's a favourite one that's been broken. When he got his runs within the first innings. They don't like to change bats, do they?
No, he's played quite nice, isn't he, for his 24?
I mean Bahannon.
Oh, sorry.
It's Bahannon who's changed bats.
Oh, yeah, he got.
I know you were writing, sorry.
68. Plays forward in defence to Mulaney at mid-off, and there's no run.
Yeah, I wonder if this is his biffing bat or he's just lost his biffing bat. Wally Stone's getting ready. Ooh. Could be an interesting 3/4 of an hour or so before tea.
Yeah, make it awkward. He did bowl well. Well, to be fair, the bowlers on both sides have both bowled really well. It's driven by Bahannon to mid-off, no run.
Well, you say that. I mean, I have seen people just saying, you know, the jury's still out, slightly unsure about Ollie Stone. Goes for runs, goes for runs, goes for runs. I mean, he's bowling quickly. He's got to roll within the side, and you've got to harness that pace, haven't you, and set fields accordingly. But I think he's the sort of player, when he's on a roll, he's going to blow sides away occasionally.
Broad to Bahannon. Takes a single down to fine leg. Slater fields. Moves to 5. It's 36 for 1.
You know, he's still relatively recently back into a playing career after major back surgery. But he'll do for me.
Me too. You've got to have variety in the attack. If you've got somebody who can bowl as quickly as he can, and even if he goes for runs, don't worry too much about that. There's not many people can bowl that at the pace that he can bowl at. Broad to Balderson. That's flicked away to fine leg for 1.
I was distracted by David Fenwick's latest correspondence. I do like a correspondent who can back up his theories with a little bit of, shall we say, evidence. It's David who's claiming the caramel wafers should be classified as a biscuit. Says Dave, caramel wafer definitely deserves its place among the biscuit elite. See this. And then he sent a poll in by the TV programme Sunday Brunch. Is a Tunnock's caramel wafer a biscuit? This was done, when was this done? In April 2021.
There's Broad balls to Bahannon, that's left.
And out of 11,055 votes, 65.4% said yes, a Tunnock's caramel wafer is a biscuit. 34.6% said no, a Tunnock's caramel wafer is not a biscuit. So there we are. So David backing up his theories with 11,000 votes of the general public. We know what happens if you let the general public have a vote. Do like a caramel wafer.
Bannon driving away through the covers for 4 runs. Maybe Broad just overpitched a little bit. Bannon onto it nicely. Firmly struck for 4 to end the over. Bahannon moves on to 9. Lancashire 41 for 4, so lead by 6. Balderson on 21. Looking shot for 4 runs.
I'm laughing because we are going to get Ollie Stone on. That's not why I'm laughing. Stephen Brady's been in touch. Dave, after you and Scott just been talking about biscuits and Scott selecting his dunking material, here's my options in Cheadle Hume today. As a Red Rose follower, I was equally gutted to see Hasmit out on his ton. A lovely lad, lovely family. Enjoy the scones. And he sent a picture of some custard creams and some 4-carat mini loaf cakes that he's got. I don't know what a mini loaf cake is. Here's Ollie Stone from this end of the ground. Bowls quickly, it goes down to the other end, and quickly it goes off an outside edge through gully down to Broad for a single. 42 for 1. Thank you, Stephen.
I've also had some thoughts on when is a sweatband a bandana and vice versa.
The big issues of the day.
It is, isn't it? Yeah.
The big issues of the day.
This is from Carlos. He says, I think Broad wears a sweatband. I used to wear a bandana which fits on the whole top of the head and fits around the forehead. So according to Carlos, he reckons that the bandana fits across the whole top of the head and the forehead, and Broad's doesn't.
Stone makes Bohannon hurry up there as he defends that one. Yeah, it's not his sweatband on his wrist I'm about. It's the headband.
Yeah, well, headband then. Headband.
You know, like,
yeah. So
I mean, they called Jack Brooks the headband warrior, didn't they? So I sort of said it was something along those lines, but. At Lord's, where they know about these things, of course, the place of high fashion, in the last game, the people who were commentating there were correcting me, saying no, that's not a headband, that's a bandana.
I think you were right, because the headband, according to Carlos, the
I'm
bandana goes across the whole head.
42 for 1.
Where's
Carlos from? That's a good name. Carlos. A stone bowls to Bohannon, little push to point, and there's no run.
He's in sunny Rosendale, is Carlos.
Oh, right. That part of Spain.
Yeah.
Glad to have you with us, Carlos. Thought he was somewhere more exotic. Sorry for being stereotypical. They're not exclusive to Spain, are they, Carloses? Carlos Tevez, well known in Manchester parts. A stone is in, bowls to Bohannon. Blocks this one up to Mulaney. Most famous person from Manchester.
Who is the most famous person from Manchester?
And that's the question I've just asked.
I think we should open that up to the... because that's all a matter of opinion, isn't it, really?
Sean Ryder, Noel Gallagher, Andy Burnham,
Stephen Mulaney,
Gary Neville. He's from Lee, isn't he? Stephen Mulaney. He's born in Warrington, but is he a Lee man? Here's Stone. Oh, nice and full, and it's returned with interest by Bohannon. Down the ground. Just through the onside of straight for 4. Lovely crisp shot. It's a pacey delivery again from Stone. And here again we're seeing him go for runs, but certainly make the batsman have a bit of a hurry up at the far end. But that was a good shot from Bohannon. Saw a lot of that yesterday. Ball has been retrieved by Lyndon James. He's had a relatively quiet game, hasn't bowled a ball yet, Lyndon James. There's Stone. Bowls again outside edge. Went quickly down to third man. There's protection down there, a single. Went very quickly. Bohannon's waving to the dressing room. What's he waving for? Does he want another bat brought out? He's broken this one already. Don't know. End of the over, 47 for 1 after 15.
Ollie Pope's out in the game between Essex and Surrey. Pope out LBW to Jamie Porter for 26. Surrey 110 for 4, replying to Essex's 314 all out.
You see, Alan sets a question here that I agree with and don't know the answer to, because I agree with you, Dave. If a Tunnock's wafer isn't a biscuit, what is it? Don't know. Can you?
When does a biscuit become like a chocolate bar?
Yeah. Can you have a biscuit that's wrapped in foil?
I don't know.
But I'm with you, Alan. You know, sort of. I like them, whatever they are. I'll gobble any sweet treat. Cake, biscuit, doesn't matter.
Broad to Bohannon. It's defended to mid-on, and there's no run.
When I'm allowed.
Yeah, you've been very well behaved, haven't you?
Yes, all these various avenues of pleasure are being cut off.
Oh dear.
Somebody's car alarm repeatedly going off. I don't know if the effects microphone can pick it up, but it's making a bit of a din somewhere around the ground or outside the ground.
Bohannon drives. Fletcher watching this very carefully because he's driven it across some of the practice pitches at the players were using at lunch. It would be bouncing and bobbling its way off the square to Fletcher, but he was watchful and right in behind it to field. No run.
See David Rourke here. Now then, the most famous Mancunian from a crowded field, he says, has to be Emmeline Pankhurst, aka my wife's great aunt. Emmeline was born in Moss Side. Now that's the... I'll come back to that in a second.
Broad comes over the wicket to Bohannon. It's defended, no run.
We did have a correspondent, don't think it was yourself, David, saying there was a Pankhurst this morning, wasn't there? Whose birthday it was.
Yes,
and it
Sylvia.
Wasn't Sylvia. If you're still with us, well, hopefully you're still with us, David. Yes, somebody said this morning, if you're doing birthdays, you've got to do the famous suffragette Sylvia Pankhurst, who I had to admit I hadn't heard of. And she was born on this day at Old Trafford, Manchester, said this morning's correspondent.
Broad to Bohannon. And that's defended. It rolls slowly up towards Stephen Mullaney at mid-on, and there's no run.
The bearded batsman knows his stuff. Dave, a biscuit goes soft when it ages, but a cake goes hard.
I'm loving the logic behind all this. The attempt to try and explain.
Well, it's true, isn't it? You know, you leave a biscuit for... Not that I ever leave a biscuit for weeks in the biscuit tin.
Broad in, balls. It's short and it's pulled with control by Bohannon. Out towards Stone on the square leg boundary for a single.
And just in case you thought bearded batsman was wrong in saying that, Simon Goodall says, Dave, the rule of thumb is a biscuit goes soft when it goes stale and a cake will go hard. So the bearded batsman and Simon both saying exactly the same thing. Absolutely spot on, guys. But I don't know what a caramel wafer would do in its foil.
Final ball of the over for Broad around the wicket to Balderson off his toes. Pushed away through the offside for a single. End of the over, 49 for 1. Bohannon 15 and Balderson on 23.
Gonna have a scone today?
I'm not. I'm going to resist. I'm going to treat myself to a weekend one. Treat myself to a Saturday scone.
Game might be over by tea tomorrow.
Well, they'll still be out, won't they?
Not if the game's over by tea tomorrow. Who do you think's going to hang around to make you a cake?
Oh,
or a scone?
It's a bit mean.
Depends when it finishes, of course. I think it's unlikely. There's an awful lot of nothing going on. Josh Bohannon, it's not a bat that he wants. It's the Lancashire. I presume that's the Lancashire physio he wants, who's out there treating him right now.
Yeah, Sam Byrne that's come out there.
Can't quite see on the stream where it is or what it is. But if you're not watching the live stream, Josh Bohannon's taken his helmet off and now his gloves, and the physio's with him. A lot of little congregations going on elsewhere. Stone and Mullaney and Fletcher talking to umpire Rob Bailey. Big Luke Fletcher on the screen. And Josh Bohannon says sorry to everybody as he pops his helmet and his gloves on and runs back. Where's he going? Where's he going? Oh, it's a good job he remembered which end he was at. It seemed as if George Balderson didn't. Balderson was at this end leaning on his bat.
That's funny.
Bohannon says, you're at that end, fella.
You
get yourself, you go and face Ollie Stone, I'm not.
Exactly, yeah.
So it's going to be Stone to the left-handed Balderson, who's on 23, made 24 in the first innings. Oh, and Stone quickly, but down the leg side and burst through the gloves of Joe Clarke. And they are the sorts of ones that can hurt a wicket-keeper, and Clarke has stayed down, but now he's got up. It is signalled as a bye. He just stayed down there long enough, Joe Clarke, for me to wonder if he had got it right on the finger end. And although Notts do have other resources, other wicket-keeping resources, Duckett and Schardendorf, they wouldn't want a second wicket-keeper to have a finger injury. 50 for 1. Lancashire's 50 coming up, start of the 17th over. Stone bowls to Bohannon, who's on 15, there's no run. Stephen Brady is an exiled Scot. A Tunnocks is a caramel wafer. Other wafers are available. They also do tea cakes. They do indeed, Stephen. Thank you very much.
So is that considered to be a biscuit then?
I don't know.
Yeah,
it's a caramel wafer. We seem to have got another category between biscuits and cakes.
People are very passionate about these things, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. No idea why.
Stone bowls. Bohannon drives into the offside. Slight misfield. 3:30 has arrived, which means Radio Nottingham in my ears. Chorley FM coming in your ears. Was that Max and Paddy, wasn't it?
It was, yeah, I think so.
Does it actually exist?
It was a Peter
up your way?
I've absolutely no idea.
Stone to Bohannon. Ball's now cut away. This time it does beat the dive at point from Montgomery and go away for 4. 54 for 1. Lancashire's lead up to 19. No further successes for Nottinghamshire since I last spoke to you, Verity. Lancashire 54 for 1 in their second innings. That's an overall lead of just 19. Asiba Mead earlier in the day out for 97. Heartbreaking for the former Lancashire man against his former county. Notts all out for 249, so they had a lead of 35. Luke Fletcher got a wicket, but since then Lancashire have moved on to 54 for 1. Stone bowls to Bohannon. Can't get this one away. Shardendorf again doing the fielding. 54 for 1. Still 10 overs to go before the tea break. 10 overs and a ball to be exact. Very interesting then when they come out after tea to see what the Nottinghamshire over rate is, because they only seem to tinker with those over rates during the intervals. -2 at the moment, and you'd have to say with 4 quicks it's not going to improve on that. Stone bowls again. Bohannon pushes into the offside. Shardendorf again doing the fielding. End of the over. 54 for 1.
Yeah, not seen any spin, have we, from either team so far
anybody
in the match?
Is this the physio again coming on to Bohannon?
It is, yeah.
Well, I think he should go and have a sit down in the dressing room and sort his issues out. The physio's actually come out there, I saw, with a roll of tape and scissors. And it seems to be right elbow, right arm. Can't tell. I wonder if more than, or rather than an injury to Josh Bohannon, just maybe it's an arm guard and he's got an issue there. Maybe they usually have Velcro fastening, don't they? Maybe the Velcro's not doing it for him, and they're sort of taping the arm guard on rather than actual injury to Bohannon. Doesn't seem in any discomfort or distress, does he?
No, it doesn't.
But, physio's come on 2 or 3 times. He's had to change a bat. It's all these little things that can just cloud the mind, can't it, of a player out there. You want to be clear and focused and concentrating fully on what Stuart Broad and Ollie Stone are trying to do to you without worrying about whether your arm guard or whether your arm's aching or whether your bat's broken or anything else. But again, he apologises to everybody for the slight hold up, and we'll be underway in a second. Yeah,
running repairs at the minute for Josh Bohannon. Broad to Balderson to continue with 2 slips in place. Plays off the front foot and defends into the offside, bounces out to Stone at cover, and there's no run.
Yeah, it always seems to be biscuits and children's television programmes that provoke the biggest response from our listeners. We can talk about cricket from now until September, can't we? But you mention that Magpie was better than Blue Peter, or Magic Roundabout was better than whatever, and you'll have somebody on your back.
Broad around the wicket and driven.
for 4 by Balderson. Fletcher went leaping away to his right to try and stop the ball.
Is that what he was doing?
Well, it was of some description like that, yes. It was maybe a bit of a belly flop from Fletcher, but he tried to stop the ball.
I think the chances of him stopping the ball
were slim to none.
I was going to say we're non-existent at best.
It's a good-looking shot for 4 by Balderson.
It was through him, to be fair. He had no chance of stopping it.
27 now to him, 58 for 1. He has to go and pick himself up, Fletcher, and fetch the ball as well.
Yep.
Sends it back to Broad. He's bouncing his way back in. Balderson plays nicely off the front foot and defends. No run.
Could be quite a costly drop that by Duckett. Balderson was on 4 when Duckett spilled him at second slip. Just after Luke Wells had been dismissed. Lancashire were still a dozen runs or so behind at that stage, weren't they? That could have been quite a problem for them had there been 2 down early on.
Broad again to Balderson. It's driven to mid-off. Mullaney having to scurry away to his right-hand side to stop the ball, which he does. Both batters come down and do a little bit of gardening.
Now we've got more ball issues. Nothing to do with the fact that a wicket hasn't gone down for half an hour. But bowler Stuart Broad, captain Stephen Mullaney, I think it's worthwhile offering the ball to Rob Bailey, and looks like they're going to get their wish here. So another hold up. They're going to go and fetch the suitcase. Not been quite as bad this year as it was last year in terms of the ball being replaced, but it does still happen a couple of times a day, doesn't it?
It does, and I think sometimes it's a little bit of gamesmanship involved, isn't it? Of which obviously the umpires are perfectly aware of, but they've obviously agreed that this is not quite right. So
and you don't know why, because it's not been slapped into some concrete or something, because that's when it often happens, isn't it? If it's smashed into a stand and it does a bit of damage. Who's this coming on? This must be a 12th man rushing on with more Lancashire supplies.
Yeah, they've just got, as soon as the umpire said we're going to change the ball, both batters signalled to the dressing room for a drink.
We need a drink. We've not had one for 4 balls.
I suppose if you're out there, you're thinking, if you're that bothered about changing the ball, then we'll have a break and have a drink.
Yeah. Seems to be hard for anybody to get any real focus. There's been so many disruptions, hasn't there, over the last passage of play. It just has. That's not a criticism of anybody or anything. Lots of rotated the fielders. Several have gone off the field for comfort breaks. Shardendorf's been out there more often than not as a sub fielder. You've had Bohannon change his bat, and then clearly he's had a couple of issues with something. The right elbow seemingly related, either an arm guard or needs a bit of tape on his arm. I think we're ready.
We are, yeah. It's Broad. Sets off on that, nips back in towards Balderson. Deflects actually down to second slip where Duckett stops the ball, but seemed to jag back in a bit, and as a result of that, both batters are coming down and both probably thinking,
Well, unusually Stewart turned to appeal to the umpire. He usually just carries on running all the way down when he thinks it's out. And that didn't look right, did it? Didn't look right. Decent ball first back after the slight stoppage.
It was. Balderson waits and defends again from Broad.
And of course it's with a changed ball as well. Might have been some questions asked, and A few questions left hanging in the air. Had that first ball done something and produced a wicket? Crikey, what have you found in that suitcase here? There's Ollie Stone. He's going to see what he can make with this replacement ball. Fairhead hails originally from Norwich in Norfolk. Don't know why I said it like that. But, his first county was Northants, where he played with Ben Duckett, and had 5 years, I think, with Warwickshire at Edgbaston. Here he comes to bowl to Bohannon. Quick delivery. That was express pace. That's gone through Bohannon, who can only imagine is blinking towards Ollie Stone, and just mightily relieved he wasn't either castled or nicked it. That was a quick one. Just sensed it got a little dark as well as Stone was running in. It maybe whatever sunshine there is up there, there was a cloud just went in front of it, just suddenly seemed to go dark. Here he comes again, Stone. He'd like another one of those. Bowls now to Bohannon, hit in the air, and it's gone away for runs. Just out of the reach of the diving Montgomery at point. It was in the air though. He'll come back for 3. Hard runs, but it was in the air. Montgomery flung himself full length to his right. Couldn't get there. Had he been Mr. Tickle with extra long arms, he would have done. Certainly in the air, and that's what somebody with the pace of Stone can do to you, especially after the previous delivery. Bohannon sensed it was an opportunity to throw the bat and maybe get some runs, and he hit it uppishly. 61 for 1. Lancashire lead by 26. Balderson on strike. Stone bowls to him, and this is chopped down to Montgomery, has made the journey from backward point to backward point. No run. All runs that Notts are going to have to get, of course. You wouldn't fancy chasing too many on there, would you?
Well, no, I suppose you get a better idea when Lancashire bat in this innings, don't you, as to whether the pitch maybe has changed in the second half of the match a little bit. George Balderson suggested that it might turn out to be quite a good deck to bat on.
This Stone, lovely looking shot from Balderson for 4. It was quick, but it was full and outside off stump, and it's driven away for 4. That's the 50 partnership brought up between the two bees, the killer bees, Bohannon and Balderson. 50. They've added from 68 deliveries, 65 for 1. Stephen Brady, it's 5 o'clock, is it? Captain Pugwash for me. Enough of this nonsense. He says this encounter could have the makings of being a great game. Come on, the Red Rose. Captain Pugwash wasn't on at 5 o'clock, was it? This one's pushed out as far as Hamid. 65 for 1. Very useful partnership there. Second time in the match that Bohannon and Balderson have put 50 on for the second wicket for Lancashire. Notts found it a little easier going once they'd taken the second wicket in the first innings. Balderson pushes this out to Hamid. Ruing is missing 3 runs still. 65 for 1 at the end of the over.
Yeah, it's good, wasn't it, on Thursday between these two? Got Lancashire kind of safely up to that hour mark on the morning, looking in a pretty healthy position, but it all unravelled pretty quickly for Lancashire on Thursday with the bat. Kind of wrestled control a little bit back into the match with the ball later in the day. Eight overs away from a tea interval. Broad's going to continue. Over number 4. Nope, over number 5 for Stuart Broad, in fact. It's a short ball to begin with to Bohannon. Gets him down on his knees, ducking underneath it. and stays down on his knees while he contemplates it. Took an age to get back up. He's found it quite comfy down there. 27 to Josh Bohannon.
Doesn't sound many, does it? 8 overs, but I fancy this is an important little spell here. If these two can stay there, that's potentially another 30 runs. Notts will be desperate to break this partnership.
Broad to Bohannon. Is that off the edge of the bat? Well, Clark's taken the catch. Nottinghamshire are celebrating. Broad stands in disbelief, and the umpire says, I don't think anything was on that. And Bohannon survives.
I don't think that's out on first viewing.
It's gone past the inside edge of the bat, hasn't it? And then onto the thigh pad. The umpire must have been of the view that it's brushed the thigh pad and not hit the bat.
Yeah, that's how I saw it from the replay I've just seen. So I'm not out in the middle, but I think even if I'd been out in the middle, I wouldn't have been entirely sure, unless I'd been Josh Bohannon. He would know, but it didn't look out to me.
Broad to Bohannon. It's wide of off stump and drilled away through the offside. Gets through for a single, moves on to 23. The score moves on to 66 for 1, lead of 31 runs. Well, if it's not hit the bat, and it did just hit the thigh pad, then it's an extremely good call by the umpire.
Yeah.
It did seem to come back in a little bit, that didn't it, to Bohannon, beating on the inside edge. Balderson back on strike. So Broad comes around the wicket to the left-hander. Looks off the back foot and just slices the ball away through the offside. Jogs through for a single, takes him on to 32 not out. 67 for 1 now. Broad thought he'd got his man, but that doesn't often mean a great deal. But the reaction from the keeper of the slips, I mean, they obviously heard what they thought was an inside edge, or what they believe was an inside edge. The umpire reckons it's just brushed his thigh pad. It's flicked up to mid-on by Josh Bohannon, picking out Stephen Mullaney. And there's no run.
He looks quite good fun, Josh Bohannon. Don't know him, never met him, seen him, interviewed him, been in the same room as him. He just looks a character. Don't know if that's wide of the mark or not.
I think that's fair. I think his approach to the game has changed actually over the last couple of years, and not that he doesn't take it as seriously. Of course, that's not the case. It's driven up to Fletcher for no run at mid-off, end of the over, 67 for 1. But I think it's more of a sense of perspective really, and wanting to try and enjoy it a little bit more. And I think it did get to him a little bit, the idea of trying to force his way into the first-class cricket and become a professional cricketer and to be Lancashire's number 3. I think he spent a lot of time with the sports psychologist, and that I think has helped his approach to the game. And he certainly does appear to play with more freedom than when he first came into the Lancashire team, where it did look quite intense, you know, that type of character. And I'm not saying anything that Bohannon's not said to me, you know, on interview. This is just his kind of change of approach to batting and his viewing how to best develop his game.
Played well in both innings in this match. Here's Ollie Stone. 3 overs, none for 17. Comes into bowl to Balderson. Pushed out to point, no run. It's interesting, the end of the last over, a minute or so ago, overcalled by umpire Rob Bailey, and straight away he held at arm's length Stuart Broad's sweater out to him, and Broad took it, and it did seem on the live stream as if there wasn't a word spoken between either of them. Just wondered if Broad might have a little bit of a, "Are you sure, Rob, what happened?" But not a word. Stone bowls again, nicked, and that's short of Brett Hutton at first slip. I think couldn't quite scoop it up. Might be one of those where might just have got there. Might cause a rethink. Might want to come a stride nearer, which is difficult with stone bowling, but just anyway, it didn't go to hand. Now whether it only got to him on the half volley or was a foot or a yard short, don't think it actually became a chance that was put down, but it was a genuine edge to first slip. This is pushed into the offside and fielded by Ameed.
I agree with you. I think watching it first time, watching it live, it did feel like it bounced short. I don't think it was too far away.
No.
Just falling short, I think, of Brett Hutton at first slip.
Might get a chance to have another look. 67 for 1. 6 overs after this one. So that's near things in each of the last 2 overs. This one's punched to mid-off, no run. Notts have still only used the 4 bowlers in the match. They do have the extra option with Lyndon James, who has been the out-and-out 4th seamer in the first 3 matches. Not bowled a ball yet. Do have Stephen Mullaney, not bowled a ball yet.
I think he was close, wasn't he, on Thursday?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. He was loosening himself up at 80 for 1. Stone bowls. Oh, that's another good pacey delivery through Balderson into the gloves of the keeper. Not easy out there. Not easy at all. And I'm going to do a little bit of gardening and a little bit of chat. They'll just keep encouraging each other. Balderson and Bohannon. Nearly there. 6 overs. Get in, have a cup of tea, start again. Meanwhile, Notts giving every encouragement to Ollie Stone. Round the wicket. Bowls. Another good delivery through to the keeper. Interesting that he's Ollie, O-double-L-Y. I mean, he's Oliver, obviously. O-double-L-Y. There's some that just go the O-L-I, isn't there? There's some that go O-double-L-I-E. A few Ollies in the county game. 2 Ollie Robinsons.
No, it did carry.
I think it was just seen a replay of the first ball of the over there, and Balderson nicking it towards Brett Hutton. Very low down by his left knee. One of those that just couldn't quite get his hands under it to scoop it up. There's Broad.
I thought he got Bohannon in the previous over, and Bohannon's on strike again. That's run down to 3rd man for 4 runs. A little short and wide from Broad, in truth, I think, and Bohannon just guiding the ball down towards 3rd man for 4. Score moves on to 71 for 1. So Lancashire lead by 36 runs. A little key period of the game leading up to tea on this second day. Nottinghamshire striving for another breakthrough. 2 batters performing so well on Thursday for Lancashire. Flick down to fine leg that the keeper leaps away to his left hand side to stop the ball, and there's no run. Partnership is worth 56.
Yeah, Lancashire can't afford to do what they did yesterday. 80 for 1, 214 all out. They've got the platform again for a really sizable score, and if they can put that on the board, they can take this game away from Nottinghamshire.
Something's just blown onto the pitch. Something shiny.
Yeah, yeah.
Like a bit of foil or something glittering in the sun. Broad to Bohannon, forward in defence again. No run.
It's the wrapper off a chocolate wafer.
I've had all sorts on Twitter messages of biscuits, and I can't possibly read them all out. He's just going to be here for the rest of the day with people.
Well, that's all right. We are here for the rest of the day.
Talking about biscuits. I'm very passionate about biscuits.
Don't you like talking about biscuits?
Love talking about love eating biscuits.
Broad to Bohannon again. It's a forward defensive push back down the pitch, no run. Remains on 27. Walks away to square leg. Ben Duckett having a little chat to Brett Hutton in the slips. Both have put down chances. Both off Balderson.
Yeah, strange, isn't it? One day you take everything that,
Yes.
that comes your way.
This is just onto the leg stump of Bohannon. It's not a great ball from Broad, and it's clipped down to fine leg. You'd have heard the thud as it hits the advertising boards down below us. Well, he's hit 2 boundaries in the over. One was outside off stump, down to third man, was on to his. One was down the leg side, eased down towards the boundary. Nice little leg glance that from Bohannon.
Yeah. Just wondered if Bohannon actually made that into a scoring shot for himself by walking across his stumps. He said it was down the leg side. I just wondered if it might have even have clipped the leg had he gone any further and missed it.
Final ball of the over. Let's work to mid-on where Mulaney fields. 75 for 1. Balderson 32, Bohannon 31. Now, watching the replay back of that shot, I don't disagree. Just that little shuffle across and a little flick down to fine leg. Nice looking shot from Bohannon. Partnership moves on to 60.
Broad 6 overs, no maidens, none for 27. I think it was quite a long time in the first innings before he bowled a maiden. He had 12 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 42. But I think that 1 maiden came towards the back end of his allocation of 12 overs. Not that he has an allocation, of course, but towards the end of his bowling duties. 75 for 1. Stone bowls, and a bit of a loose waft at that one from Balderson outside the off stump. Goes through to the keeper. Just wonder if Ollie Stone had a word or two there. On media day, had a chat with him and asked him what sort of fella he was out there. Was there any white line fever? And he said, well, not proud of it, but don't be surprised if you'll see me having a word or two. I said, what, are you a sledger, Ollie? And well, essentially if they get under his skin, he doesn't mind having a word. This one is pushed up to Mulaney at mid-on. You sense both of these are just starting to get under the skin of Stuart Broad and Ollie Stone. And that's because they've played nicely. Partnership of 60. That'll be Lancashire's highest partnership of the game, won't it?
Yes.
Have we had a higher one for Nottinghamshire? I'm not entirely sure we have, actually. Just having a look. I think this is the highest partnership of the game. I'm sure somebody will tell me different. Stone in again, round the wicket to Balderson. Pushes it back to the bowler. And after 3 balls of the over, Ollie Stone there says to Lyndon James at square leg, can you pop out onto the fence please, Lyndon? When he just had this ball 3 or 4 overs, haven't we? And Ollie Stone gave it to Stephen Mulaney, gave it to the umpire who gave it back to them.
It is the highest partnership of the game, beating the previous highest, which was between these two.
Yeah, 59, wasn't it?
Yep.
Stone to Balderson again. So Lyndon James has been sent out on the fence. Was a bluff, because the ball was outside the off, and it's run to Montgomery, no run. 75 for 1. Shan't ever believe a weather forecast ever again. Mind you, tomorrow does look absolutely awful, doesn't it? It looks like, well, the last I saw, it looks like we might have to be here till 5 o'clock and hope they can mop it up quickly, just so we can get an hour of play in between 6 and 7. It looked that bad the last time I saw tomorrow's. This has worked behind square out to Lyndon James, and Balderson will get a single. 76 for 1. Nothing meaningful to discuss in the scores anywhere else. Leas Deploy of Derbyshire was 85 not out. Has there been a century in this round of matches anywhere yet?
That's a good question. I can't remember seeing one flash up on the live scores, but
of course what I'll have to do now is go through them all and see. Stone down below us. Gets green light from air traffic control, so off he goes down the runway. Bowls to the right-handed Bohannon, little push and run into the gap, takes the single. Now, can't at first glance can't see a century anywhere. 77 for 1, 4 overs to go until tea break, which should have been 20 minutes or so ago. Again, Notzer asking the opinion of the umpires on the ball. Stephen Mullaney's offering it to Rob Bailey. Maybe this one isn't all that good. Lyndon James, I was just saying a few minutes ago, hasn't had a bowl yet. Going to come on as the 5th seamer. Just get time for a couple of overs from Lyndon James and a couple from this end. 4 overs before tea. And umpires have discussed at great length whether the ball is satisfactory or not, and they're going to play on with this ball. 77 for 1, Lancashire lead by 42. Man out Luke Wells caught wicket-keeper Joe Clark from the bowling of Luke Fletcher. He made 11, that was when the score was 15. And here is Lyndon James then, his first bowl of the match comes in and bowls, finds an edge, and it's run down to 3rd man off the outside edge. There'll be a couple of runs there. Encouraging start for the bowler in that it found the edge. Disappointing start for the bowler in that it's gone for 2 runs from his first ball. Lyndon James, and I can find the page, has taken 5 wickets so far this season. 1 at the Ageas Bowl against Hampshire, 1 here against Somerset, and then first innings at Lords he took 3 for 58 in the last match. Here is James in bowls, driven crisply up to Mullaney at mid-off. Good sliding stop from the skipper, and they can't get a run. Ben Duckett's taken a sweater off, thrown it to Ollie Stone. Stone's gone out to the boundary and handed it over to Dane Schardendorf, who's patrolling the boundary edge. 79 for 1. James bowls, Bohannon eases it out as far as Ollie Stone, and there's no run. Left-hander Balderson on strike. Still 2 close catches, 2 slips. Hutton and Duckett. Here is Lyndon James from the pavilion end. Bowls, oh, and another edge, streaky edge. Past those 2 slips, down to 3rd man for 4. Runs are coming quite quickly, quite easily at the moment for Lancashire, who lead by 49. Balderson's gone ahead of his partner. George Balderson 37, Josh Bohannon 35. The partnership now to 69. James to Balderson. Cut this out for a single. where a couple of runs there take Lancashire to an overall lead of 51 over Nottinghamshire. We're 3 overs away from the tea break here. Lancashire in their second innings, 86 for 1. Luke Fletcher with the wicket. Earlier in the day, a Mead out for 97 as Notts were dismissed for 249. That was a first innings lead of 35. So Balderson on to 39. They actually came back for 2 then. So this over from Lyndon James already gone for 9 runs. In comes the tall seamer bowls now. This one's allowed to pass through into the gloves of Joe Clark. And the end of Lyndon James' first over of the match goes unrewarded for Nottinghamshire. 9 beautiful runs for the visitors, who for the second time in the match are indebted to this pair. Very decent partnership here. 71 they've now added. Still going to be Ollie Stone. This is his 6th over. None for 19 from the first 5.
Yeah, not far to go now, is it, for these two to try and get to tea, edging closer to it. Oh, he's playing away from his body there, Bohannon, but I think he's in control of that shot, just leaning back and lifting it away through the offside. And Balderson wanted to come back for a second. There wasn't 2 there. Bohannon sends him back. Score moves on to 87 for 1. Lead is worth 52 runs. Balderson back on strike. He's unbeaten on 39. Lyndon James just hobbling around a little bit there as he came up from the boundary to field. I don't know whether what's happened, but it appears to be his right angle. He was just rubbing, and he just limped a little bit out towards mid-wicket where he's fielding now. Stone around the wicket, balls, fires one in full and straight, and Balderson clips it to wide mid-on. Mullaney picks up and throws at the stumps. And Balderson gets through for a quick single. 40 to him now, 88 for 1 Lancashire.
It's all fairly fast and furious, wasn't it? But I think minimal chance of actually pulling off the run out there. But Stephen Mullaney got it in as quickly as he could.
Oh, bright sunshine. As Mullaney just twirls his arms around. Is he fancying a pre-tea burst? Stone comes over the wicket and bowls. It's pushed into the offside by Bohannon. The ball runs away through point. Again, it's worth an extra run for him. Takes him to 37 not out. 89 for 1 now.
Terrific partnership. There's just what Glenn Chappell and the Lancashire coaching staff would have been hoping for. Wiped out the deficit for the loss of Luke Wells, and really ploughing on. Mullaney continues to get himself ready. I don't know whether it is because Lyndon James has tweaked something and can't bowl a second over, or whether he's going to bowl the final over of the session here, replacing Ollie Stone in a minute.
Looks like he's walking a little bit freer now, James. That's pushed away off the pads by Balderson. Back down the pitch, no run. It's a little bit strange for Lyndon James. He just came up from the boundary, just jogged up to field the ball, but he went crouching down toward his right ankle.
You wonder if he just wobbled his ankle during that one over he's bowled, maybe, and jarred it further as he went for a run at the start of this over.
Tap of the bat from Balderson, waiting for Stone, who's in again, short this time. Just gets underneath it, through to the keeper. A little flex of the knees from Balderson. Both batters again come down the pitch. 1 ball left of the over, and then 2 more until tea.
Certainly made batting look a little easier than at any other point in the match, but still not been easy. The express pace of Stone here has troubled everybody.
He's back in again, Stone. The ball's a fullish ball, and it's punched to mid-on where Mullaney fields.
End of the over, 89 for 1. It looks like Lyndon James is going to be okay.
Yeah, Mullaney. Well, maybe he was just turning his arm over and making us believe he was going to have a bowl. Perhaps he will have the last over of the session. Ollie Stone has popped his cap on, has wandered out to his fielding position. We'll find out. 6 deliveries time. It's going to be Lyndon James then to bowl to Bohannon, who's on 37, partnership of 74. And he comes from the pavilion end, past umpire Bailey, bowls, whipped away. Down to Ben Slater at long leg, single taken. Lancashire 90 for 1, the lead is 55. At some point, unless they're to be battered out of the game, Nottinghamshire are going to need a flurry of wickets like they did in the first innings. It's all well and good saying there's a lot of the match left, but this has the potential to be a huge target they're going to be set eventually. 90 for 1, James in to bowl, and don't think Balderson was anywhere near playing at that. Wide enough to be left alone.
Well, Mullaney's still limbering up, so maybe he's going to have it.
One over.
Yeah, Stone's bowled a 6-over spell, 6 overs, 1 maiden for 22.
I wouldn't be at all surprised if, when they come out after tea, Mullaney has 6 or 7 or 8 off the spin. That's to give the others a breather, but also I'm just wondering what the over rate will be, as Lyndon James is in now, and this is driven down the ground, and it's beaten the dive of Broad, and will go for 4. Lovely looking shot from Balderson, who gets a pat on the back from Josh Bohannon. He knew how good that was. Very good shot, and Lyndon James has gone for 14 runs from his 9 deliveries. 94 for 1. Lovely straight drive.
Yeah, this is just his 3rd innings of the season. He got his chance in the previous match against Somerset, picked ahead of Stephen Croft. He's had starts before this.
He's on 44, Balderson. James bowls. This one's just checked. So he went to clip it through mid-wicket, but just checked his shot, pushed it up to Mullaney at mid-on, no run.
24 in the first innings of this match, and his first game of the season at Somerset only batted once, so he got 26, batting at 8 in that match. So he's had little glimpses in his first 3 innings that could be in for a good summer with a bat potentially.
James bowls and has to field off his own bowling there as this is drilled back at him. Made Bohannon dive for the crease at the far end, just in case it did deflect off the fingers. Thought he bowled well as well. Balderson has had a good game.
Came in at 7 actually against Somerset.
Last ball then of the penultimate over before tea. Lyndon James bowls to Balderson, just happy to defend, and leave it to Josh Bohannon. Now then, is it going to be Stephen Mullaney?
I think it is, isn't it? He's been certainly giving it plenty of gusto with his warm-up.
Yeah, Ollie Stone has rushed in all his previous overs, and already by now the cap would have been off and offered to the umpire, so Mullaney's going to have a go. First out this morning, of course, that was the first in a series of big blows for Nottinghamshire. 21 not out overnight, fell for 27. Further disappointment came when Asiba Mead was dismissed 3 short of his century, and the last blow, that's got to within 1 of a batting point, all out for 249, but they did have that first innings lead of 35, a position of some strength, which now appears to have been squandered a little bit by this Lancashire second innings effort, and particularly this second wicket partnership.
Yeah, worth 79 between the two Bs, Bohannon and Balderson. So final over before tea, Mullaney in, and that's defended
to mid-wicket by Bohannon. No run.
Different challenge for Joe Clark as well. Last over from this end, he was standing about 75 yards back with Ollie Stone bowling bouncers. Now he's up to the stumps to the much lesser pace of Mullaney.
Shuffles his way back in, the not skipper. And that's into the pad, I think. It's run down towards the fine leg boundary. It might even reach the rope. It does for 4 byes.
Leg byes.
Correction, 4 leg byes. Yeah, a little thud up the pad. The score moves on to 98 for 1. Bohannon remains on 38. Partnership worth 83 now.
Yeah.
Lead is 63.
1 or 2 dark clouds rolling in as well.
Yeah,
let's hope they disappear over the next 20 minutes.
Be nice and sunny for most of the afternoon. It's turned to mid-wicket by Bohannon. And there's no run. So halfway through Mullaney's first over. Sure, he'll have a couple more at least tonight. As you say, maybe with one eye on the over rate after tea, does get through them much quicker. And the front line 4. It's driven firmly beyond the reach of Mullaney, just underneath his fingertips. Picked up by Stone at mid-off. No run. Yeah, it's a rather bruising looking sky, isn't it? Away to our right hand side. Mullaney again to Bohannon. It's nudged away into the offside, but again for no run. It's the final ball of the afternoon session on this second day, and Josh Bohannon and George Balderson will be mighty pleased with their efforts if they can survive this delivery. It just turns Bohannon around a little bit, steered in the end down towards kind of short third, but they've got through it. They've got to lunch. There's a slightly worrying sound of the hover cover firing into life, so maybe the ground staff think it's going to rain in the not too distant future. Tea on the second day, 98 for 1, lead of 63.
Yep, thanks Scott. The players are heading away for their cuppa. We'll do the same, and hopefully the dark clouds will drift on by, but the hover cover is being readied, as you can probably hear. Tea Lancashire 98 for 1. We'll be back in 20 minutes.
It's 5 seconds or 5 minutes. Sorry.
Hasib, well played. How important do you think it was to end up with a first innings lead today?
Yeah, no, we spoke about it this morning. We knew that the nature of the wicket that we were playing on, any lead would be quite big. So, yeah, to have got 35 ahead in the end was a great effort, I thought, from everyone involved, from Stoney played to Brodie and Fletcher at the end. So, no, we were happy with the lead that we got, and hopefully it bodes well for the rest of the game.
Did you feel you had to change the way you batted throughout as the partners changed, and as maybe there was some late input from the likes of Broad as well?
Yeah, honestly, I think with the team that we've got in this game, I think we basically batted down to 11. So I was backing each and every one that came out to bat to do a job, and we saw that with Stoney and Brodie and Fletch, and we've seen them contribute low order runs in the past, and they were able to do it again this game. So no, it was good to bat with them.
It is a small first innings lead. How do you feel about 249 as a total?
No, yeah, obviously the one away from a point, but that's the game. No, obviously the position we find ourselves in right now, I think the game's in the balance. If we can start well tomorrow and get a couple of quick wickets, I think that would put us in a good position. We're hoping the wicket can get better, and hopefully the fourth innings will be the best time to bat. So yeah, I think we'll try and come hard again tomorrow morning and see if we can pick up a couple of early wickets.
And a third score over 50 for yourself this season. What sort of shape do you feel your game's in these opening weeks?
Yeah, no, it's been nice to spend a bit of time in the middle. I feel like in terms of my own personal rhythm, I feel like it's got better and better through the course of the 3 or 4 games that we've played now, which is nice. And yeah, I hope on that.
And it is a game with quite a lot of high-profile players in it on both sides, players with recent England experience. Does that make it feel more important to make a contribution, if you like?
Yeah, obviously, I mean, we know there's some huge names playing this game. Obviously, we've got Brodie, they've got Jimmy, and not only those guys. Obviously, we've got Stoney and other guys that have played, Ducky, that are part of the England Test group at the minute. So, no, I feel like it's you saw there was more people in the crowd for the first couple of days, which is nice. And yeah, I guess just makes you want to contribute that bit more, and it was nice to.
And a change of bowling attack in terms of the makeup for this game. So how do you see that working tomorrow with some extra dimensions, I guess, brought in by bringing Stone and Fletcher in place of Patterson and Patterson White?
Yeah, obviously that was a horses for courses call by the coach and captain, and obviously it gives us a whole different dimension to our bowling attack to have someone like a Stoney with his pace and aggression. Fletcher, obviously we've known he's done it for a number of years at this ground in particular. So no, they're great guys to be able to bring in, and I guess just shows the quality and depth that we've got at the minute. We've got Dane and Liam missing out, and we've got 2 guys in Fletcher and Stoney coming in, and yeah, it gives us a great balance to our attack.
Hopefully the hover covers plenty of time off the field tomorrow. Cheers, Hass.
Yeah, no worries, thank you.